What do you think? Yi Yuan's words were filled with thick ridicule. This martial technique of Xikongshang's that resembled the power of domain was indeed incomparably powerful. It was too bad that his opponent was Yi Yuan. Grand Completion Heart Realm made Yi Yuan's perception powers far exceed ordinary people. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil even let Yi Yuan possess unparalleled ocular powers. Xikongshang assumed a serious attitude towards the matter. But in Yi Yuan's view, he was just a clown jumping around. This limitless darkness was not much different from daytime in front of Yi Yuan. This darkness just cut off essence energy but was unable to cut off natural laws. Yi Yuan's movement technique was not affected. Terrific, lad. Indeed, you have some capabilities. It was this seat who underestimated you. Xikongshang was extremely shocked and furious. As the most mysterious existence among the 10 great divine kings, he normally rarely made a move, but he had full confidence in his own strength. He did not expect that he was actually made such a joke of by a junior. Is that so? I overestimated you. I even thought how formidable the 5th divine king was. Didn't expect that. You were too weak to stand up to the competition, Yi Yuan said coolly. One sentence made Xikongshang's face somber to the extreme. Brat, don't talk too big when boasting. Careful, the wind might sprain your tongue, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Want to sprain this young master's tongue? You got to bring out a bit of true capabilities. Since you're so anxious to seek death, then this seat will fulfill your wish. Xikongshang's expression turned cold, and a palm smacked out from within the darkness. Terrifying killing intent instantly swept across the entire space. This palm force seemed to want to shatter this space. Abyss Netherworld Palm. The hint of a light smile curled up at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he opened his mouth and said, That's a bit more interesting. As expected, your slaughter concept isn't for show. This palm is powerful enough. Conceited brat, prepare to die. Xikongshang was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. This palm, Xikongshang went all out. Berserk slaughter concept made the space start to tremble. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The power of his fleshy body instantly erupted, his entire body taking on a golden color. 9 transformations golden body. The Yi Yuan who had been taciturn all along finally erupted. The current Yi Yuan was just like the rising sun, lighting up the dark night. Those martial artists looked at Yi Yuan in the sky, akin to the reincarnation of a god or Buddha, his body exuding the aura of beholding a great mountain, from top to bottom. What kind of martial technique is this? To actually be able to break the darkness divine king's silent extermination domain. So strong. Why do I actually have a feeling of blood boiling with righteous indignation when I see the heaven-surmounting divine king's martial technique? What a fine heaven-surmounting divine king. This is really going to ride above the 9th heaven. Yi Yuan's berserk aura made everyone's face change drastically. Turns out that up till now, the heaven-surmounting divine king did not truly bring out his strength at all. This was the true heaven-surmounting divine king. 9 transformations golden body. How is this possible? Those people did not recognize the 9 transformations golden body, but Xikongshang recognized it. In his understanding, this was simply not what a Tier 9 martial artist should be capable of possessing. Hence, this shock was by no means insignificant. However, the arrow was already fitted onto the string and already had no choice but to release it. His momentum was already formed and could only forcefully clash this blow with Yi Yuan. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Likewise smacking a palm out. Yi Yuan was the midday sun high up in the sky, while Xikongshang was cold like the underworld. 2 extremely great contrast auras collided together intensely. Rumble. The entire space was quivering. A terrifying energy undulation instantly spread out, reducing the Azura arena's 6th level space to fragments. The darkness divine king's silent extermination domain shattering. The sky returned to that blood-red color again. Sikong Shang's blood sprayed across the sky, his figure flying out backward, like a cannonball. This frontal exchange, the heaven-surmounting divine king won completely. Quickly run. The Azura arena is crumbling. The heaven-surmounting divine king is too scary. Even the darkness divine king is actually not a match. His strength can absolutely rank into the top 5 already. Truly too inconceivable. It's just been a few months and the heaven-surmounting divine king actually already grew to such a level. Those martial artists shouted in great terror as they run away. Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm and Sikong Shang's abyss netherworld palm were both presently the divine realm's apex cultivation methods. The collision of two great martial techniques, the power was too terrifying, directly destroying this space made up of array formations. The formation foundation was already ruined. The Azura arena looked as if it was going to collapse already. However, this clash, the relative superiority and inferiority were already clear at a glance. Heaven-surmounting divine king Yi Yuan's strength already surpassed the darkness divine king. Swoosh! Sikong Shang's figure shot up to the sky, turning into a black arc, and flying above the skies. The darkness divine king took flight, but the direction he escaped in was diametrically opposite to the others. Was actually in the direction of the heavenly slaughter pit. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The art of greater teleportation was instantly displayed, chasing after. Boy, don't push people too far. Sikong Shang's voice held panic. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You cruelly oppressed the common folks, killed my respected teacher and also the enmity of a palm. No matter which one, you have to die beyond a doubt today. Damn brat. Do you really take this seat to be easy to bully?" When Sikong Shang saw Yi Yuan hot at his heels, he gave a palm with a swing of his hand. But a hasty palm did not pose any threat to Yi Yuan at all. Rather, Yi Yuan sent out a Fury Sword Fire Lotus with a backhand, striking Sikong Shang without any deviation. Arg! A tragic cry transmitted over. Sikong Shang's aura immediately lost considerable vigor. Yi Yuan directly arrived beside Sikong Shang with greater teleportation. He was just planning on supplementing a slash and sending Sikong Shang to the Western Paradise. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's warning bells sounded. A horrifying energy spurted out. That Sikong Shang actually directly exploded. This explosion's power was actually not beneath Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan was too close to Sikong Shang at this time. The power of this explosion practically detonated instantly. Yi Yuan's body was directly blasted, flying out. Poo work. Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood. His figure retreated 10,000 feet away before barely managing to hold steady. That attack just now took him by surprise. If it were others, they would probably be blasted until a corpse did not exist already. Right at the critical moment, Yi Yuan's domain of sword opened up fully. The black tortoise treasure body divine art revolved at full power, coupled with his powerful physical body before he barely managed to pull through. Even so, Yi Yuan became a blood person from head to toe at this time too. A lesser part of Yi Yuan's body was practically blown away. It looked incomparably grotesque. A black figure flew up in the sky and looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. Who could it be if not Sikong Shang? I didn't think that you were actually able to survive under this explosion. Rune that contains divine Tao laws. Truly remarkable, Sikong Shang said with a broad grin. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said coldly, "It was this young master who was careless. You've operated in this chaotic devil sea for a long time, so how can your clone only be Yu Wuya alone?" Sikong Shang smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, smart, that Yu Wuya was merely a clone, that this seat used to manage the Azura arena. My true clones have exactly the same aura as this seat. It is difficult to distinguish the true and the false. Even though this seat is known as the Darkness Divine King, my true ace in the Hole is this explosion rune. Now, this seat will send you on your way. At this time, Yi Yuan's left arm was practically blown away. His body dripped with blood. Injuries looked very severe. For Divine King Realm martial artists, this degree of injuries was very serious too. Even though they could regrow severed limbs, the price expended was not small either. At the very least, under the circumstances of such severe injuries, there was absolutely no way to escape from Xikongshan's hands. Looks like this is the strongest trick. Then, it's time to send you on your way, said Yi Yuan coolly, who was totally oblivious towards the injuries on his body. Xikongshan grinned hideously and said, "You're already wounded until like this, and you still dare to utter this sort of big talk? Boy, I have to hand it to you. Your ambition is very big. Are you talking about this injury? Hoo-hoo, it isn't considered much to me," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. Not considered much." Xikongshan's smile suddenly froze, his eyeballs staring like wide saucers, looking at everything before his eyes in disbelief, resulting in the tone of the second half of his sentence changing. Yi Yuan's left arm actually grew out just like that. Not just so, the wounds that his explosion caused were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Xikongshan did not quite dare to believe his eyes. This recovery ability was simply too freakish. This is too fake, right? Could it be that the heaven-surmounting Divine King possesses an undying body? Such horrifying injuries, if it were others, they would probably croak straight away, right? He actually directly recovered. Too unreasonable. How to fight still. Immensely powerful offensive power, startling defensive power, freakish recovery ability. There's simply no weakness to exploit here. No wonder Yi Yuan was titled as heaven-surmounting Divine King. Feel that no other title is more suitable for him than this. This scene made everyone stunned. Yi Yuan sustaining serious injuries, they all thought that he was dead for sure. He did not expect that the next instant, such a dramatic scene occurred. The current Yi Yuan was alive and kicking. How did he look like someone who was injured before? Ever since Yi Yuan awakened the atavism dragon soul and comprehended the tyrant dragon regeneration art, wanting to kill him was really not an easy matter, unless one's strength was far greater than his, utterly destroying his vital parts straight away. Otherwise it was just a matter of minutes for him to recover. The price was just losing some blood essence. But this kind of expenditure was not considered a serious impairment to Yi Yuan. Even though the expenditure for using this move is quite large, dealing with you, it seems like there's only using this move too. Yi Yuan was rather helpless. He was indeed not very willing to use the voice of the dragon god. This move's consumption was too great. The last time he only used the time of 3 breaths, and he lay on the bed for a month. Even if it was just using 2 breaths of time, it was extremely awful for Yi Yuan too. While this martial technique was strong, it was really not what the average person could use. Xikongshan's expression changed, instinctively sensing that things were not good. He did not expect that the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was actually not even Yi Yuan's limit. Yi Yuan actually had an even stronger killing move. Virtually without the slightest hesitation, Xikongshan made a run for it. Except, how could his speed be faster than the voice of the dragon god? Roar! A dragon roar that reverberated through the clouds instantly sounded throughout the entire sky. The figure of Xikongshan's that was currently fleeing abruptly stopped. Arg! A shrill and miserably cry emitted out of Xikongshan's mouth. He already used his strongest essence energy to resist this sound wave attack. Yet all of these were futile. After 2 breaths, Xikongshan's body was directly crushed into minced meat. With a bang. Who? Yi Yuan slowly landed from the air. He was no longer able to hold his body up. 2 breaths of time, even though he did not collapse like the last time, it also squeezed his physical strength dry until not a trace remained. At this very moment, He did not wish to even lift a finger. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Big brother, are you all right? Fiery appeared at the right moment and supported Yi Yuan. Then stuffed a medicinal pill into Yi Yuan's mouth. Ever since the situation last time occurred, Yi Yuan naturally had to prepare some physical strength restoring medicinal pills. But right now, 2 breaths of time were still a rather taxing load on him. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "You look at my appearance, can I be fine?" Even thought that the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm should be sufficient to deal with him. I didn't think that I still have to use this move. In the end, Fiery smiled and said, "That was the 5th divine king. Big brother, you're going to cause a stir in the entire divine realm again with this." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I don't wish to cause a sensation in the divine realm. But that heaven's secret tower seems to really be quite extraordinary." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with dumbfounded gazes and slack jaws, feeling that everything before their eyes was not too real. The darkness divine king really died? My eyesight isn't failing me, right? Quick, pinch me, ouch, you really pinched. I freaking not dreaming. The 5th divine king really died. The 10 great divine kings lived in peace with each other for 2,000 years. Didn't expect that. One actually perished just like this today. Furthermore, it's even the 5th divine king. Turns out that the change the heaven's secret tower was talking about was actually like this. Slightly prior to this, the heaven's secret tower issued the new issue of 10 great divine kings. The entire divine realm was instantly set on fire, especially the holy city. It simply seethed with excitement. Yi Yuan's ranked 4th, he actually directly advanced 2 places, ranking in front of the sole martial divine king. Who can tell me what in the world happened? Where's the darkness divine king? Why is the darkness divine king gone? What the hell? Is this heaven's secret tower's ranking being funny? The single cord divine king came back again. It's just that this time he's ranked at the 10th place. The violet extreme divine king and the other few divine kings all advanced a place in order. Could it be that the darkness divine king he? Impossible. That's the 5th divine king. Who could kill him? Even if he can't beat the heaven stabilizing divine king, he can always run, right? Who can tell me what in the world happened? The discussion regarding the 10 great divine kings gave rise to much discussion. However, the heaven's secret tower did not give any response. They just announced the new issue of the 10 great divine kings, then did not give any explanations. Why in the world the darkness divine king was gone, nobody knew either. The heaven's secret tower's actions simply drove everyone crazy. Each and every one of them felt like cats were scratching in their hearts, desperately wanting to know the reason involved, even though this had nothing to do with them at all. But a gossiping heart could not be dispensed off no matter where. Hence, some important wealthy people and also some family clans with deep foundations started buying information from the heaven's secret tower. This information made the heaven's secret tower scoop up a massive profit. However, the intel was still being kept secret, because the condition for the heaven's secret tower to sell the intel was not allowing the information to be disseminated out. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Although the heaven's secret tower had never taken action outside before, nobody doubted its might, because the holy city had already existed for God knows how many years, while the heaven's secret tower merely existed for 2,000 years. The heaven's secret tower domineeringly ventured in but did not arouse the holy city's kickback. This in itself indicated many problems.
Divine Martial Hall, dark and gloomy.
Waves of terrifying aura leaked out from the depths of the great hall, giving people a feeling of palpitation. Old witch, you didn't listen to this god's words. Suffered a huge loss this time, right? A cold voice transmitted over, the words carrying thick gloating, over others' misfortune. At this time, a cold and stern voice came over. Humph, stop making sarcastic remarks over there. Don't think that this Holy Mother doesn't know what you're planning. These two people were shockingly the two great heavenly fiend gods, Kanuwa and Yuji. Hehe, now that it played out like this, don't you understand yet? The two of us are originally this immortal grove region's aberrant lifeforms and are rejected by heavenly Tao. Hence, that's why we suffered repeated defeats. Kanuwa said one. So what? Just based on these bunch of rookies from the immortal grove region. Can they kill us too? Yuji said. Hey, you old witch, you're really forgetful. Didn't you almost turn to ashes? This time, Kanuwa said. Old thing, are you seeking death? Yuji's expression turned coldly and still had some lingering fear in her heart. That voice of the dragon god from Yi Yuan almost shocked her until her soul disintegrated. Don't try that stuff with this god. In your state, what can you still do to deceit? But this god is really quite surprised. Yi Yuan, that brat, actually learned the long-lost voice of the dragon god. Looks like the momentum of his rise already cannot be stopped. Kanuwa actually said with a slight sigh. Humph! You fool, bustled about for so many years, didn't it still make a wedding dress for him in vain? To actually have the face to talk about me. Yuji said with cold mockery. What do you know? If this god recovers to peak strength, I naturally wouldn't fear them. But the human race has that old guy who's opposing this god in all aspects. Once I give myself away, these years of effort will really be cast to the winds. Kanuwa said in a solemn voice. Yuji was startled when she heard that and said, the current human race still has such a major power. Heh, otherwise, what do you think? That old guy formed an organization called Mystic Gate, which enlisted the services of quite a number of experts. Those 10 great divine kings, there's half that was fostered by him. These people have all comprehended divine Tao laws, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Let alone himself, Kanuwa said. Yuji's expression changed, and she said, then, what should we do now? Give me the fiend source bead, Kanuwa said. You're dreaming, Yuji said with a cold expression. Heh, in this god's current state, the worst outcome is being sealed once again too. Furthermore, I still have several peerlessly fine cards that can be played against Yi Yuan in my hands. But if you're found by Yi Yuan, that's a one-way ticket to hell. Do you think that you have any choice? Kanuwa said with a cold smile. Yuji's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, she still gritted her teeth, opened her mouth and spat out a black color bead. This bead was black throughout. But the moment it appeared, fiendish energy surged to the sky, as if it had the aura to devour heaven and earth. In the darkness, a large hand suddenly reached out, directly grabbing the fiend source bead in his hand. Following that, Kanuwa let out a loud laugh and said, ha ha ha, heavenly fiend god artifact, fiend source bead. With it, even if this seat isn't able to recover to peak strength, I'll have 70% strength too. Who can stop me in this divine realm? Old thing, Yi Yuan, this time this god will let you know the taste of fear. Ha ha ha. Yuji's expression was rather ugly. This fiend source bead was the fiend race's heavenly fiend god artifact. Its power was boundless. Handing it over now, she could only depend on Kanuwa. In the depths of the great hall, there was a massive blood pool. In the blood pool, a young man was soaking in it, leaving only a head outside. This man's looks were handsome, looking to be of similar age with Yi Yuan, no, different from humans. Above the blood pool, countless red beads were suspended. These beads were precisely the 58,000 blood soul beads that Ji Kanglin collected. The young man suddenly opened his mouth and said, Blood soul fiend, establishing grand array, activate. All of a sudden 58,000 suspended blood beads radiated with a brilliant blood light, looking breathtaking. A terrifying sanguinary power shot straight for the clouds, thoroughly enveloping the young man inside. A month later, a burst of terrifying laughter came from inside the divine martial hall. Ha ha ha. When this god comes into being, I'll see which one of you can stop me this time. The essence energy storm gradually disappeared. Yi Yuan's essence energy finally calmed down. Congratulations, big brother, for finally entering Divine King Realm. Fiery said excitedly by the side. But Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, originally Essence Energy Realm was the easiest to improve for me. I didn't expect that after so many years I was actually held back by Essence Energy Realm. Reincarnating, your lucky chances were too heaven-defying, resulting in Essence Energy Realm seeming slow instead. Actually, even if you're an alchemy emperor reincarnating to be able to reach the Divine King Realm in such a short time, it's already very heaven-defying. By the side, Longtang had a laugh. Killing the Darkness Divine King, Xikongshang, Yi Yuan finally found the opportunity to break through to the Divine King Realm. After a few days of accumulation, he finally broke through to the Divine King Realm. Regarding Essence Energy Realm, the Divine King Realm was another level. With the support of Divine King Realm Essence Energy, Yi Yuan's martial techniques would be able to unleash even greater might. Actually, to talk about the Fury Sword Fire Lotus and Divine Rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm, which one was stronger or weaker, it was not easy to judge. It was just that Yi Yuan's Essence Energy Realm had stopped at 8th level. Tao profound all along. Hence, Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power appeared relatively weak. Now that he broke through to Divine King Realm, not only did Fury Sword Fire Lotus's power increase greatly, his domain of sword, greater teleportation, and other skills would have a qualitative leap. Hey, Your Excellency, these few days you've been in close seclusion all along and probably don't know yet, you're already the 4th Divine King now. Meng Guang had an excited look. It was as if the 4th Divine King was him. When he killed Xikongshang, Yi Yuan put him away inside the vast heaven pagoda. These few days he had constantly been inquiring news in the Azura arena. But this news was undoubtedly the heaviest weight. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly stupefied when he heard and said, just 4th. Everyone's expressions choked up. It was just a few months and you already rushed from 6th to 4th. Could it be that you were not satisfied yet? Seeing everyone's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, looks like I still underestimated Zhuge Qingxian, the 3 of their strengths. Although the voice of the dragon god is strong, they just have to resist for 3 breaths of time, and I can only let people slaughter me at will. Only when everyone heard did they come to a realization. However, the power of the voice of the dragon god was indeed too terrifying. If Yi Yuan could support it to up 10 breaths of time, it was basically enough to sweep across the divine realm. The voice of the dragon god's sound wave attack, following the passing of time, would make the power become even more terrifying as the sound waves stacked layer upon layer. It was just a shame that Yi Yuan could at most only support 3 breaths of time. Alright, it's almost time we should go back. Probably before long, the fiend calamity will be erupting. This period of time we still have to prepare a little, Yi Yuan said. The group of people finally returned to the Dragon Clan after a few twists and turns. However, the scene before his eyes made Yi Yuan's hair stand on end with anger. Roar, rumble, thunderous dragon roars were mixed with earth-shaking loud booms. 1 human and 1 dragon were currently having a great battle above the Dragon Clan. That dragon was just an illusionary phantom and not a genuine azure dragon. But it was the spirit of the azure dragon. The spirit of the azure dragon summoned by the constellation Grand Array. While the other figure was none other than precisely the heaven-stabilizing Divine King, Zhuge Qingxian, who rushed over from the Holy City. Zhuge Qingxuan's divine might was truly unparalleled. That terrifying azure dragon spirit was actually being overpowered by him, looking as if it was going to be defeated. The Dragon Clan's members did not notice Yi Yuan's appearance, all staring at the battle situation with tense looks on their faces. This was their final reliance. Boom! Zhuge Qingxian knocked the azure dragon spirit far away with a palm. Standing, with his hands behind his back, he snorted coldly and said, "If you still don't hand over Yi Yuan, this seat will exterminate your azure dragon clan." Today, the current Zhuge Qingxian was truly insufferably arrogant. The dragon clan's clan members all had looks of despair at this time. This heaven-stabilizing divine king is too strong. So many peak void mystic powerhouses attacked together and were all still defeated by him. Dead this time, our dragon clan wouldn't really be exterminated by him, right? It's all that Yi Yuan, really capable at causing trouble. If not for him, how could it bring down the heaven-stabilizing divine king to here? At the juncture of life and death, there were quite a number of people who pointed the spearhead at Yi Yuan. After all, to them, Yi Yuan, this dragon lord, was still very foreign. Shut your mouths for this old man. Keep talking nonsense that this old man will exterminate you first. How can the things that dragon lord is shouldering be what you guys are capable of surmising? Ao Yong Snapid. Yu Mengli heaved a sigh and said, "Grand Elder, now that it came to this, everyone's emotions will inevitably lose control. You don't need to get angry because of this." O Yong shot a fierce glare at that clansman and said with a cold snort, "All, shut up for this old man. The Dragon Lord is the Dragon Clan's common lord. If there are still words that besmirch your superiors, this old man will punish severely." When those clansmen saw Grand Elder demonstrate his power like so, each and every one of them sensibly kept their mouths shut and did not speak anymore. At this time, Zhuge Qingxian said coolly, "Looks like you guys won't shed tears if you don't see the coffin. Do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to massacre you all? Is that it?" What? Zhuge Qingxian pointed a finger out. Heaven and earth changed color because of the essence energy in the area tens of thousands of miles around gathered onto Zhuge Qingxuan's finger frenziedly, condensing and not dissipating. Seeing such power, everyone's expression changed greatly. Even that azure dragon spirit seemed to have sensed an immense threat too, and actually did not dare to come forward anymore. This is the legendary profound calamity finger, one of the heaven stabilizing divine king's trump cards. Looks like his determination to kill the Dragon Lord is unshakable. Ao Yong's expression was incomparably ugly as he said this. "This finger is so terrifying. It hasn't released yet, and I already have a feeling of asphyxia near death. The azure dragon spirit likely can't resist anymore." Ao Qian's expression changed greatly. Zhuge Qingxuan's might, they had all heard of it, but only when they experienced it personally now did they know that the heaven-stabilizing divine king was even more powerful than in the legends. He had the ability to destroy the entire dragon clan with his power alone. This kind of strength was simply appalling to hear. Zhuge Qingxuan's robes fluttered, his entire person akin to a celestial. The air of an expert was displayed in its entirety, fully deserving of the title of heaven-stabilizing divine king. Profound calamity finger. Exterminate for me. Zhuge Qingxian gave a cold shout. Pointing a finger out, the winds and clouds immediately changed color. In the dragon clan, everyone's faces were white as a sheet. Once this finger landed, who knew how many people it would kill? Just then, Yi Yuan rushed over and saw this heaven-shocking finger of Zhuge Qingxian. Yi Yuan only had time to sweep a glance with his peripherals, only to see the Dragon Clan's members all covered with wounds, including Yu Mengli and Luer. Yi Yuan's alarm and rage rose together. A surge of rage flared up. Virtually without thinking, Yi Yuan directly did a greater teleportation. Then, unleashed a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm in anger. However, what made everyone surprised was that another terrifying attack rose up inside the Dragon Clan. Big Brother Yuan. Young Master. It's dragon traversing the ninth heaven. Our Dragon Clan's divine rank. Martial technique. Dragon traversing the ninth heaven. That is the Dragon Lord's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The Dragon Lord came back. Ha ha ha. We're saved. Two dragon race divine rank martial techniques that did not lose out to the profound calamity finger were unleashed at the same time from two different directions, directly intercepting the profound calamity finger. The heaven-stabilizing divine king, who originally looked down scornfully at everything, his expression changed drastically at this time. These two terrifying attacks appeared too suddenly that even he did not react to it either. Rumble. A terrifying energy undulation spread out, sending the dragon clans' powerhouses flying. Zhuge Qingxian was the closest to it, being slammed by two surges of tremendous force. His internal organs immediately received a tremendous shock, immediately tasting sweetness at his throat, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Originally, this move of his was prepared to exterminate the Azure Dragon Spirit and slaughter the Dragon Clan's powerhouses. He did not expect that, in the end, it was actually him who suffered a hidden loss. Regarding that attack which rumbled out from the Dragon Clan, Yi Yuan was rather surprised too, but he felt relieved very quickly. Teng Yun said before there was still a peerless powerhouse concealed in the Dragon Clan. It was just that nothing was revealed. Earlier, the Dragon Clan reached a critical moment. He finally could not resist making a move. Looks like the matter of the Dragon Clan having a reclusive powerhouse. Even the heaven-stabilizing divine king did not know either. Otherwise, he absolutely would not come to the Dragon Clan to raise a hue and cry so recklessly. Yi Yuan did not expect that Teng Yun actually knew the matter of this peerless powers house so clearly. Judging from that dragon traversing the ninth heaven move, the power was not the slightest bit inferior to his own coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. It turned out that the one who grasped divine rank dragon wave was not just him alone in this world. It was just that nobody had seen it before, that was all. No wonder Teng Yun said that even he did not dare to easily provoke the Dragon Clan this existence. Yi Yuan and Zhuge Qingxian faced off in the air, cold gazes meeting with unspeakable rage. Zhuge Qingxian, what's the meaning of this? Yi Yuan's words seethed with killing intent and was bone-piercingly cold. Being questioned by Yi Yuan, Zhuge Qingxian could not help being tongue-tied. For a moment, he came to the Dragon Clan in an imposing manner to kill Yi Yuan. But he discovered now that Yi Yuan was actually powerful to this degree. Already, that coiling dragon heaven devastating palm move earlier, disregarding the dragon traversing the ninth heaven, although the power could not match his profound calamity finger, it was not much worse off than him either. Now he suffered a hidden loss, his internal organs receiving a shock. Wanting to kill Yi Yuan again was virtually impossible. Except what he did not know was that Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused toward him. If not for the Azure Dragon Spirit resisting, Zhuge Qingxian would probably have already charged into the Dragon Clan. If not for the Dragon Clan still having a powerhouse, most likely, Lia and Luer would have been killed by him as well. This guy was so arrogant, how could Yi Yuan not have killing intent aroused? Seeing Yi Yuan's murderous look, the corners of Zhuge Qingxian's mouth curled slightly, and he taunted, "What? You wouldn't be thinking of killing me still, right? Can't I?" Yi Yuan retorted with a question icily. "Hoo-hoo, what a joke. Truly a colossal joke. Just now, if not for this seat being momentarily careless, do you think that you could hurt me? Bragging got to have a limit too," Zhuge Qingxian said mockingly. "Is that so? What if you add me?" A figure appeared, trapping Zhuge Qingxian with a pincering momentum with Yi Yuan. Zhuge Qingxian was bold, stemming from superb skills too. Even though he suffered injuries, he did not have the slightest intention of escaping. His air of an expert was displayed in its entirety. He did not think that this divine realm really had someone who could make him stay. But when he saw the Dragon Clan's arrival, his expression changed too. "Long Min, you're actually not dead yet." This Long Min was the Dragon Clan's previous generation patriarch. Many years ago, he passed the position to Ao Duo, then secluded himself. Everyone in the world all thought that Long Min already died. They did not expect that not only was he still alive in this world, but his strength was also this powerful. Long Min pays respect to Dragon Lord. Long Min first gave a bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but he still nodded his head. This was considered to have returned the salute. Thanks to heaven-stabilizing Divine King's blessings, I'm still lingering on with this last breath of life until today. It's just that heaven-stabilizing Divine King's actions today, isn't it bullying people too much? Long Min turned to Zhuge Qingxian and said. Zhuge Qingxian had a calm and collected look as he said coolly, "This seat." Wanted them to hand over Yi Yuan, but they refused no matter what. That's why this seat took action. Long Min said, "The heaven-surmounting Divine King is my Dragon Clan's common Lord. Even this elderly self have to respectfully call him Dragon Lord. Aren't you making things difficult by having us hand him over? Hey old man, you're so unreasonable. We already said that young master wasn't at the Dragon Clan, yet you insist on us handing over the person. Where would we find to hand over for you?" Luer suddenly shouted loudly at the sky. A cold light glinted in Zhuge Qingxuan's eyes. Separated so far away, Luer was also akin to being struck by a thunderbolt. "What did you say?" Zhuge Qingxian said word by word. Luer's words made Zhuge Qingxuan's blue veins throb, his anger flaring up. With a wham, he, Zhuge Qingxian, boasted of his casual and elegant bearing. At present, his age was also merely over 3,000 years and did not appear old. He did not even count as middle-aged. But this little lass actually called him an old man. Yi Yuan was originally burning with fury. At this time he was tickled by Luer until he secretly laughed in his heart too. This lass did not have any thought in mind and randomly shouted. But it poked right at Zhuge Qingxuan's sore spot. His aura released slightly, warding off Zhuge Qingxuan's aura, and he said nonchalantly, "Luer is merely 30 over years of age. Is there any problem with calling you an old man? You're already getting on in years, still pretending to be young for what? Refusing to give in to old age won't do. Now it's us youngsters' world. You look, Senior Long Min is a wise man who understands the time. He had long relinquished his position. At your ripe old age, shouldn't you hand over your position in the holy city too and be a grand elder or something? Wouldn't it be splendid?" Each word that Yi Yuan said, Zhuge Qingxuan's face would become a shade darker. When Long Min saw this scene, he could not help smiling. Not only was this Dragon Lord's martial strength formidable, but his verbal skills were also similarly powerful. But Zhuge Qingxian just really had nothing to say. Even if Yi Yuan's 2 lifetimes were added together, it was also merely 500 plus years old. At the very most, it was also just a fraction of Zhuge Qingxuan's. Even though the two people were both peerless geniuses, when put together to compare, Zhuge Qingxian paled in comparison. One had to know that Yi Yuan only used a short few months' time and rushed to number 4 of the 10 great divine kings. Given time, surpassing Zhuge Qingxian was also nothing difficult. And this was precisely the most painful spot in Zhuge Qingxuan's heart. Otherwise, why would he take up arms and come to find trouble with Yi Yuan? The divine realm's number 1 that he maintained for 2,000 years, somebody was finally going to issue a challenge to him. Even though Yi Yuan had no interest in this at all. The reason why he said so was entirely just to repulse Zhuge Qingxian. Right now, he was a million times unhappy looking at Zhuge Qingxian. However, Yi Yuan's words also repulsed Zhuge Qingxian until it was enough for him to choke on whatever Yi Yuan said to abdicate his position, even if he wanted to. There had to be someone to come and take over too. The Purple Gold Hall's elites were all slaughtered clean by Yi Yuan alone. This guy must be doing it on purpose. When Yu Mengli saw this scene, she could not help smiled and said, "Luer, your words were unintentional, but Big Brother Yuan's words anger people to death." Luer had a blank look and said, "Did I say something wrong?" "Hoo-hoo, Miss Luer is innocent and childlike, and you didn't say anything." Wrong. Isn't that heaven-stabilizing divine king an old man? Ah, ha ha. Ao Yong also could not resist laughing. Luer still had a vacant look, completely did not know what everybody was laughing at. She had too little experience. These few years, the majority of the time was on cultivation and sleeping. She was basically isolated from the outside world. Hence, even though she was already 30 over years old, her mentality was still not much different from a teenage girl. Zhuge Qingxuan's perception was astonishing. How could he not know that the Dragon Clan's members were all mocking him? The always calm and collected heaven-stabilizing divine king had blue veins throbbing at this time, rage already burning all over his body. Yi Yuan, do you really take this seat's whiskers to be easy to stroke? Zhuge Qingxuan's aura surged to the skies. Even when Long Min saw his expression changed slightly too. Clearly, he did not expect that Zhuge Qingxian actually still held back strength previously. However, Yuan had a look of indifference and said coolly, "Just you are considered a tiger too? In my view, you're also just a little cat." Come. Kitty. Meow for me to hear. But this time, nobody could laugh. Zhuge Qingxuan's aura was too terrifying. The faces of the Dragon Clan's members all changed greatly. They were really frightened by Zhuge Qingxuan's aura. It's so strong. Turns out that the heaven-stabilizing divine king hasn't brought out his true strength all along until now. Sigh, Dragon Lord, His Excellency, is too rash. These words sound liberating, but with this, it isn't easy to settle. This, Dragon Lord His Excellency and old patriarch Long Min, the two people, I wonder if they can block this blow or not. Long Min's expression was solemn, and he reminded Yi Yuan, "Be careful, Dragon Lord." But Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Old patriarch, you back off first. Wait until I and this kitty fight it out until we both wear each other out, then you come over and kill him." While talking, Yi Yuan's tone also turned cold. This heaven-stabilizing divine king already touched his bottom line. He decided that he was going to kill this guy even at risk of sustaining serious injuries. Long Min's expression changed when he heard that, but was rather uncertain what it meant. But when he saw the murderous look in Yi Yuan's eyes, he could not help being startled and nodded his head, but retreated. Long Min's action made everyone get a huge shock. This? What's Dragon Lord His Excellency going to do here? Could it be that he wants to contend against the heaven-stabilizing divine king on his own? Ow! Duo turned pale with fright and said, while at this time, Zhuge Qingxuan's momentum was already formed. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Very good. You're very courageous. Not only did you successfully stoke this seat's fury, you even dare to face off on your own. Since you want to hear this kitty's meow, then this seat will meow for you to hear. Therefore listen up well." Profound chi finger. One finger unleashing. The wind and clouds moved. An attack that moved heaven and earth charged over toward Yi Yuan. Too terrifying. Is this really a martial technique unleashed by a divine king realm martial artist? Dragon Lord is in danger. He actually hasn't unleashed a martial technique yet. What on earth is Dragon Lord doing? Has he given up resisting? A series of clamoring sounds came from the Dragon Clan. They discovered that Yi Yuan provoked very happily just now. But now he actually stopped moving. Zhuge Qingxuan's momentum was already formed. This finger was stronger. Compared to that finger previously, it was simply not what human strength could resist. Yu Mengli's and Luer's expressions changed greatly and had worried looks. After all, Yi Yuan's opponent this time was the heaven-stabilizing divine king who was known as the divine realm's #1. It was not up to them to not be worried. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, uncertain what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. In a blink of an eye, Zhuge Qingxian brought the profound chi finger and arrived at the place several hundred feet away from Yi Yuan. Poo work. The person had not drawn near yet and already broke Yi Yuan's defenses, making him directly spew out a large mouthful of blood. Dragon Lord! Big Brother Yuan! Young Master! Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed drastically, one after another. They seriously could not figure out why Yi Yuan did not retaliate. Zhuge Qingxian was also rather surprised, his face somewhat stunned. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not resist at all. But he did not have the intention of pulling back. Since you're not resisting, then I'll directly send you to the Western Paradise. Even if the Jade Emperor came, he can't save you either. However, right at this moment Yi Yuan finally made a sound. Voice of the Dragon God. Roar! Yi Yuan suddenly radiated with resplendent golden light. A terrifying dragon. Roar instantly reverberated through the clouds. At this moment, Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest, directly urging the voice of the Dragon God to the limits. The profound Qi finger that originally had an irresistible onslaught abruptly stopped at this time. Zhuge Qingxuan's figure was forcefully nailed in midair by the voice of the Dragon God's sound wave attack. Poo work! Zhuge Qingxian, who was caught by surprise, similarly spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Yi Yuan's roar made everyone's expression change dramatically, but everybody's reaction was completely different. Long Min's withered old face was seemingly like the last radiance of the setting sun at this time, exuding a flushed color. That was caused by excitement. Voice of the Dragon God. It's absolutely the voice of the Dragon God. Ha ha ha. Indeed worthy of being the Dragon Lord. He actually learned my clans. Long-lost voice of the Dragon God. Long Min said with unbelievable surprise and delight. As for Ao Qian, Ao Yong, and the rest, they clearly also guessed the origins of this move of Yi Yuan's. It's actually the voice of the Dragon God. This is too inconceivable. This move has already been lost in the Dragon Clan for over 100,000 years. Didn't expect that we actually saw it again anew today. Such a terrifying power. Is this one of my Dragon Clan's supreme martial techniques? Voice of the Dragon God? Just how powerful was my Dragon Clan when at the height of its power and splendor? Turns out that the Dragon Lord dug a pit for the heaven-stabilizing divine king to jump. Yet he even jumped inside. If the heaven-stabilizing divine king falls, my Dragon Clan will gain great fame and prestige tomorrow. When Lier, Luer, and the rest saw the situation, they all heaved a long sigh in relief, but they still looked at the two people confronting each other in the air with anxious looks, not daring to relax in the slightest, being shocked by the voice of the Dragon God, which came unexpectedly. This blow to Zhuge Qingxian was not light. Yi Yuan's voice of the Dragon God was not the slightest bit weaker than his profound Qi finger. Furthermore, the penetrative force of sound waves was clearly greater than
ordinary martial technique.
Now, he finally understood why Yi Yuan had no movements all along. Yi Yuan was making him suffer from his own scheme. The voice of the Dragon God, naturally, the closer to Yi Yuan, the greater the power. Yi Yuan risked sustaining serious injuries and also had to wait for him to enter the range of several hundred feet in order to give him a head-on blow.
Yi Yuan suggerit.
The moment the voice of the Dragon God was unleashed, Zhuge Qingxian immediately suffered severe injuries again. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of ending it here. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Voice of the Dragon God persisted for 2 breaths of time and dissipated with a loud bang. Yi Yuan and Zhuge Qingxuan's figures virtually flew out backward at the same time. Zhuge Qingxian and the profound Qi finger were not to be trifled with.
Yi Yuan
also suffered serious injuries under this one finger. Adding on the voice of the Dragon God's consumption, his condition currently was dreadful to the max. However, Zhuge Qingxuan's situation was not much better than his. The power of the voice of the Dragon God was too fearsome. He also entered that strongest region. Currently, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His entire body had almost been torn apart.
Mutuelle destruction.
At this time, Long Min suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's words earlier. Wait until the two of them were worn out. Kill Zhuge Qingxian. Long Min was shrewd with age. How could he waste such an opportunity? Lifting his hand, it was a dragon traversing the ninth heaven. A dragon roar sounded again. Zhuge Qingxian's scalp tingled. For thousands of years, this was his first time truly facing death. He who had always considered everybody and everything beneath notice finally knew what was called despair.
No.
Zhuge Qingxian howled. He was already powerless to resist such an expert's attack. Everyone stared at this scene unblinkingly. Their hearts leaped up to their throats. The heaven-stabilizing divine king perishing. This was the #1 major event in the divine realm for thousands of years. But in the next instant, everyone's faces changed drastically. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky. This black hole just happened to meet Long Min's dragon traversing the ninth heaven. It was only to see a blood light flash inside the black hole. Long Min's divine Tao martial technique was actually extinguished just like this. Long Min's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm. Fiend! Race! A young man slowly walked out from inside the black hole, bringing along several powerhouses behind him. The young man stood with his hands behind his back, with the haughtiness of looking down arrogantly upon the world. Even the heaven-stabilizing divine king was a magnitude inferior to him in terms of disposition. Seeing this young man, everyone's face changed drastically. Clearly, the arrival did not have good intentions. The young man smiled nonchalantly and said, "Hoo-hoo, the Dragon Clan. Really haven't seen you people for a long time. Where's everyone? Just nice. Today, I'll catch the whole lot in one fell swoop." At this time, Yu Mengli had long already made her move, reaching her hands out to support Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's wounds were very severe at this time, his consciousness was very clear. Seeing this young man, Yi Yuan felt all the hairs on his body stand up.
Danger.
Extremely dangerous. This was the feeling that this young man gave him. Beside Yi Yuan, a figure appeared. It was precisely Long Tung. When Long Tung saw that young man, his expression immediately became extremely ugly, close to losing all hope. When Yi Yuan saw Long Tung's expression, he was immediately clear in his heart. To be able to make Long Tung display this expression, who else could there be? Still, he actually came into being ahead of time. Long Tung took a look at that young man, then looked at Yi Yuan and was filled with extreme unwillingness. He was unreconciled to it. Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet. To deal with Kanhua, one at least had to reach Fang Tian's boundary back then. 2. Although the current Yi Yuan was strong, compared to the Fang Tian back then, he was still quite a bit worse. He's Kanhua. Yi Yuan endured the pain all over his body and spoke up. Long Tung slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. He's precisely Heavenly Fiend God, Kanhua. His strength seems to be even stronger than before." Kanhua's appearance caught everyone off guard. Currently, Yi Yuan already suffered serious injuries. Just based on Long Min alone, there was no way to be Kanhua's match. Could it be over just like this? Long Tung said unwillingly. Seemingly detecting Long Tung's gaze, Kanhua actually looked over here. It's actually you. Didn't expect that 50,000 years have passed. I could actually still bump into an old acquaintance. Didn't expect that he actually protected you, Kanhua said, smilingly. Long Tung snorted coldly when he heard that and said, "Who's an old acquaintance of yours? This old man wishes that he can tear you limb from limb." Kanhua smiled faintly and said, "Hoo-hoo, something that even origin deity realms couldn't accomplish just based on you guys, some trash. How can you possibly do it? Rather, you all shall become this god's blood feed today." At this time, everyone was jittery inside the Dragon Clan. They did not know who this young man was at all and could not even see through his cultivation realm. But they knew that this young man was very strong. That mover earlier by old patriarch Long Min, dragon traversing the ninth heaven, what kind of power did that have? But this young man just gave a casual attack and actually utterly annihilated this attack. G Grand Elder, who is this young man? Isn't the divine realm's strongest the heaven-stabilizing divine king? Why do I feel that this young man seems to be even stronger than the heaven-stabilizing divine king? Asked Ao Yong, a dragon clan elder. Originally, Ao Yong also did not know about the existence of the heavenly fiend gods, but the last time Long Tongue was in the clan, he told them the matters back. Then, he looked at Kanua with a solemn expression and said, "This young man is most likely that heavenly fiend god from the fiend race. He was once a deity realm powerhouse. Deity realm powerhouse. How is this possible? Didn't all of the deity realm powerhouses all go missing? This is actually a deity realm powerhouse. No wonder his strength is so powerful. Doesn't that mean that even though he doesn't have deity realm cultivation, he possesses deity realm comprehension? The fiend race actually still has such a terrifying powerhouse, a former deity realm powerhouse. Doesn't that mean that he's the #1 person beneath the deity realm?" Ao Yong nodded his head and said, "It's likely the case. Looks like what Senior Long Tongue said was true. It's just that there was Senior Fong Tian, capable of suppressing this heavenly fiend god 50,000 years ago. Now, who is there? Could it be that heaven is really dooming my dragon clan? Heaven is dooming the divine realm?" A look of despair appeared on Ao Yong's face. The pressure that Kanua gave him was seriously too great. At this time, Kanua's gaze turned to Yi Yuan, and he said emotionally, "Yi Yuan, I have no choice but to admit you're the most troublesome son of heaven's mandate that this seat has encountered. Even the absolute heaven back then was probably not as troublesome as you. If I give you another few years' time, you might really be able to threaten this god. If this immortal grove region's heavenly Tao isn't deficient, you might be able to grow to an existence even more powerful than absolute heaven. It's too bad that it was still this god who won in the end." Yi Yuan looked at Kanua, his eyes spewing fire. He struggled, wanting to stand up, but it aggravated his wounds, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. This guy was the ringleader that decimated his family, but now he was powerless to resist. "Ha ha ha! Are you extremely frustrated in despair? The person who killed your father is in front of you, but you can only quietly wait to be killed by the other party. This sort of feeling is very wonderful, right? However, when this seat sees your expression, I'm very excited. Ha ha!" Kanua started chortling with laughter like crazy. This was a conspiracy that lasted for over 500 years. Kanua wanted to doom Yi Yuan to death countless times, but he did not succeed. Kanua was challenging heavenly Tao, but he failed. Yi Yuan rose up like a comet, giving Kanua tremendous pressure. Yi Yuan was too strong. When he heard Yuji say that she was almost shocked to death by Yi Yuan, Kanua decided to come into being ahead of schedule without the slightest hesitation. He could not give Yi Yuan any more time to grow. This son of heaven's mandate seemed to be not quite the same as the ones he encountered before. "Lier, bring Yi Yuan away first. Leave this place to this old man." Long Ting suddenly let out a long sigh and said to Yu Mingli calmly. Yi Yuan and Yu Mingli trembled all over. They knew that Long Tongue wanted to defend to the death here. "No, I'm not leaving." Yi Yuan used all the strength in the body to shout. Long Tongue turned around and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, for this old man to be able to meet you, watch you grow, it's already enough. You are this old man's pride in this lifetime. Where there's life, there's hope. This old bag of bones am already useless. As long as you're around, Kanua, he will not be considered to have one, and the divine realm will not perish either." Yi Yuan's tears gushed out. He clenched his fists tightly, using all the strength in his body wanting to stand up. But he could not do it. The battle with Zhuge Qingxian, he already spent everything he had. Senior, Lier, what are you still waiting for? Long Tongue yelled coldly. 2 rows of tears flowed down from the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes. Toward Long Tongue, how could she be willing to part too? But at this time she did not seem to have more options. Senior, you, take care. Finish talking. Yu Mengli gritted her teeth and brought Yi Yuan away. Lier? I'm not leaving. Don't bring me away.
Ye Yuan yelled.
Big brother Yuan.
I'm sorry.
Yu Mengli said with tears in her eyes. Long Min, even if the Dragon Clan is eradicated today, you'll also have to ensure Yi Yuan leaves. This was Long Tongue's final yell. Senior, rest assured. My Dragon Clan stands proudly in heaven and earth. And definitely won't compromise. Long Min's expression turned stern as he replied. Solemnly. Hoo-hoo. What a touching scene. It's just a pity that none of you can leave. Today. Kanhua smacked a palm out nonchalantly. A massive blood-colored palm headed straight for Yi Yuan through the air. Zhuge Qingxian was currently not far from Kanhua. Seeing the power of this palm, his gaze immediately turned intent. This palm was too terrifying. Even at his prime, he was absolutely unable to receive this palm too. Long Tongue's figure moved, directly blocking between the enormous palm and Yi Yuan, and swiftly smacked a palm out. Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm. Back then, he imparted this move to Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan already surpassed his predecessor. It was just that, how could the Long Tongue without a physical body be Kanhua's match? Sensing that terrifying palm behind, Yi Yuan turned his head back, and his eyes involuntarily turned bloodshot from anger.
No.
A resentful to the extreme emotion pent up in Yi Yuan's chest. Under the violent anger that attacked the heart, Yi Yuan's vision went dark, and he fainted away. Hoo-hoo! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Kanhua smiled lightly and did not think anything of Long Tongue at all. Long Tongue only felt like his soul was going to be scattered facing this palm. Too strong. The current Kanhua was even stronger than back then. Long Tongue slowly shut his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. Right at this time, waves of ripples suddenly flooded the space. A black, clothed person slowly walked out, lightly raised his palm and received that black-colored enormous palm. Then a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. That blood-colored enormous palm actually gradually dissipated into nothingness just like that. Kanhua's gaze turned intent. His expression became sullen. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Such a terrifying palm was actually blocked by this black-clothed person so nonchalantly. It looked like this black-clothed person's strength was actually not beneath Kanhua's. It's really you. You really didn't die, Kanhua said solemnly. That black-clothed person said coolly. You haven't died, so how could I dare? Humph. You're really lingering on relentlessly, Kanhua said with a cold snort. The one who's lingering on relentless should be you, right? Being suppressed so many times, you're still so persistent, the black-clothed person said. Kanhua's face turned black, and he said, suppressing this god you have to pay, at the cost of your life. This immortal grove region will eventually be this god's. You can stop daydreaming. With me around, you can forget about succeeding. Moreover, as long as Yi Yuan grows up, most likely, it wouldn't be suppressed so simply, the black-clothed person said coolly. Then, that will also have to wait until he grows up, Kanhua said with a cold snort. You can rest assured. With me around, he'll grow up. The black-clothed person's words exuded faint confidence. Long Tongue did not have the joy of surviving a disaster at all. His entire person was currently akin to being struck by lightning, staring fixedly at this black figure in front. The current Long Tongue was agitated until he shuddered all over. Even though the black-clothed person had his back facing him, he was too familiar with this person. Is it you? Long Tongue asked quiveringly. The black-clothed person's entire person was shrouded in the black cloak, unable to see his features at all. But these were all not obstacles to Long Tongue. The black-clothed person slowly turned around and opened his mouth to say, "Old partner, it's been hard on you these few years." Long Tang's entire body trembled. He opened his mouth but did not know what he should say. 50,000 years already. He had once harbored the mentality of getting lucky. 2. Thinking that this person did not die yet, and would still return to fight side by side with him. But Long Tongue silently waited for 50,000 years, and he did not return. Only all the way until Yi Yuan appeared did Long Tongue start a brand new life. Fighting side by side together with Yi Yuan, he felt like it was the same as before, making his hot blood boil. Long Tongue thought that he really died and would never come back anymore. But now he actually appeared miraculously. Unfortunately, Long Tongue was just an artifact spirit now and could not cry at all. Otherwise, he would really like to have a good cry. TSK. Today's moving scenes are really many. Not bad since you brothers have reunited, then go down below together and catch up about old times, Kanua said with a look of ridicule. The black-clothed person said to Long Tongue, "Catch up again later." Finished talking, the black-clothed person turned around and said to Kanua, "How dare the general of a defeated army speak of bravery?" Kanua said indifferently, "General of a defeated army? To think that you also dare to say it. That great battle 50,000 years ago, the victor was not decided yet. At present, this god had a huge increase in strength and wants to weigh whether or not your strength is sufficient to contend with this god." The black-clothed person said coolly, "As you wish." When Kanua saw the black-clothed person's composed look, his heart involuntarily sunk. But he was not that sort of character who could be frightened away with a roar. In the present divine realm, only this black-clothed person was able to contend with him. As long as he killed him, who else in this world could stop his footsteps of unifying the divine realm? The black-clothed person extended his hand and grabbed. A bizarre force instantly shuttled through the void. Yu Mengli's and Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Yu Mengli was unaware of what was going on. She only felt a blur before her eyes, and she actually returned to her original place. This shock was by no means insignificant. "Senior Long Teng, what's going on here?" Yu Mengli said to Long Teng. When Long Teng saw Fong Tian's move, his eyes lit up too. Seems like Fong Tian's strength was even stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Long Teng's heart was also put back in place. No need to panic. It's Brother Fong who teleported you guys back with his great magical ability. Today's situation already took a favorable turn. Long Teng said smilingly. "Brother Fong." Yu Mengli looked towards the black-clothed person with a puzzled look. "That's right. He's the vast heaven pagoda's previous owner, Fong Tian." Long Teng said with a smile. Yu Mengli's beautiful face was incomparably shocked, and she said in disbelief, "He's Senior Fong Tian? He's actually still alive." At this time, Fong Tian reached his hand out and beckoned. The vast heaven steel actually broke away from Yi Yuan of its own accord and flew into his hand. The feeling of a miss in Kanua's heart became stronger and stronger. After he obtained the Fiend Source bead, although his strength did not recover to its peak, it already recovered 70%. The current him was even stronger than when he encountered Fong Tian back then. Could it be that, in these 50,000 years, Fong Tian's strength had another significant increase? But in this age where it was unable to break through to deity realm, how could this possible? Rumble. All of a sudden, fiendish energy surged on Kanua's body. A black bead faded in and out on his forehead. A terrifying aura instantly swept across every corner. Two mighty supreme powerhouses matching powers, everyone had to give a wide berth. But under the monstrous fiendish energy, Fong Tian was composed and collected. People did not see him making any actions either. The vast heaven steel suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. Just this aura was far stronger than when in Yi Yuan's hands. Humph! Not seeing for 50,000 years, you're still using this move? Looks like you've exhausted your bag of tricks, Kanhua said with a cold snort. When Fang Tian heard that, he said coolly, dealing with you, this move is enough. Is that so? Then I'll let you have a taste of the means after this. God's strength has spiked greatly. Blood Fiend Storm. Kanhua kneaded seals with both hands. A terrifying storm instantly enveloped Fang Tian's figure. Immediately, there was a foul wind and rain of blood. This blood rain had extremely terrifying penetrative and corrosive ability. If ordinary martial artists were stained by a tiny bit, their souls would disintegrate at once too. However, situated deep inside it, Fang Tian was shrouded in layers by the light halo emitted on the vast heaven steel. No matter how the wind and rain battered, I stand steadfast as a rock. Heaven and earth throw. Right then, the vast heaven steel in Fang Tian's hands suddenly disappeared. Kanhua's pupils constricted. An enormous blood palm suddenly smacked out, wanting to resist the vast heaven steel's heaven-shaking throw. Bang! A terrifying collision, no idea how many times more intense than Yi Yuan's battle with Zhuge Qingxian prior to this. Everyone looked at those two figures in the sky with solemn looks. Even there, breathing stopped. These two people's victory and defeat, they determined the divine realm's future direction. It was not up to people to not feel deep anxiety. Rumble. Blood Fiend Storm abruptly scattered. Kanhua's figure actually flew out, backward. All of a sudden, Kanhua's fiendish energy diminished considerably. Seeing this scene, all of the Dragon Clan's members had greatly roused morale. On their faces, ha ha ha, one. This mysterious powerhouse is so powerful to actually be able to defeat even a deity realm powerhouse. Could he be a deity realm powerhouse too? Finally saved. I feel that today was just like being tormented in an oil bath, too terrifying. Kill the fiend race. For a moment, war cries filled the air. Go! Kanhua practically did not have the slightest hesitation and directly shattered space, bringing his group of subordinates and fled at a splitting pace. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed a few times and finally entered inside. 2. Kanhua fleeing in panic made everyone dance for joy. There was jubilation in the Dragon Clan. Today, virtually every clansman hovered between life and death. This impact on the mind simply made people break down. Among them, no one was happier than Long Tongue. Meeting Fang Tian again after a time interval of 50,000 years, the agitation in his heart could be imagined. Hoo, not seeing for 50,000 years, I didn't expect that brother Fang's strength is actually a magnitude greater. Long Tongue went up to greet with a smile. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for several tens of thousands of years. Through this short while of subsiding, Long Teng's emotions already stabilized, and he was not as agitated as before. But the joy revealed in his words was hard to conceal. But Fang Tian kept standing there and did not move, did not answer Long Tongue either. Long Teng's expression became ugly. A foreboding feeling welled up. Brother Fang, are you all right? Poo work. Suddenly, Fang Tian sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. His figure actually started teetering on the verge of collapse. Brother Fang. When Long Tongue saw the situation, he could not help turning pale with fright. Fang Tian waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Go to the Dragon Clan before talking. This scene made everyone's heart seize up again. Long Tongue's expression flickered incessantly, his heart suspending. At this time, in an open field, Zhuge Qingxian and Kanhua stood facing each other. Heaven-stabilizing Divine King TSK, if not for this seat rushing over in time, you would have become the Divine Realm's greatest laughingstock. Tomorrow, Kanhua looked at Heaven-stabilizing Divine King with a smile that was insincere. Zhuge Qingxian could not help choking up when he heard that. If other people said these words, he would have long exterminated the other party with a finger. But this one before his eyes was much stronger than him. Moreover, what Kanhua said was right. If not for him making it in time today, Zhuge Qingxian, this heaven stabilizing divine king who was known as the divine realm's #1, would become the entire divine realm's laughingstock tomorrow. At the thought of that scene earlier, he still had lingering fear in his heart. This Yi Yuan was too insidious. This guy actually plotted against him, wanting to kill him even at the risk of
mutuelle destruction.
The more he thought, the more uncontrollable Zhuge Qingxuan's rage became. He was confident that with his strength, even if Long Min and Yi Yuan teamed up, they absolutely could not keep him behind too. If not for Yi Yuan scheming against him, how could he possibly have a narrow shave with death? Of course, what he did not expect even more was that Yi Yuan really had the strength to make him bite the dust. It was just that in Zhuge Qingxuan's heart, he did not think that he was the loser. He was finding an excuse for his failure. Enough crap. What the hell do you want? Zhuge Qingxian said crossly. Heh, so brusque when talking. Is this the attitude that you should have towards your benefactor? Kanhua was not angry either and said with a faint smile. Otherwise, what do you think? What kind of attitude do you think I should have toward a member of the fiend race? Zhuge Qingxian said coldly. Ha ha. You're indeed as hypocritical as your ancestor. Suozong, this god is a heavenly fiend god. Could it be that you still want to be able to do immoral things while maintaining a good name in front of this god? Kanhua said. With a loud laugh, Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed, and he said, You know ancestor Zong. Ho, of course I know. We've even exchanged blows before. Back then, if not for him fleeing just before going into battle, absolute heaven might really have been able to slay you Ji and me. But this god didn't expect that his wise action of saving his own skin let his Tao legacy carry on for as long as 1,000,000 years, Kanhua said smilingly. Facing Kanhua, the divine realm's #1 heaven-stabilizing divine king actually had a feeling of being seen through too. This kind of feeling made Zhuge Qingxian very annoyed. Just spit out what you have to say. Kanhua smiled and said, Defect to this god. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression changed, and he said, Impossible. What if this god can let you attain the true divine realm's #1? Kanhua said with a smile that was not a smile. 5 days later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. Looking at this old man who practically crawled out from inside a coffin, the respect in Yi Yuan's heart spontaneously welled up. Yi Yuan pays respect to Senior Fang Tian. Fang Tian was thin and emaciated, his face without any color, looking just like a corpse. Yi Yuan was proficient in medicinal knowledge and saw through at a glance. Fang Tian practically turned himself into a living corpse in order to extend his longevity. Even so, he had also already reached the extent of oil giving out and the lamp expiring. Fang Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a look of relief, Good. Good. Each new generation really excels over the old one. Back then, this old man glimpsed heaven's secret, leaving the vast heaven steel in the endless world. Actually, I was very uncertain in my heart. I didn't expect that it actually ran into a prodigious talent like you. Yi Yuan's heart suddenly stirred, and he opened his mouth and said, Senior, could it be that you're the Heaven's Secret Tower's master? Also, that mysterious organization that resists the fiend race, could the mysterious powerhouse at the back be Senior? When Fang Tian heard that, he suddenly burst into laughter. Long Tongue similarly stroked his beard and smiled as he said, Brother Fang, you lost our bet. Fang Tian laughed loudly and said, Lost? I lost. However, this old man lost. Happily. For these 50,000 years, this old man has never been so happy. Like today before. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Tian laughed too hard and actually started coughing fiercely. Long Tongue's expression changed when he saw the situation. Brother Fang. Fang Tian waved his hand and said, No worries, this old man can't live for long in the first place. Being able to see Yi Yuan grow up, I can die in peace. 2. Ye Yuan. Long Tang's gaze involuntarily looked toward Yi Yuan and actually carried a pleading expression. Yi Yuan was a peak alchemy emperor who grasped divine Tao laws. If one wanted to save Fang Tian, nobody else was worthy except him. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said, Senior Fang Tian has probably already not taken action for many years in order to extend his life. This time, forcefully mobilizing essence energy, his vitality was used up. Even a divine pill likely has no power to turn the tables too. Long Tang's entire body trembled when he heard that, his eyes revealing a look of hopelessness. But Fang Tian smiled and said, My old partner, at our ripe old age, can't you see through it yet? Actually, I should have long died 50,000 years ago. Being able to live until now is already a profit. Long Tang had a pained look as he said, Seeing through life and death is easier said than done. Those deity realm powerhouses' lifespans are easily several tens of thousands of years. They were probably unwilling to turn to dust as well, right? Fang Tian smiled and said, Haha, what you said makes sense. This old man eked out a meager existence until this date. How is it not because I couldn't bear to die too? But at present my condition, death, is a release for this old man. Yi Yuan held his tongue by the side towards this pair of old brothers. Feelings he was able to understand. Even if Fang Tian reached half-deity realm, his lifespan would not increase by much either. At most, it was also just 20,000 years of lifespan. Being able to live until now, Fang Tian used God knows how many secret arts, and suffered how much torment. Yi Yuan thought about it and suddenly said, I have a prescription. If it reaches arcane insight rank, it can help Senior Fang Tian extend his life for some time. But at most, there's also just 3 years' time. Furthermore, within these 3 years, Senior Fang Tian mustn't take action anymore. Otherwise, you'll immediately lose your life. Yi Yuan's words made Fang Tian and Long Tang's eyes light up. Even 3 years, that is fine too, Long Tang said with a look of
Anticipation.
Fang Tian had a look of anticipation too. Present, fiend calamity was erupting. Heavenly fiend god Kanua's strength was even greater than in the past. Having him die just like this, he was really not willing. Moreover, he and Long Tang did not meet for 50,000 years. They finally managed to reunite. He did not wish to be separated by life and death from here on as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I have a pill formula in my hands. It is called Heavenly Fragrance Life Extending Pill. If ordinary martial artists consume it, extending longevity by 2,000 years is no issue. It's just that, Senior Fang Tian's current state, the effects are negligible. The spirit medicines that this pill formula requires are very rare too. I have the other spirit medicines in my hands. It's just that one of the core medicines is a 1,000,000-year-old ghost heavenly incense. It's hard to find in a short time. But Fang Tian laughed when he heard that and said, These few years, in order to extend my life, this old man can be said to have employed every trick up my sleeves. If it's spirit medicines, this old man found quite a few. I just happened to have this ghost heavenly incense. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression. The ghost heavenly incense was a life-extending medicine to begin with. He reckoned that Fang Tian should have it in his hands, that was why he would say it. Otherwise, if they could not find the spirit medicines and he said this kind of thing, wouldn't it be an empty dream? When Fang Tian saw Yi Yuan's expression, he immediately understood in his heart and secretly thought to himself what formidable wits this boy had. He had always been paying attention to Yi Yuan, but his understanding of Yi Yuan was mostly on the surface. Only now, after actually meeting Yi Yuan, did he know that this boy was truly very different. Yi Yuan put away the ghost heavenly incense and bid farewell to the two people. The two of you catch up on old times first. Yi Yuan will be right back. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Fang Tian said with a vicissitude of emotion. Old partner, I had always prided myself on being exceptional. But only when I saw Yi Yuan did I know that there's always someone better. Long Tang also stroked his beard and said with a smile, Haha, honestly, I've never believed that under this present heavenly Tao, there's still someone capable of surpassing you, all the way until I met Yi Yuan. You don't know how arrogant he was when he challenged the vast heaven pagoda back then. But I just couldn't do anything to him. This boy is simply a freak, refreshing my understanding of him again and again. Even until now, I also dare not say that I completely understand him. Fang Tian roared with laughter when he heard that and said, Ha ha ha. With Yi Yuan around, perhaps my divine realm really have hope. It's just too bad that he was born at the wrong time. If not for heavenly Tao being deficient, he might be able to reach senior absolute heaven, that kind of height. 2 days later, the pill tribulation descended. When Yi Yuan came out of the pill refinement room, it gave everyone a big fright. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have had a great illness, looking very dispirited. Yi Yuan, you? Long Tang said in surprise. But Yi Yuan himself did not care at all and grinned as he said, This heavenly, fragrance life extending pill's quality is a little better than I even imagined. Senior Fang Tian, quickly take it. Fang Tian received the medicinal pill and said with a touched expression, Thank you, Yi Yuan. With Yi Yuan's present realm making himself like this when refining pills, it could be imagined how much effort he put in. Probably even when refining pills for himself, Yi Yuan would not put so much effort either, right? Fang Tian knew that this was Yi Yuan repaying him, and it was also out of respect towards him. Of course, it was also likely on account of Long Ting's face. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan was a person who put relationship above all. Such a person was worthy and trusting to. Hoo-hoo. Senior is too polite. Extending your life until now you suffered pain that ordinary people cannot imagine. It was all for the divine realm. Senior did earth-shaking major things that were unbeknownst to the public. Yet Senior doesn't seek fame and wealth. Yi Yuan respects Senior deeply. It's just a shame that Yi Yuan is powerless to save the situation, Yi Yuan said, regretfully. Perhaps after cultivating alchemy Tao to a certain boundary, one could really defy the heavens. But the current Yi Yuan was clearly not equipped with that kind of power. A day later, Fang Tian completely refined the pill's medicinal strength. When he exited seclusion, Long Tang and Yi Yuan both looked at him with a look of anticipation. The current Fang Tian, his complexion was much better than a few days ago. On that close to zombified face earlier, now it actually had some additional color. How is it, Brother Fang? Long Ting asked rather anxiously. The specifics of what effects the medicinal pill had, only Fang Tian himself would know after he consumed it. Fang Tian smiled mysteriously at this time but extended 3 fingers. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's face revealed a disappointed expression, and he said with a bitter smile, In the end, can it only be 3 years? Long Tang was also depressed for a while but felt relieved very quickly. Patting Yi Yuan, he said, Yi Yuan, you've already tried your best. With Brother Fang's bodily condition, being able to extend longevity for 3 years is already a miracle. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Sigh. I thought that arcane insight rank would ultimately be a little better. But Fang Tian chuckled and said happily, Who told you guys 3 years? 30 years. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, your alchemy skills are simply heaven-defying. This old man's battered body you were actually even able to bring back from the dead truly broadened my horizons. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan himself was stunned too. Long Tang was stupefied first, then was immediately overjoyed and said, Brother Fang, really? You can't tease this old man. Fang Tian laughed and said, Bluff you for what? Yi Yuan only said 3 years' time previously too. I didn't harbor that much hope, feeling that being Able to have 1 or 2 years is already very good. But the more I refined the medicinal pill, the more shocked I became. This heavenly fragrance life extending pill simply seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. Not only did it recover most of the hidden injuries in my body, I even have 30 more years of lifespan out of thin air. How many years has it been? This old man has always suffered torment. Now, these pains were actually swept away clean. With this old man's age, I even nearly jumped up just now. Ha ha ha. It's really too great. Yi Yuan, you're also too conservative. Is this wanting to give this old man a whopping big surprise? Long Ting said, with a look of surprise. Yi Yuan himself also felt very surprised. But seeing Fang Tian and Long Tung, like so, he felt very happy too. Ho, honestly speaking, I myself felt very surprised too. The power of the Medicine God's soul cannon somewhat exceeds my imagination. However, Senior Fang Tian, you still can't employ essence energy right now. Otherwise, even immortals can't save you, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. The more he dug into the Medicine God's soul cannon, the more Yi Yuan discovered the extensiveness and profoundness of this divine Tao record. Looks like his path of alchemy Tao was also merely at the beginning. Fang Tian smiled and said, "You can rest assured, this old man naturally knows this point. Previously giving Kanhua a heavy blow, I believe he won't dare to anyhow make a move anymore either. At least, before his strength fully recovers, we should be safe," Yi Yuan said in surprise. His strength already reached such a realm. It's actually not fully recovered yet, Fang Tian said with vicissitudes of emotion. A heavenly fiend god's strength is correspondent with origin deity realm. This kind of existence, how could their strength be what we mere mortals are capable of imagining? In my view, his current strength at most also just recovered to around 70%. There's still some distance away from full recovery. Senior Fang Tian, your current realm is? Yi Yuan asked rather curiously. That great battle before, he was in the middle of a coma and did not see it with his own eyes. But for Fang Tian to be able to overpower heavenly fiend god Kanhua with his worn-out body, his grasp toward divine Tao laws had probably already reached an unimaginable level. Fang Tian smiled lightly and said, "If differentiating it according to the realms of divine Tao, I should already be in the heaven glimpse realm right now." Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath when he heard the divine Tao three great realms: Grotto Profound, Heaven Glimpse, and Origin. Fang Tian actually comprehended divine Tao laws to the realm of Heaven Glimpse. With half-deity realm, this talent was simply appalling to hear. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending divine Tao laws and knew the hardships involved. Furthermore, Sky Distance said before, the disparity between each major realm of divine Tao was even harder than cultivating from the essence Chi realm to deity realm added up. Without the support of divine Tao cultivation realm, wanting to comprehend divine Tao laws was doubly difficult. But Fang Tian actually relied on his own comprehension ability and forcefully comprehended divine Tao laws to such a boundary could simply be rated as freakish. Senior is truly formidable. Yi Yuan admires, Yi Yuan said from the bottom of his heart. In these 100,000 years, probably only Fang Tian alone was able to comprehend divine Tao laws to such a realm, right? It was just a shame that he currently had a dilapidated body. Otherwise, how could there be a chance for Kanhua to be cocky? Yi Yuan was currently lost in thought and suddenly discovered that Fang Tian and Long Tongue did not move. He lifted his head and looked, and discovered that the two people were both using a strange gaze to look at him. He could not help asking curiously, "Two seniors are?" Long Tongue scolded with a laugh. "You brat, deliberately exasperating people. Are you? To really talk about monstrous, probably nobody in this divine realm can compare to you, right?" Fang Tian smiled and said, "This old man has already cultivated for several tens of thousands of years, but you only truly immersed in the martial path. for 30 years, and your strength is already close to Zhuge Qingxuan's. To really compete in talent, this old man probably isn't even fit to carry your shoes. Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "Two, seniors are too kind. Yi Yuan doesn't mean that. It's just that the heaven glimpse deity realm is really far beyond reach to Yi Yuan." "Hoo-hoo. Doesn't this old man know you still?" Long Tongue said with a smile. But at this time, Fang Tian's expression became serious, and he opened his mouth to say, "Yi Yuan, are you planning on going to the God's Fall mountain range?" Yi Yuan was stupefied, not expecting that Fang Tian actually even knew about this. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Fang Tian smiled and explained, "Don't you forget. This old man set up the Heaven's Secret Tower." Yi Yuan said in puzzlement, "Could it be that Senior is really able to pry into Heaven's secrets?" Fang Tian smiled and recounted the events back then. It turned out that back then, Fang Tian's and Heavenly Fiend God Kanua's paramount great battle was fought for a full 9 days and nights. This battle truly fought until the heavens rend asunder and the earth cracked. Finally, both sides sustained heavy losses, but at the end of this battle, Fang Tian and the Heavenly Fiend God seemed to have triggered Heavenly Tao, and they actually experienced a trace of understanding. Ever since then, Fang Tian and the Heavenly Fiend God, both of them actually, had the ability to divine heaven's secrets. The Heavenly Fiend God was suppressed several times, and his strength did not recover fully in the first place. This battle with Fang Tian, he even greatly damaged his vitality and actually directly slumbered for as long as several tens of thousands of years. And Fang Tian also sustained serious injuries. He calculated heaven's secrets. Hence he fled to the endless world and left behind the vast heaven pagoda inheritance, then entered the God's Fall mountain range himself. Fang Tian pried into heaven's secrets and calculated that his path of survival lay in this God's Fall mountain range. In the God's Fall mountain range, Fang Tian chanced upon a fortuitous encounter, and eventually prolonged his feeble existence until now. Later, he calculated that the Heavenly Fiend God was about to come into being. Hence, he also chose to leave the God's Fall mountain range, wanting to seek out the Heavenly Fiend God. But this time, the Heavenly Fiend God became wiser. Moreover, he similarly had the ability to pry into heaven's secrets. Hence, the two people started to match powers in the dark, all the way until today. After Yi Yuan heard, he sighed unceasingly too. This confrontation that lasted 50,000 years, the final landing point lied on him. Fang Tian knew that he was already powerless to oppose the Heavenly Fiend God. The reason why he chose to come into being was just in order to protect a phase in Yi Yuan's journey. This favor could be said to be heavy. If not for Fang Tian's 50,000 years of eking out a meager existence, Yi Yuan would have already died in Kanua's hands several days ago. Then no one would be able to stop Kanua's footsteps in the divine realm anymore. Then, is Senior able to divine whether this trip of mine will be successful or not? Yi Yuan said. Regarding entering the God's Fall mountain range, Yi Yuan also had no confidence in his heart. Inside the God's Fall mountain range there were too many opportunities, but also too many dangers. The powerhouses who died in the God's Fall mountain range could be said to be too many to enumerate, but the Kunwu Divine Wood was in the depths of the God's Fall mountain range. Disregarding whether he could find it or not, the dangers on the way would be enough for him to choke on. Having someone who was capable of divining heaven's secrets in front of him at this time, Yi Yuan had no reason to not ask about good or ill luck. But Fang Tian smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Regarding your fate, I can only sense it vaguely, that Kanua is likewise the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to deal with you. Furthermore, this trip of yours is going to challenge Heavenly Tao. This is even more unable to conjecture. This trip, good or ill luck, is hard to predict." Everything regarding Yi Yuan, Fang Tian and Kanua were both unable to calculate entirely. As for the ranking of the 10 great divine kings, Fang Tian also determined it. Through the others, Yi Yuan's strength could not be guessed at all. The ranking that he gave Yi Yuan was 4th, but Yi Yuan nearly finished Zhuge Qingxian off. This was Yi Yuan's uncertainty. Yi Yuan could not help being rather disappointed, but had an additional hint of hidden worry towards the success or failure of this trip. Yi Yuan, this trip is too perilous. You'd best stay in the Dragon Clan and cultivate bitterly. Brother Fang has 30 years' time now. He scared away Kanua. I believe he wouldn't dare to act recklessly either. This time is sufficient for you to comprehend divine Tao laws. Long Tongue urged. Even Fang Tian could not guess good or ill luck. It indicated that the risk of Yi Yuan's trip was too great. Inside the God's Fall mountain range, everything had a possibility of happening. Even if you were son of heaven's mandate. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, if there's a possibility, of course I don't wish to take this risk. But now that it came to this, I must go to the God's Fall mountain range. Fang Tian also nodded and said, Kanua won't give us 30 years' time. In his current state, probably before long, he would be able to recover to his peak state. Furthermore, my understanding of him, when time passes, he'll definitely be able to perceive something amiss. Yi Yuan's time is too little. It's just that, Yi Yuan, can you tell me what do you want to go to the God's Fall mountain range for? He could only calculate that Yi Yuan wanted to go to the God's Fall mountain range. But to do what exactly, he could not calculate in the slightest. Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, straightaway briefly recounting the matter of the Tao-defying pill. After Fang Tian and Long Tongue heard, they both drew a cold breath. This matter even Long Tongue did not know either. Yi Yuan, I know that your alchemy Tao attainments are exceedingly high, but under the circumstances where heavenly Tao is missing, it's impossible for you to break through to deity realm. If you can succeed, the seniors would have long succeeded. Moreover, even if you successfully refine the Tao-defying pill without mystic qi flooding the body, you're likewise unable to reach deity realm. Fang Tian said. Wanting to reach the deity realm, mystic qi flooding the body was an indispensable step. But, in the current divine realm, the whereabouts of mystic qi had long already become unknown. Even if Yi Yuan's Tao-defying pill really had the effect of defying the heavens without mystic qi flooding the body, it would also be futile in the and hence Fang Tian and Long Tongue, the two of them, were not optimistic about Yi Yuan. In their view, Yi Yuan making use of this precious time to cultivate and comprehend divine Tao laws was the right path. But Yi Yuan clearly did not think so. Seniors, Kanua won't give us so much time. Moreover, wanting to kill Kanua, I'll have to comprehend to the origin deity realm at the very least. But even if I comprehend to the origin deity realm, I have no assurance in killing Kanua either. Therefore, the God's Fall mountain range is my only option. Yi Yuan said coolly. He had already made up his mind. No matter how Fang Tian and Long Tongue persuaded him, it would not change either. Moreover, Yi Yuan felt that his judgment was not wrong. He almost killed Yu Ji completely because Yu Ji was very weak. But Kanua was already not far from recovering to his peak. Even though he would be subjected to many limitations, he was still the divine
Realmes strongest existence.
Even if Yi Yuan comprehended to origin deity realm divine Tao laws, it was very hard to kill him too. Wanting to deal with Kanua, there was only one path to take. That was breaking through to the deity realm. Right then, somebody from the Dragon Clan came to report. The spirit Bristle, Divine King, had come to pay a visit. Tang Yun brought to them a piece of news that was not unexpected. The fiend calamity finally erupted. Except, the fiend race's might had exceeded everyone's expectations. The other 7 super holy lands outside of the Medicine King Hall forfell in enemies' hands all at once. These 4 super holy lands became the fiend race's domain within a few days. The Heavenly Sword Sect had long already existed in name only. The Holy City did not have any activities until now too. What remained was actually just one super holy land. This one super holy land was clearly already tottering on its feet. How could it resist the fiend race's cavalry? This way, the divine realm had virtually 1/3 of the territory, which ended up as the area that the fiend race occupied. Hearing this news, everyone was in deep shock. Kanua had long buried many chess pieces for the sake of today. Now that it erupted at once, it caught everyone by great surprise. These 8 great super holy lands more or less had heard about the matters of the fiend race, but they probably did not take it to heart at all. All the way until today, the fiend calamity erupted, instantly sweeping across over half of the divine realm with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering ears. Even though the divine realm still had many concealed forces, the nucleus was still with the 8 great super holy lands as the core. But now the 8 great super holy lands virtually all fell, stupefying all of the divine realm's martial artists all at once. Feng Tian let out a sigh and said, "Sigh. Looks like these several thousand years of crossing swords. This old man was utterly defeated. I didn't expect that Kanua actually already secretly developed his forces to such an extent." Yi Yuan consoled him. "Senior's achievements don't lie here. If not for Senior striking fear into him for several thousand years, Kanua wouldn't need to be secretive like so. Most likely, the fiend calamity would have long erupted several thousand years ago. Some things can't be helped. The only plan now is how to resist the fiend race's assault and not self-blame." Feng Tian was long an arrow at the end of its flight already. Many things were on having the heart but lacking the strength. Just by relying on the spirit bristle divine king, it was hard to support the overall situation. What Yi Yuan said is right, Brother Feng. Now that it came to this, talking about these is of no help to the matter too. We'd better discuss more on how we should handle the fiend race's invasion, Long Tongue said. Feng Tian sighed and said, "Under these circumstances, it's already not convenient for me to show my face. I believe Kanua won't easily make an appearance either. He and I should have a tacit understanding. Before having absolute assurance, it should be wait and see. Yi Yuan, I'm already mentally and physically exhausted now. This position of Mystic Gates Master will be handed to you." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Senior, you're..." Toward Feng Tian's action of shirking his responsibilities, Yi Yuan felt helpless. In Feng Tian's present state, it was indeed not suitable to show face anymore. Having him preside over this war, he was also indeed having the will, but lacking in strength. Feng Tian smiled and said, "This old man knows your intention, but this sort of situation presently, there must be a person who steps up and preside over the human races and fiend races' overall situation. Otherwise, the two races will plummet like water rushing down and covering hundreds of miles. Probably, before long, the entire divine realm would thoroughly be occupied by the enemy. If this mystic gate had a second person to take over, I wouldn't come and find you either." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Fine then. Then Yi Yuan will not decline the responsibility anymore. It's just that I hope that Brother Tang doesn't take things too hard." He knew that Teng Yun followed Feng Tian for very long, but this position of Mystic Gates Master, Feng Tian passed it to him. It was proper and reasonable that he had to apologize to Teng Yun. Teng Yun smiled and said, "This Tang is foolish," and reached a conclusion after examining myself that I don't have this ability to take on this great responsibility. No one is worthy of this position of master but you." Yi Yuan did not have much understanding toward Mystic Gate, this organization. Of course, it was not just Yi Yuan. The majority of the people in the divine realm had never heard of Mystic Gate. This organization, Yi Yuan only knew that people who possessed mystic rank tokens seemed to have very high statuses. But when Yi Yuan saw the 5 people in front of him, he was immediately stupefied. Spirit Bristle Divine King, Soul Martial Divine King, Heavenly Book Divine King, Void Distance Divine King, and Profound Wind Divine King. These 5 people were actually the Mystic Gate's 5 great mystic lords. Among the 10 great divine kings, there were actually half that were Fang Tian's men. This strength could virtually be said to occupy half of the divine realm's territory. Yi Yuan himself also did not expect that these 5 great divine kings would actually become his subordinates one day. Apart from the 5 great divine kings, the Mystic Gate's forces were also much larger than Yi Yuan imagined. Just the peak void mystic powerhouses that Fang Tian groomed were as many as several dozen. As for initial stage void mystic and divine king realm experts, there were even too many to enumerate. Even though this number was still far worse compared to the fiend race, it already greatly surprised Yi Yuan. It seemed like Fang Tian really made a lot of preparations for the sake of today. It was just that so many powerhouses were what Fang Tian spent thousands of years of hard work to nurture. He gave him the Mystic Gate without even batting an eyelid. This bearing was truly admirable. You guys hid from me so bitterly. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said, "Ho-ho, it's also useless to tell you early. It's also not late for you to know. But now we have to call you master too. This Zhong never would have thought that your speed of rising would actually be so swift." The soul martial divine King Zhong Zizhen said with a laugh. These 5 people, Yi Yuan naturally knew them. The one with the best relationship was the spirit bristle divine king and soul martial divine king. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The matter last time, still have to thank brother Zhong." What Yi Yuan was referring to was the matter of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. "Just a matter of lifting my hands," Zhong Zizhen said coolly. After a while of small talk, Yi Yuan's expression turned solemn and said, "My elder brothers, the fiend race great calamity is upon us now. Since this Yi succeeded this position of master, I'll have to look to elder brothers more for support in the future. At present, the fiend race calamity erupted. The fiend race's onslaught in unstoppable. Our Mystic Gate's first battle must be fought beautifully. Sect Master, there are people from the Dawn Heavenly Palace coming after from the east. The one taking the lead seems to be their palace lord, Qin Tianan. Sect Master, there are also people chasing over from the west. Seems like the Jive sect. Sect Master. Bad news came one after another. The ethereal sect's sect master, Lu Zijing, had never been so despaired before. 8 great super forces were actually just left with them in a blink of an eye. The ethereal sect was still fighting with the 7 Absolute City and the Dawn Heavenly Palace prior to this for the territory left behind from the Medicine King Hall's destruction. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, for great super holy lands all became the fiend race's territory. When the news came, Lu Zijing felt a cold wind blow down his back. Because these 4 great super holy lands' holy lords actually all became the fiend race's fiend slaves, became lackeys in the fiend race's hands. The 4 great holy lords actually brought their sect's powerhouses and charged over towards the ethereal sect from all directions. Fortunately, he reacted fast and immediately abandoned their foundation, before escaping the 4 great super holy lands' encirclement. Whatever foundation, whatever trump card, was all not worth mentioning in front of absolute strength. But at this time, these 4 great super holy lands already caught up. Furthermore, it was all the holy lords personally going into battle. He could still handle one, but how could he be a match for 4 great holy lords? What kind of attitude does the Su family's side have? Already reaching this point, could it be that they still want to live a reclusive life? Lu Zijing growled angrily. His fury was almost burning to the heavens already. Surveying the divine realm, there was actually no way out for him already. After evacuating the sect, there were only 2 places that he could go to. One was the demon region and the other was the 4 great families' place of seclusion. After careful consideration, Lu Zijing still decided to retreat to the Su family's territory of the 4 great families. Those who were not of one's race were surely not of one heart and mind. The human race and demon race had never had much interaction. At this time, it was clearly still the human race that was a bit more reliable. But who knew that they had already sent quite a few groups of people to the Sioux family, but the Sioux family's attitude had always been ambiguous and did not give a definite answer. With this to and fro, their best timing for escaping was also delayed. In a moment, the four great Holy Land's great army was going to wrap them up into dumplings already. Lu Zixing never dreamed that already reached such a critical juncture of life and death. The Sioux family actually stood idly by and did nothing to save. Could it be that they really thought that they were able to only care about themselves and disregard other people? Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Feng returned from the Sioux family. Suddenly, someone came forward to make a report. Lu Zixing's face lit up, and he hurriedly said, Quickly let him come. Over. Hang on. I'll go over myself. How could Lu Zixing still wait patiently? He dashed out with a lunge. Seeing Vice Sect Master Feng Tao, Lu Zixing hurriedly asked, How is it? What did the Sioux family say? Feng Tao's expression was incomparably ugly, and he said awkwardly, The Sioux family said, Asylum is okay, but the ethereal sect will have its name taken off the books from now on and merge into the Sioux family, becoming a subsidiary of the Sioux family. What? They are bullying people too far. Lu Zixing stomped his feet in anger. The calm and collectedness of the past were long tossed beyond the ninth heaven by him. This was simply looting a burning house. According to the Sioux family's terms, the ethereal sect's Tao teachings would die out from this point. Moreover, this sect master, would probably be swallowed by the Sioux family sooner or later. This wishful thinking was really calculated too well. Not good, sect master. All of our paths of retreat are already cut off. Right now, we only have the Sioux family, this path that can be taken. Suddenly a subordinate came up to give a report. Lu Zixing's expression turned as pale as paper. Gritting his teeth, he said, Go, agree to the Sioux family's terms first. Go in and then talk. At this time, the four great Super Holy Lands powerhouses already rushed over. Lu Zixing had no choice and could only retreat while fighting.
Miserable cries rang endlessly.
Lu Zixing's heart was dripping blood. He thought in his heart, after today's disaster passed, he would definitely find the Sioux family to settle this score well. At this time, the Sioux family was already waiting in full battle array. After all, the four great Super Holy Lands powerhouses were no joke. Not just the Sioux family, the other three families' powerhouses had also all gathered over here. Su Guangyin, this seat agrees to your terms. Quickly open up the clan, protecting grand array, and let us in. Lu Zixing said in a clear voice. The Sioux family's family head, Su Guangyin, was a void mystic powerhouse who had already touched upon divine Tao laws. He said in a clear voice, You swear a heavenly Tao oath first. If it's violated, your ethereal sect will die a horrible death from top to bottom. When Lu Zixing heard these words, hot blood rushed to his head, and he almost fainted away. This bunch of guys really did not commit themselves until success was certain. They had totally taken a fancy on the ethereal sect's inheritance. How was this saving people? Su Guangyin, IF*CK your uncle. You'll die a horrible death. Even if our ethereal sect is completely annihilated today, we won't condescend to you. All for the sake of overall interests either. I want to see how your Sioux family is going to give an account to the divine realm's martial artists. Lu Zixing became extremely angry and actually spewed out a mouthful of blood. But Su Guangyin gave a cold laugh and said, Then you don't need to worry about it. When your 8 great super holy lands tyrannically abused your power, when have you ever thought of our great families? Now that you met with difficulties, you know how to seek refuge with us? How can there be such a good thing? Lu Zixing clenched his teeth and yelled out, Ethereal sect's disciples, listen up. The Sioux family is inhumane and unjust, throwing a rock down the standing by when others are in peril. Today we'll fight to the death in front of their gates and use our deceased souls to curse them to die Horrible death. The ethereal sect's great army was forced into a dead end at this time. Each and every one of them became bound by a common hatred for the enemy instead. There was already no place for them to take shelter in this world anymore. It seemed like apart from fighting to the death, this one path they already had no paths to take. Fight! 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 Even a trapped beast would put up a desperate fight, let alone humans. The ethereal sect's powerhouses all surged with a brutal aura and actually slaughtered back. Ha ha ha! Lu Zixing, I urge you to surrender without resistance and become Lord Fiend God's fiend slave. Lord Fiend God will give you countless benefits, said the Dawn Heavenly Palace's palace lord, Qin Tiannan, with a loud laugh. Lu Zixing, you can still repent now and be saved, said the Ziwei sect's sect master. Lu Zixing's expression flickered incessantly, dumbstruck with amazement by this scene in front of him. These guys had actually fallen so far. He did not wish to become this kind of walking corpses whose minds and bodies were all enslaved. Becoming like this, he would rather die. Kill! Lu Zixing did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately charging forward. But the moment they exchanged blows, Lu Zixing discovered something amiss. His opponent was Qin Tiannan, but Qin Tiannan's strength was more than a magnitude stronger than before. His current strength was likely not at all inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings too. Bang! Qin Tiannan lifted his hand and gave a palm, directly smacked Lu Zixing. Flying. Ha ha ha, and saw that? If you surrender to Lord Fiend God now, I can still give you a chance, Qin Tiannan said with a big laugh. Lu Zixing gritted his teeth and said, You dream on, making me become like you. I'd rather die. There was not the slightest trace of mercy in Qin Tiannan's eyes as he said, indifferently, Since that's the case, then you can go and die already. Finish talking. Qin Tiannan's palm slapped down. Lu Zixing shut his eyes, waiting for death painfully. But this palm kept taking a long time to land. When he opened his eyes to take a look, he could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Profound wind divine king. Void distance divine king. Lu Zixing never dreamed that these two great divine kings would actually descend at the final juncture and save their ethereal sect. Lu Zixing, you're not bad. Got a bit of gut, said the profound wind divine king Wang Yifan. Lu Zixing was very forthright and said, Letting me become like them, I'd rate die. All right, leave the few of them to me. The rest, you shouldn't have a problem, right? The void distance divine king Yi Xing opened his mouth and said. Lu Zixing's face turned vicious, and he said, Of course there's no problem. Turning around, Lu Zixing charged into the crowd. Heh heh. Profound wind divine king. Void distance divine king. If it were before, we'd really not dare to provoke you guys. But now, what do you guys count for? Qin Tiannan walked wantonly. What we count for, you'll know very soon. The void distance divine king's indifferent voice sounded out, his figure suddenly vanishing. The void distance divine king's comprehension of spatial laws was exceedingly profound. Within a certain radius, he could virtually shuttle through space as he pleased. Hence, he was known as void distance. From a certain degree, he was very similar to Yi Yuan's greater teleportation art. But, just talking about movement technique, he was more powerful than Yi Yuan. When the four great titans saw this scene, their pupils involuntarily constricted, and they instinctively became vigilant. There's still me. Don't just care about guarding against him. The profound wind divine king smiled faintly. A storm rising out of nowhere. One after another, blade-like gale winds charged towards the four people. The four people were powerful too, each displaying their divine abilities, and actually became entangled in a struggle with the two great divine kings. Even though there were two great divine kings who joined in the ethereal sect, was still hopelessly outnumbered in the end. They had the will to kill the enemy, but their numbers were seriously at a disadvantage. For some time, the casualties were grievous. Right at this time, several hundred figures approached from far away, their speed exceedingly swift, joining the group battle very quickly. These several hundred people, the weakest was also Peak Divine King. After they joined the group battle, a massive change immediately happened to the battle situation. The joining of so many void mystic realm powerhouses, that was an overwhelming force. Unless there were 10 great divine king realm powerhouses coming to suppress. Otherwise, it was totally irresolvable. Even though these several hundred people were few, they were like tigers, entering a flock of lambs and started massacring wantonly. When the 4 great families saw this scene, their expressions could not help changing drastically. Who are all these people? When did so many void mystic realm powerhouses actually appear in the divine realm? Su Guangyin's face changed as he said, "You guys look, these people's arms are all tied with a piece of silk ribbon. On it was written the word mystic. It looks like they are from the same sect," said the Fong family's family head. "My God, we actually didn't know that the divine realm still had such a terrifying force. They all added up are enough to sweep across any faction." The Chung family's family head shuddered with fear when he saw these void mystic powerhouses. One had to know that a super holy land's void mystic powerhouses were merely 3 to 5. Those with a little more were also merely 9 or 10. The 4 great families had deep foundations. Each family also had merely 11 or 12 void mystic powerhouses. But this mysterious faction before their eyes actually possessed hundreds of void mystic powerhouses. This was too much. Brother Su, I feel that we can't watch from a hilltop while the 2 tigers fight anymore. In my view, these void mystic powerhouses are actually all just being commanded like foot soldiers. There are definitely even stronger powerhouses behind them. If we still look on with folded arms, it's hard to guarantee that this mysterious faction won't find trouble with our 4 great families. The Hu family's family head said with furrowed brows. Su Guangyin nodded his head and said in a loud voice, "Open the formation. Meet the enemy." The 4 great families were taken aback by the Mystic Gate's powerhouses. Power and no longer dared to hole up in their turtle shell, immediately charging out. With them joining in, this great battle showed an even more one-sided trend. After all, the 4 great families' strength foundation was even stronger than a super holy land. It was just that they normally revealed nothing. When Lu Zixing saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly and said, "Despicable villains who see which way the wind blows. The 4 great families are simply the disgrace of the human race." He did not conceal this voice. Everybody heard it. Su Guangyin's expression changed, but he endured it and did not flare up. At this time, the profound wind divine king and void distance divine king already thoroughly suppressed the 4 titans. The other martial artists' battles also became without the slightest meaning because of the addition of the Mystic Gate's powerhouses and the 4 great families. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred again. In the horizon, rolling demonic clouds suddenly rushed over here. It was actually the fiend race's great army rushing over. That surging fiendish energy made people's expression changed when they saw a powerful figure tore through the air and arrived, looked at the 2 great divine kings who were currently in the heat of battle, opened his mouth and said, "Kill them all for this seat." This figure was none other than precisely Fiend God Jialan. At this time, Fiend God Jialan already completely recovered his strength. Fiendish energy surging, looking very terrifying. What he brought were also all fiend race powerhouses, each and every one having extraordinary strength. They were actually not the slightest bit weaker compared to those Mystic Gate powerhouses. The physical bodies of fiend race powerhouses were extremely formidable. Moreover, fiendish energy's corrosion toward martial artists was very formidable. Same realm martial artists were completely unable to deal with a fiend race powerhouses. With no choice, those Mystic Gate powerhouses all got into groups of 2 or 3 and they dealt with a fiend together. Seeing this scene, Lu Zixing as well as Su Guangyin, these powerhouses expressions all changed greatly. It turned out that this was the fiend race's true strength. Such a great, powerful army. How should one resist? The originally one-sided situation actually reversed once more because of the addition of this batch of fiend race army. However, what made everyone feel even stifled in their hearts was still the fiend god Jialan, who was standing in the sky with glinting eyes. His aura was too powerful until it made everyone despair. Ha ha ha! Foolish humans. To actually dare oppose my supreme fiend race. This seat will send you all on your way right here. Jialan suddenly burst out laughing. A terrifying attack was already in the midst of accumulating power. Had not taken action yet, and all of the human powerhouses felt their hearts turn cold. Such a level of existence was totally not what they were capable of withstanding. Boom! Jialan's attack was unleashed brazenly, without the slightest hesitation. Once this large area of effect killing skill landed, who knew how many experts would be injured or killed? As for those fiend slaves' deaths, Jialan did not care at all. Ha ha ha! All go to hell! Jialan said with a hideous grin. A terrifying dragon roar suddenly surged to the sky. Coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Boom! At the critical moment, Yi Yuan finally rushed over, resolving this certain kill blow. Powerhouses the likes of Fiend God Jialan were not what ordinary people were capable of dealing with. Even if his realm was being suppressed at peak tier 9, his divine Dao martial techniques were also much stronger compared to ordinary martial artists. Jialan, your opponent is me. Yi Yuan looked at Jialan and said coldly. But Yi Yuan's sudden appearance did not move Jialan in the slightest. He looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Haha, boy, you grew up really quickly. I still remember when I just saw you, you were merely a heaven enlightenment realm rookie. Now your strength can actually contend head-on with this seat already. However, about your walking into a trap, this seat still welcomes it very much." Ha ha ha. Jialan laughed quite wildly, not putting Yi Yuan in his sights at all. Right at this moment, two more figures appeared out of the blue. The auras on them were actually not the least bit beneath Jialan's. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, did you think that us getting into a fight, the goal was really these people, this sort of trash? Our objective from the very beginning was you. Fiend God Jialan chortled with laughter. Regarding Yi Yuan falling into a heavy encirclement, he was incomparably delighted in his heart. He had suffered several major losses consecutively at Yi Yuan's hands and had long hated Yi Yuan to the bones, wishing that he could flay and swallow him alive. This time, the opportunity finally came. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Turns out that the dogs under Kanua are far from just you alone." The smile on Jialan's face abruptly disappeared, and he said furiously, "That mouth of yours. This seat will definitely tear it into pieces. There are a total of 6 great fiend gods under the 2 lords. This time all of them moved out for the sake of you. Brat, there's no escape from your doom this time." Far away, another 3 figures appeared. Those 3 fiend gods just watched from far away like this and did not seem to have the intention of coming forward to help. Yi Yuan's eyes raised slightly, and he said, "Looks like Yu-Ji, that old witch, joined hands with Kanua." This discovery made Yi Yuan rather surprised. He already guessed previously that the reason why Yu-Ji would recover her strength alone at the Moonhowl sect was likely because she was at odds with Kanua. He did not expect that they actually joined forces now. It was just that Yu-Ji being seriously injured by him, it was likely not that easy to recover in a short while. Rather, these 6 great fiend gods actually all fell under Kanua's command. In order to deal with him, Kanua actually sent all 6 great fiend gods out. It was truly a big move. Brat, come to a realization. Today, even the Jade Emperor can't save you, Jialan said with a hideous grin. Jialan, talking nonsense with him for what? Just kill him straight away. Seriously, dealing with a brat who isn't even at peak Divine King actually needed all 6 of us to move out. another fiend god said impatiently. Jia, you shut your mouth for this seat. Don't you forget. This battle, you all have to listen to this seat's dispatchment. This brat's strength isn't as simple as on the surface. If you underestimate him, you'll suffer a huge loss. Jialan said. The matter of Yu almost being killed did not transmit internally within the fiend race. The heavenly fiend gods were invincible existences in the eyes of the fiends. This kind of disgraceful thing, it was naturally impossible to announce it externally. Therefore, Jia and these fiend gods were unaware of Yu's matters. They had also exited seclusion not long and did not know of Yi Yuan's terror. In their view, how could an initial stage divine king human be worthy of taking so seriously? He Jialan, you were suppressed for too long and really became timid as a mouse. This brat, this seat can smack to death with one slap. That punk actually mobilized everyone and summoned all of us here, Jia said. Disdainfully, Jia's attitude also thoroughly enraged Jialan. He gave a cold laugh and said, all right then, all of us don't take action. Want to see how you'll slap him to death with one slap? Heh. Just you watch. Jia was very disdainful and struck an indifferent claw out. Cold piercing fiendish energy became an enormous black claw, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. The seemingly careless claw was downright powerful. Yi Yuan felt like the entire space seemed to be locked, unable to move a muscle at all. When Jialan saw the scene, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Actually, it was not just Jia. The other people were similarly very disdainful toward Yi Yuan. It was just that they did not express it, not letting them experience Yi Yuan's strength. They did not know how terrifying Yi Yuan was. Yi Yuan's current strength, he more or less knew a little. It absolutely could not be underestimated. Except to the current Yi Yuan, this bit of means was considered nothing at all. His body shook slightly and shook off this restraint. At the same time, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm emerged with a mad roar. This palm astounded the whole world. What a terrific heaven-surmounting divine king. This palm is too terrifying. No wonder he can rank as the fourth divine king. The strength is simply staggering. Haha. With the heaven-surmounting divine king, we're saved. The ethereal sex powerhouses immediately had a great boost in confidence when they saw this unbelievably powerful palm. And right as Yi Yuan made his move, the faces of the 6 great fiend gods, including Jialan, changed at the same time. Jia's expression changed even more dramatically, but it was already too late to want to change moves. Dragon roars lingered incessantly on the ears. It was only to hear a massive boom. Jia's body was directly struck, flying out far away. But Yi Yuan did not move in the slightest. These fiend gods had their realms suppressed by heavenly Tao. Even though they comprehended divine Tao laws, their strengths were actually not powerful to the extent where they were undefeatable. Their strength was at the very most more or less on par with the 10 great divine kings top 5. As for whose strength was a magnitude greater, it would have to depend on their respective means. Jia harbored a contemptuous heart. This claw did not use full strength in the end. How could he be Yi Yuan's match? Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being courteous. This palm landing, it directly dissipated quite a bit of Jia's fiendish energy, making his aura very faint all of a sudden. With this, how could those few fiend gods still dare to belittle Yi Yuan? Each and every one of them had solemn expressions, akin to facing a great enemy. Weren't you slapping people to death? Why were you almost smacked to death by him? Grow some brain cells before talking big. If the Son of Heaven's mandate was so easy to deal with, how could we have been suppressed for as long as 1,000,000 years? Idiot! Jialan found a chance and scolded Jia by enumerating his wrongdoings. Fervently, Jia's expression flickered incessantly, wanting to refute, but could not find an excuse. He bragged to the heavens earlier, but did not expect that the strength of This young man who was only initial stage divine king realm was actually so powerful. Jadi could only give a cold snort and stop speaking. All right, the three of us attack together. The three of you cheer us on by the side. Jalan instructed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, cheering on? Who told you guys that I came by? Myself? Kanua is also looking down on the human race too much. Is this really bullying that my race has nobody? While talking and laughing, three figures tore through the air and arrived. Was precisely the spirit bristle divine king, the soul martial divine king, as well as Long Min. These three great powerhouses were all divine king powerhouses who comprehended divine Tao laws. Their strength absolutely did not lose to these fiend gods. Placed in the divine Tao era, these three people were bound to be deity realm powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Jia Lan's expression changed drastically. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such powerful companions. The existence of the Mystic Gate was extremely secretive even in the entire divine realm. Apart from these divine king themselves, nobody knew at all. Today, the Mystic Gate finally revealed its fangs to the fiend race. Heh, you all are wary of this young master's voice of the dragon god. So, that's why you don't dare to let them attack together, right? It's just that. Dealing with the three of you, why would I need the voice of the dragon god? Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The evil extermination divine sword attacked fiercely, rushing towards Jialan Trio. Spirit Bristle Trio also did not say anything, immediately fighting together. With the other three great fiend gods, Yi Yuan fought 1-on-3, two great divine Tao laws intertwining, shuttled back and forth between the three great fiend gods and actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. The more Jialan fought, the more alarmed he got. He originally thought that he had cornered Yi Yuan, but did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually formidable to such a degree. Evil Extermination Sword and Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame were both the nemesis of the fiend race. Three great fiend gods surrounding and attacking Yi Yuan were like dealing with a porcupine. There was nowhere to get started. Fighting 3-on-1, no doubt it was hard for Yi Yuan to hurt them, but they could not do the slightest thing to Yi Yuan as well. The other side, in contrast, Spirit Bristle, the three of them were actually somewhat laboring to deal with the fiend gods. The six great fiend gods were former deity realm powerhouses in the end. Even though their cultivation realms were suppressed, it was still a notch above Spirit Bristle they all. Except Yi Yuan's restraining was too terrifying. Regardless of whether it was the evil extermination divine sword or cleansing sandal sacred flame, those were both deadly existences. Once they really got hit, even if they were fiend gods, they would also have to lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. The fiend race was exceedingly difficult to kill, but it was not that they were unkillable. Especially encountering someone like Yi Yuan, it was truly incomparably tricky. The heaven-surmounting divine king is so powerful to actually be able to battle three great fiend gods alone. No wonder he could get this title. His strength is probably not beneath the heaven-stabilizing divine king already, right? Yeah. You look at the spirit bristle divine king, they all being suppressed firmly by the other three great fiend gods. At this rate, they will be defeated sooner or later. Back then, the outside world still had many suspicions about the heaven-surmounting divine king. But I did not expect that the one who came forward at the final juncture to save us was actually him. Time will reveal a man's heart. The holy city is hailed as the divine realms hegemon. But I didn't expect that when the fiend calamity erupted, they actually did not have any activities at all. Truly disappointing to the max. Rather, the heaven-surmounting divine king and spirit bristle divine king, they all came forward without hesitation. Oh, right. I'd forgotten if you didn't mention it. The fiend calamity erupted. The 8 great super holy lands were virtually completely annihilated. Only the holy city didn't have movements so far. Could it be? The feelings of the masses manifested very quickly in front of this kind of Race extermination crisis. Yi Yuan used his actions and won everyone's respect. Furthermore, the holy city's strange behavior also aroused a lot of suspicions. The fiend calamity erupted but did not attack the holy city. Why was that? It was like some kind of tacit agreement was reached between the holy city and fiend race, each staying clear out of the other's lane. Don't dawdle with him anymore. Use the starburst grand art and directly blot him out. Jialan suddenly spoke up. Okay. Jia Di and the other fiend gods were also alarmed by Yi Yuan's strength and agreed without the slightest hesitation. The fiendish energy on the three people's bodies heaved in and out. Limitless. Fiendish energy instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. The three of them fired out spells in midair endlessly, forming an enormous, several human-sized black ball in midair. And Yi Yuan was directly engulfed by that black ball. This boundless fiendish energy was displayed by three great fiend gods joining hands. The power could be imagined. Following the fiendish energy injected by the three people becoming more and more, the energy undulations that surfaced inside this black ball became increasingly alarming. When the ethereal sex disciples saw this scene, all of them were jittery with fear and could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. One could imagine how much danger Yi Yuan, who was currently sealed inside the black ball, was in. Not good. This surge of energy undulation is too horrifying. The heaven surmounting divine king is in danger. When Lu Zixing saw this scene, his face could not help turning white as a sheet. At this time they already completely could not sense Yi Yuan's aura, and totally did not know what situation Yi Yuan inside the black ball was in. But he was completely powerless to do anything. With his strength, he would be one-shot by the fiend gods before even going close. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, if you can withstand this blow, this seat will kneel down and lick your shoes. Go to hell. Explode for me, Jialan said ferociously. Under his word of command, the three great fiend gods cast spells at the same time. Boo, boo, boo. A series of exploding sounds came from inside the black ball. This sound was unusually dull, making people feel extremely uncomfortable when transmitted out. It was as if their chest was struck by a sledgehammer. That black ball, under the impact of the energy internally, actually kept bulging non-stop, then returning to its original shape. It could be seen how great the energy undulations inside the black ball were. It's over now. These fiend gods are too powerful. Their methods are simply inconceivable. Could the heaven-surmounting divine king have? These fiends that call themselves fiend gods are likely deity realm powerhouses in the past. It's still hard for the heaven-surmounting divine king to beat four hands with two fists. Our greatest reliance is the heaven-surmounting divine king. If anything happens to him, we'll all have to die here today. Sensing the terrifying undulation coming out of the black ball, the human martial artists were all ashen pale, revealing looks of despair once more. Such horrifying energy detonating inside such a small space. Even the fiend gods themselves would probably be blasted to flying ash too, right? Ha ha ha, D. What son of heaven's mandate? Don't you still have to die in this seat's hands? Explode, explode, explode. Blast him to death for this seat. Jiadi's face was also incomparably excited. He was face-slapped by Yi Yuan just now and likewise hated Yi Yuan immensely. Now, even though it was borrowing two other people's strength, he killed Yi Yuan in the end. This made him feel incomparably liberated. The explosions inside the black ball lasted for a full 100 breaths of time. No matter what kind of powerhouse was inside such a powerful starburst, it could also turn them to dust. Of course, this was still primarily because the three people's fiendish energy was already unable to continue. In order to exterminate Yi Yuan, they virtually spared no effort. To be able to exhaust three great fiend gods' fiendish energy completely, it could be seen how terrifying the explosions inside the black ball were. The three great fiend gods stopped casting the spell. Each and every one of them was pale, turning white as a sheet, gasping heavily for air. They actually felt a sense of enervation. Gradually, the black ball finally dissipated. The scenery inside was also displayed before everyone's eyes. The human powerhouses did not even dare to look over at this side. They did not wish to have a blow dealt by the result of despair. Quickly look. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. The scene before their eyes astounded everyone. There were even quite a few fiend race and human martial artists who stopped fighting, looking over in that direction in disbelief, each and everyone transfixed like wooden chickens. The three great fiend gods' eyeballs nearly popped out. Jialan felt that this world was too preposterous. Jadi felt like something must be wrong with his eyes. Yi Yuan actually did not even lose a hair. He stood there perfectly well and never even moved before. What kind of joke is this? The Starburst Grand Art is a divine Tao martial technique. Back then, Lord Fiend God killed God knows how many human deity realm powerhouses with this move. This Yi Yuan is actually completely fine. A fiend race powerhouse was motionless as a wooden chicken, staring at this scene in disbelief. His opponent, a human powerhouse, saw him in a daze and quietly accumulated power and abruptly slashed a blade over. Blade landing, the person dead. A cloud of black gas flew out of the fleshy body and cried out weirdly, You're despicable." The human powerhouse laughed and said, "Haha, who asked you to be in a daze? What Lord Fiend God? I think it's better to change it to Lord Fiend Chicken. The few of them aren't even fit to carry shoes for our heaven-surmounting divine King.
Impossible.
This is absolutely impossible. How can you possibly be completely fine?" Jialan's expression turned deathly pale as he said in disbelief. Yi Yuan shot him a mocking glance and said coolly, "Is this the strength of you fiend gods? Seems like it's nothing more than this." Yi Yuan being safe and sound made the human martial artists feel greatly encouraged. This was simply something that one did not dare to imagine. Such a horrifying attack, and Yi Yuan's body actually did not even have a scratch. How in the world did you do it? The three of us casting the Starburst Grand Art, even if your fleshly body reached peak tier 9, it can also blast you into minced meat. You're actually completely fine, Jialan said, in disbelief. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course not. In order to withstand your lousy attack, I did indeed expend quite a bit of essence energy and physical strength. Now I'm incredibly weak." Everyone focused their eyes and looked. Sure enough, they discovered that Yi Yuan's essence energy was somewhat chaotic. It was just that the impact of the scene of him being perfectly unscathed was too great. Hence, it made everyone overlook this fact. But so what? Forcefully withstanding such an attack from three great fiend gods by himself, and actually did not even lose a strand of hair. Such means was simply unthinkable. The expression on Jialan's face was fascinating to the extreme. Yi Yuan's words were seriously damaging.
Impossible.
The three of us casting the Starburst Grand Art together. Absolutely no one under deity realm can block it. Jadi felt that this scene before his eyes was too unreal. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Looks like you all seem to be very interested. Let you all take a look then." Done talking. A layer of earth yellow light halo surfaced on Yi Yuan's body. Jialan's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, "Black Tortoise. Treasure body divine art." Without waiting for him to have his fill of shock yet, sword intent suddenly surged on Yi Yuan's body. Domain of sword. It was just that this time Yi Yuan's domain of sword was different from in the past. His domain of sword was a full 100 feet wide. His sword intent broke through. However, Jialan's astonishment had yet to ease up when Yi Yuan's domain of sword suddenly withdrew, condensing to just an area of 10 feet. Jialan's eyeballs almost popped out as he exclaimed in shock, "Condensing. Sword intent. Is this boy really a Tao profound martial artist?" Jialan felt that his worldview was almost crumbling. How could a Tao profound realm martial artist possibly comprehend divine Tao laws so casually? Condensing sword intent was not some incredible divine Tao law. It was just a flexibility exercise for sword domains. But even so, it was also not what a Tao profound realm martial artist could casually comprehend. Grasping this divine ability, it signified that Yi Yuan's control over sword intent reached a new level, concentrating a 100-foot area sword intent to a circumference of 10 feet could make this region of sword intent become even more solid. Regardless of whether it was defensive power or offensive power, it would all increase greatly. Yi Yuan's black tortoise treasure body divine art had already cultivated to the 9th level too. Even though it did not reach as freakish as divine Tao laws, the defensive power was also extremely shocking. With Yi Yuan's current defensive power, even if Yi Yuan stood there, peak void, mystic powerhouses could not breach his defenses either. These two superimposing together, the defensive power could simply be rated as perverse. Hence, even though the three great fiend gods used their utmost strength, they were still unable to break through Yi Yuan's defenses. Of course, although this kind of defense was powerful, Yi Yuan's consumption was very large too. Yi Yuan's current state was very poor as well. Consumptions of essence energy and physical strength were very huge, especially essence energy. The majority of the impact was withstood by his domain of sword. When the power really transmitted to Yi Yuan's fleshy body, it was only a very small portion, but his current imposing momentum thoroughly overshadowed the three great fiend gods. Jialan's expression changed, and he yelled, "Withdraw!" Finished talking, Jialan was the first to turn into an arc of flowing light, flying over towards the horizon. How could the other few great fiend gods dare to stay? They similarly abandoned their opponents and fled at a splitting pace. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help sneering coldly and said, "Since you came, how can you not leave behind a bit of a memento?" The 6 great fiend gods fled swiftly, but one of them was evidently much slower in speed. It was Jia Di. He was struck by Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm previously, and suffered some injuries in the first place, coupled with casting the starburst grand art, exhausting his fiendish energy completely. His present state was the worst among the 6 great fiend gods. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and his figure immediately vanished from where he was. Art of greater teleportation. The next instant, Yi Yuan already appeared in the place 1,000 feet away. From Jia Di. Roar. Voice of the dragon god. Jia Di's figure was akin to being struck by lightning, forcefully being affixed in the air. Bang. Jia Di's physical body was shocked into meat paste in virtually a blink of an eye. That extremely hard to tangle with physical body did not have the slightest chance to escape under the voice of the dragon god. Ark! A miserable cry came over. Jia Di only persevered for a breath of time and was shocked until his soul dissipated. This Jia Di's fiendish energy was exhausted completely to begin with and was incomparably frail. How could he withstand the impact of the voice of the dragon god? One roar and the fiend god was dead. Even though that consumption previously was rather huge, just one breath of time, he could still barely manage to support it. The current Yi Yuan stood in the air, akin to a battle god descending upon the world, scaring the other 5 great fiend gods until they were overwhelmed by terror. How could they still dare to remain? Each and every one urged fiendish energy to the limits and fled without even turning their heads back. Once the fiend gods left, those fiends and fiend slaves became even more overwhelmed. The human powerhouses morale soared, and they directly pounced over. The fiend race fought while beating a retreat, returning in great defeat. Ha ha ha, we won. Long live the heaven-surmounting divine king. The heaven-surmounting divine king is mighty. This battle was a complete victory. By slaying a fiend god, Yi Yuan was already viewed by them as a godlike existence. The human martial artists were all incomparably excited. Looking at the Yi Yuan in the sky, their faces were full of worship. From being besieged on all sides to gaining a complete victory, the ethereal sex battle was fought to one's heart's content. This kind of refreshing feeling practically made every pore of theirs open up and relax. But the faces of Su Guangyin and the four great families' powerhouses were not too good. The heaven-surmounting divine king was clearly targeting the fiend race. But they actually refused to help the ethereal sect previously. If the heaven-surmounting divine king squared the accounts after the harvest, they would find themselves in serious trouble. After a bout of celebration, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "The fiend race's might. I believe that you all have already felt it profoundly." Everyone all secretly nodded their heads. After the excitement, each and every one of them also had lingering fear in their hearts when they recalled the fiend race's might. Although this battle was won, it was a Pyrrhic victory too. Putting aside the fiend race martial artists, just those fiend slaves, their strengths were already much stronger compared to them before, while the fiend race martial artists' strengths were even more terrifyingly powerful. In the same realm, fighting one-on-two was no problem at all. Furthermore, they also discovered that the fiend race was very difficult to be killed. Such an opponent seriously made people despair. Today, if not for the heaven-surmounting divine king battling the three great fiend gods, forget about the ethereal sect, even the four great families would probably be utterly exterminated too. Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone and spoke up again. He said, "The human race has already reached the point of life and death. Sectarian bias will only hasten our destruction. Starting from today, my mystic gate will come into being and resist the fiend race. My mystic gate welcomes any human martial artist in the divine realm to join. When the fiend race is quelled and wiped out, the mystic gate will immediately disband. Mountains and rivers shattered, sects collapsed. How many living creatures turned to ashes?" When all the human martial artists were at feeling the most hesitant and lost, the appearance of the mystic gate was like raising up a flag banner, letting people find the way. The fiend race wreaked havoc. The human territories virtually had no place for them to shelter themselves already. The fiend race was too powerful. Putting aside their formidable strength, they could even turn human martial artists into fiend slaves. The more they fought, the more there were, just like a plague. Did you guys hear? The heaven-surmounting divine king formed an organization called Mystic Gate, which specializes in dealing with the fiend race. I'm going to seek refuge with the Mystic Gate right now. The holy city, that bunch of guys, is simply trash. They normally make use of the alchemist association and accumulate wealth greedily without restraint. Now that the human race is in danger, they don't even let out a fart. What a disappointment. The heaven-surmounting divine king is the hero in troubled times. I heard that the ethereal sect battle, he resisted three great fiend gods by himself. Not only was he completely unscathed, he even slew a fiend god. Truly too powerful. Fiend gods are former deity realm powerhouses. I heard that they were totally unkillable. Even the divine Tao era's major powers could only suppress them. But the heaven-surmounting divine king actually cut down a fiend god. His strength is simply unimaginable. With the ethereal sect battle, Yi Yuan's reputation spread among the human race powerhouses very quickly. Following the fiend calamity's eruption, they already gradually realized that this was a race extermination crisis. The fiend race's aggressiveness was too strong, virtually unable to eradicate them totally. After all, people who were able to be like Yi Yuan, directly killing the fiend race, were not many. For some time, countless human powerhouses flocked towards the demon region, one after another. At this time, inside the Dragon Clan, many powerhouses were gathered together. Your Excellency, the four symbols family clans already each hewed out some areas to use to help settle down the human race martial artists. However, some martial artists are not that compliant with the rules. Incidents of creating a disturbance happen time and again. The one currently reporting to Yi Yuan about the settlement situation of the human martial artists was precisely the Chao Yunji who had a hand cut off by
Ye Yuan.
Yi Yuan also did not think that this Chao Yunji was a skilled manager. He arranged an elder position for Chao Yunji. His status in the Mystic Gate was second only to the various major mystic lords. This arrangement made Chao Yunji extremely excited. Chao Yunji, this person, had a great desire for fame and wealth. Yi Yuan gave him a lot of authority as well. This made him extremely satisfied, settling down all sorts of bad characters every day for all that he was worth. Of course, settling down was just the first step. More importantly was still management. The divine realm's martial artists numbered more than billions. Even though the ones that flooded in were just a very small portion of it, the number was also extremely massive. Among them, the majority of the people were all itinerant cultivators and were even stubborn and unruly. How to make these people wait obediently was a major academic question in itself. Chao Yunji racked his brains every day, running back and forth between these settlement locations, but also enjoyed it without feeling tired. Hearing Chao Yunji's report, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Use severe punishment in troubled times. Don't need to be courteous with them. Those who cause trouble must be severely punished. One person causes trouble, punish one person. One family clan cause trouble, expel the family clan out of the demon region. About this you don't need me to teach you, right? Rather, how's the completion of the army's recruitment going?" Chao Yunji revealed a troubled look and said, "Replying, Your Excellency, right? Now, according to Your Excellency's method of drawing 1 in every 10, we've already recruited the first batch of our army. Right now, these people are already thrown into training. Before long, they will be able to go into battle and kill the enemy." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Pretty well done. With the war starting, there's also not much time to train anymore. My requirement for them isn't high either. As long as they can defend the demon region, it's enough. This human-fiend war ultimately still has to fall on the two great heavenly fiend gods. If they don't die, the war will never be able to end. The martial artist world's wars were forever that pinnacle great battle. The rest were merely fish in the moat caught in the crossfire. Only the victor between Kanhua and Yi Yuan could win the final victory of this. Va! Ha! Big brother, you fought 3 great fiend gods alone. This battle was truly uplifting. At present, the White Tiger clan has already merged into one with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan and became one family. Our demon region has already banded together into one rope. As long as you, big brother, have any instructions, my White Tiger clan will forge ahead unflinchingly, even if we have to go through fire and water. These few days that Yi Yuan was not around, White Light already grew to become a true powerhouse. He practically used his strength alone and united the White Tiger clan. The present White Light's strength was already comparable to the 10 great divine kings. His strength was very terrifying. Yi Yuan, if the Heaven's Secret Tower redo the rankings now, you'd probably already be the well-deserved number 1 divine king. Even Zhuge Qingxian likely can't match up to you as well, Teng Yun said with a laugh. Witnessing Yi Yuan's freakish defensive power on that day, Teng Yun was already utterly convinced. That kind of attack, he touched his heart and was certain that he absolutely could not withstand it either. And if letting him unleash an attack, although his 9-sun burning heaven was powerful, it did not reach the 3 great fiend gods level either. If one could not breach Yi Yuan's defenses, everything was in vain. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Zhuge Qingxian is merely a clown jumping around. This young master has never placed him in my sights. What I'm truly worried about is still Kanhua and Yu Ji. Brother Teng, with that battle that day, the fiend race should restrain themselves a little now. Tomorrow I plan on setting off for the Godfalls mountain range. The matters of the Mystic Gate will be entrusted to you." Are you really going? Teng Yun could not help choking up when he heard that. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually setting off so soon. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Kanua muffling the war drums and lowering the banners, he must be preparing for his final breakthrough. Once he fully recovers to strength rivaling origin deity realm, none of us will be his match. The present divine realm doesn't have a staggering major power like senior absolute heaven anymore. Hence, ordinary methods cannot possibly salvage the human race's losing trend at all. Cultivating by following standard routine is just sitting and waiting for death. Tung Yun also heaved a sigh when he heard and said, The God's Fall mountain range is too perilous. That Kunwu divine wood is even harder to deal with. This trip of yours, you need to take good care of yourself. You're the human race's only hope. Even if it's for the human race, nothing must happen to you. 2. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Isn't it said that I'm the son of heaven's mandate? How can I die so easily? Brother Ting, rest assured. Maybe when I return, I'll become the divine realm's first deity realm powerhouse in 100,000 years. Yi Yuan was laughing, but the rest could not laugh. It was indeed very difficult for them to face the fiend race's attack. But the danger that Yi Yuan was facing was 100 times greater than theirs. The divine realm's powerhouses, even if it was heaven stabilizing and spirit bristle, this kind of powerhouses did not dare to venture too deep into the God's Fall mountain range either. But Yi Yuan had to enter into the depths of the God's Fall mountain range in order to search for the Kunwu divine wood this time. It was said that that place, even if deity realm powerhouses entered, it was almost certain death too. This departure, good or ill luck, was hard to predict. Furthermore, even if he really found the Kunwu divine wood, could he really break through to the deity realm? With heavenly Tao being missing presently, who dared to utter such big talk? I'll accompany you and go together, big brother, White Light said without any hesitation. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Ha ha! You're my good brother. The God's Fall mountain range was vast, beyond hundreds of millions of miles. It was at the extreme southern land of the divine realm. Nobody knew where its end lay, because no one could fly over the Godfall's mountain range. Deity realm powerhouses could not as well. According to the legends of the divine realm, it was unknown how many deity realm powerhouses had fallen before in the God's Fall mountain range. There had once been a deity realm powerhouse who attempted to forcefully fly through, but the further he flew, the more unstable the space was. A moment of carelessness and it was hard for deity realm powerhouses to survive too. But it seemed like in the divine Tao era, even if those deity realm powerhouses knew that this place was incomparably dangerous, they still swarmed over to this place like a flock of ducks. Even if they were buried here, they would not flinch either. Why they did this had long already become a mystery. In the course of time, this place was termed God's Fall mountain range. But to the present divine realm's powerhouses, the God's Fall mountain range was a treasure land. Although this place was dangerous, it also contained countless opportunities. In the stream of people, 4 figures were moving slowly. These 4 people were precisely the Yi Yuan White Light lure as well as Yu Mengli, who came from afar. Coming to the God's Fall mountain range this time, Yi Yuan's party made considerable changes to their appearances and also took essence-sealing pills, suppressing their realms to the boundary of 7th to 8th level Tao. Profound. There was no guarantee that there would not be fiend race spies at the God's Fall mountain range. If they became aware of it, it would be no small danger to them. Dealing with 3 fiend gods, Yi Yuan could still cope with it. But if 5 attacked together, the result would be hard to say. Big brother, why are there so many people at this God's Fall mountain ranges? Entrance. White Light wondered. The fiend calamity erupted. Apart from the Mystic Gate, probably only the God's Fall mountain range is the safest. But those who dare to come here more or less have some strength too, Yi Yuan said. Coming to the God's Fall mountain range to take refuge, are these people crazy? Before waiting for the fiend calamity to pass, they would probably all have to die here, White Light said. Them coming here is nothing more than seizing that feeble ray of hope, wanting to obtain a supreme inheritance here and possess the strength to protect themselves. Yi Yuan said coolly. Heh, the fiend calamity erupting. All of them are thinking of escaping. They would rather face near-certain death here to seek out lucky chances than be willing to face the fiend race head-on. Truly lamentable. Even if these people obtained supreme inheritances, would they really be like you and Senior Fong Tian, fighting for the human race? White Light said disdainfully. Yi Yuan also heaved a sigh and said, leave everything up to fate. Perhaps among these people there would really be somebody who can obtain a heaven-defying legacy and break through the shackles? Heaven will always leave a door open. If I can't do it, I also hope that others can come forward. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan also had no assurance in his heart whether he could succeed or not. Putting aside whether or not he could find the Kunwu Divine Wood, even if he really found it, he was not confident enough that the Tao-defying pill was truly able to traverse while defying Tao. Yi Yuan did not have any assurance at all. Quickly go over and take a look. I heard that the heaven-surmounting Divine King also came to the Godsfall mountain range. What? Heaven-surmounting Divine King? He's a great hero of the human race. Isn't he currently resisting the fiend race at the demon region right now? How could he appear here? I heard that he wanted to come here to look for an opportunity to break through and fight against the fiend race. Then what are we still waiting for? Hurry and go take a look. The four people were currently walking through the mountain path when they suddenly heard a group of people currently discussing animatedly. Hearing these remarks, the other three people all used strange expressions to look at Yi Yuan. The heaven-surmounting Divine King really came. But looking at those few people's attitudes, they were clearly not here for Yi Yuan. Could it be that there was a second heaven-surmounting Divine King? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, looking at me for what? Wouldn't we know if we go over and take a look? White Light laughed and said, haha, of course we have to go and take a look. I want to see just what kind of character this heaven-surmounting Divine King is. At this time, a 7th-level Tao profound martial artist coincidentally walked past them. Hearing White Light's burst of laughter, he could not help saying puzzledly, you all never even heard of the heaven-surmounting Divine King? Truly too out of touch with the outside world and ignorant of the state of affairs. Right now, the fiend race is wreaking havoc and the 6 great fiend god powerhouses are glaring like ravening tigers. That day, the ethereal sect battle, the ethereal sect originally already lost all hope. But the heaven-surmounting Divine King suddenly descended from the sky. A dragon roar reverberated throughout heaven and earth, directly shocking one of the 6 great fiend gods to death, while the other 5 were seriously injured and fled. This martial artist spoke eloquently and unceasingly, narrating Yi Yuan's valiant achievements, making Yi Yuan click his tongue in wonder too. From this guy's mouth, he was simply deified already. Yu Mengli and Luer both covered their mouths and laughed, laughing until Yi Yuan's face turned somewhat red. But that person was overflowing with enthusiasm, as he explained at one side. He was also embarrassed to chase the person away and could only thicken his face and resign himself to it. Not far ahead was a piece of empty lot. At this time, a large group of people already crowded around on the empty space. In the middle, a white-clothed youth had an imposing aura, valiant and heroic in bearing, with somewhat the air of an expert. A man and a woman even stood beside the youth. The male was equally young and the woman was also quite attractive. Lord Yi Yuan, can you tell us about the situation of the ethereal sect battle? We've already admired your demeanor for a long time, a martial artist said with a captivated look. That white-clothed youth smiled faintly and said, of course, this young master knows that there are rumors in the outside world right now. Actually, those 6 great fiend gods were merely so. Back then, this young master's heaven-shattering dragon roar, one move, shocked them until they wet their pants in terror. The white-clothed youth was very eloquent, describing the ethereal sect battle. with a lively description, as if he really experienced it personally. The crowd on the sidelines had looks of admiration when they heard. A series of praises and gasps lingered on incessantly. The heaven-surmounting divine king is truly our human race's hero. The heaven-surmounting divine king is mighty. Oh, right, Lord Yi Yuan, since those fiend gods were so frail to not even be able to withstand a single blow, why didn't you eradicate them straight away, and still come to this Godsfall mountain range to train? Someone suddenly asked. Fake Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, what do you guys know? The fiend races strongest isn't just the fiend gods. They are merely small fries. The powerhouse behind them is this fiend calamity's true instigator. This young master's strength is still some distance away from him. Hence, that's why I came to the Godsfall mountain range to train, to find an opportunity to break through, before I can lead the human race to slaughter back. When Yi Yuan four people heard his words, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder too. There were even stronger existences behind the fiend gods. However, this point, barely anyone knew about this in the divine realm. This fake Yi Yuan actually knew about such things. Yi Yuan was currently watching avidly, when he suddenly noticed that Luer, who was by the side, was rather sullen, and could not help asking curiously, "What's wrong, Luer? Who bullied you?" Luer pursed her lips and said with an unhappy look, "Young master, you look at that one beside him, that must be white light. Also, that woman, it must be
Elder Sister Leah."
Yi Yuan was stunned and did not quite understand it. Rather, it was Lear who covered her mouth and laughed. Moving beside Yi Yuan's ear, she said softly, "Younger sister Luer is angry. Since they were already impersonating, why was it missing her?" Only when Yi Yuan heard it did he come to a sudden realization. He could not help laughing as he said, "Hoo-hoo, in the future, no matter where I go, I'll bring along my Luer. This way they will know that there's a beautiful and lovely Luer beside young master, all right?" Luer was overjoyed the moment she heard and said, "You were the one who said it, young master." Right at this time, a middle-aged man suddenly dashed out. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said with a cold sneer, "Hey, you say that you're the heaven-surmounting divine king. Means you're the heaven-surmounting divine king? What kind of strength does the heaven-surmounting divine king possess? Why would he mingle together with us, these people? In my view, you're a fake heaven-surmounting divine king." This middle-aged man's actions made everyone jump in fright. Up until now, there were people who doubted fake Yi Yuan's identity before, but no one really dared to come forward to provoke. After all, Yi Yuan's current prestige was unparalleled. Such provocation, a single misstep would incur a fatal disaster for oneself. Everyone all looked toward this Yi Yuan, wanting to see how he would respond. Who knew that Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Everybody knows that this young master's strongest martial technique is the heaven-shattering dragon roar. But once this move is unleashed, probably no one on the scene can survive. This brother, if you don't believe this young master's identity, just feel free to unleash a move at this young master. This young master absolutely won't retaliate. No matter what." This calm composure made quite a few people accept his identity already. This was the demeanor that an expert should have. Heh, bragging got to have a limit too. Not fighting back, I want to see how much capability you have. The middle-aged martial artist gave a cold laugh.
A saber se o den lhes lashed.
Out, its impetus exceedingly shocking. Seeing this move, everyone's expressions immediately changed greatly. If this blade's power really cleaved down, even a void mystic powerhouse would be split into two with one blow as well. However, a scene that made people even more astonished occurred. When this blade reached 20 feet away from his body, it was no longer able to advance an inch further. "Es so strong." There was a series of exclamations, all being stunned by this scene. But when White Light saw this scene, he smirked and said disdainfully, throwing mist over people's eyes, "Shameless." The real Yi Yuan smiled and said, people who understanding divine Tao laws in the divine realm are too few. Even void mystic realm powerhouses don't know much either. This person's strength is already pretty good. It's just that this acting is truly a bit too fake. Yi Yuan's perception was extremely acute. Boom! Yi Yuan's entire body shook, immediately sending that middle-aged man flying. That middle-aged man already had a look of admiration at this time. Bowing towards Yi Yuan, in a salute, he said, "Many thanks, heaven surmounting divine king, for showing mercy. This lowly one has eyes but can't see and affronted your excellency. I hope that your excellency can pardon the offense." Legends say that the heaven-surmounting divine king's power of domain is unparalleled under the heavens and can forcefully withstand the attacks of a fiend god without a scratch. With your excellency's strength, if you're not the heaven-surmounting divine king, who else dares to admit it under the heavens? The middle-aged man's words utterly dispelled everyone's suspicions. This Yi Yuan was virtually identical to the one in the rumors. Not only was his strength very terrifying, he even had his close brother, White Light, and his soulmate by his side. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "No worries. This young master's tolerance isn't that small yet." This young master was originally cultivating in the God's Fall mountain range. I heard that there are quite a few of my human race martial artists entering the God's Fall mountain range. That's why I specially came out of seclusion. At present, my human race is facing a race extermination crisis. Every martial artist's life is very precious. This God's Fall mountain range is very dangerous. This young master also faces a narrow chance of survival inside. But this period of time, this young master has pretty much figured out the terrain and area within the forbidden area, and drew it into a map, marking out the dangerous places inside. The moment Yi Yuan said this, a look of elation immediately appeared on the group of martial artists' faces. This God's Fall mountain range was abnormally dangerous. If not for having no choice, they really would not dare come here to seek out opportunities. Those who dared to enter the God's Fall mountain range had to at least be divine King realm powerhouses too. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. If there was a God's Fall mountain range map, then it would be completely different. At least it could greatly increase their chances of survival. The heaven-surmounting divine king is indeed well deserving of being our human race's leader. Such a valuable thing, and he's actually willing to take it out to share with everybody too. I harbored the resolve to win or die trying coming to the God's Fall mountain range this time. The heaven-surmounting divine king's map is absolutely able to increase the chances for me. There's actually still such a good thing. The heaven-surmounting divine king's bearing is truly incomparable. The group of people guessed what Yi Yuan was going to do, and they all looked incomparably excited. This sort of good thing, nobody would refuse it either. Who knew that Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Usually this map would be given for free to everyone. There's no harm either. It's just that everyone also knows that my mystic gate is defending alone, and the war affair is critical. All kinds of resources are in short supply. Among these, there's especially a shortage of spirit medicines. You all came to this God's Fall mountain range to seek a slim chance of survival. It's likewise making a contribution to the human race. I feel relieved. It's just that the other martial artists are killing the enemy at the front and requires everyone's support even more. I hope that everyone can loosen your purse strings liberally and support my human race's warriors. Of course, this young master won't insist on you all taking out how much, just depends on everyone's thoughts. How's that?" With this said, a hint of a smile involuntarily surfaced on the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, immediately understanding this fake Yi Yuan's objective. Going this one big circle, it was merely to borrow his name to earn money. Dishonestly, but this guy's words were said extremely beautifully, making people all unable to refrain from gasping in admiration. He said that he would not force, but there were no less than 400 to 500 martial artists present. How could there really be people who had the nerve to take worthless things to serve as a stopgap? After all, he was standing on the grounds of the human race's righteous cause. The moment his voice faded, the middle-aged martial artist who previously questioned him was immediately the first one to step forward and respond. Your Excellency exhausted your energy and racked your brains for my human race. How can we be stingy? Moreover, this map is too important to use. Can even be said to be a life-saving object. I'm willing to take out 3 stalks of Tier 9 spirit medicines as well as 5,000 high-grade heavenly essence crystals to exchange for a copy of the map, said the middle-aged martial artist. With him saying so, everyone's expression changed. This middle-aged martial artist set the price straight away the moment he spoke up. If the things that they took out were too shabby, wouldn't they be despised to death by others? Finished talking, the middle-aged martial artist was ambiguous as well, directly handing 3 stalks of Tier 9 spirit medicines and 5,000 high-grade heavenly essence crystals to White Light's hands and swapped for a map. But when the others saw the situation, they were still somewhat hesitant. It was just that the allure of the map was huge for them. All of them were not willing to leave. That middle-aged martial artist gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, "You guys are really too stingy to pull out even a hair. Our compatriots are killing the enemy in front. No idea how many died and are in urgent need of our resources to go save lives. But you guys are all actually so miserly. Truly disappointing to the extreme. With this, how could those people still keep their dignity, all loosening their purse strings generously one after another? Give me a map. I'll offer 4 stalks of Tier 9 spirit medicine. Give me a copy too. I don't have Tier 9 spirit medicines on me. I'll use top-grade heavenly essence crystals to pay it off then." Normally, they definitely would not be like this. But under the crisis of race extermination, they more or less still had to have some face. Coupled with the allure of the map, they could only toughen their scalps and go for it one after another. Yi Yuan smiled and said faintly, "Let's go." Seeing that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of looking into it, White Light and the rest also followed Yi Yuan and left. Who knew that the fake Yi Yuan actually saw their group of people about to leave, and could not help laughing coldly as he said, "Those few, truly, have such thick skin. Our warriors are splashing the battlefields with blood. But you're not sparing a single cent, heh." Following the fake Yi Yuan's words, everyone's gazes collectively focused on the real Yi Yuan. These few people are so shameless to actually really dare thicken their skin and not pay. Yeah, there are really such people. The human race already reached such a critical juncture, but they are still so thick-skinned. How can someone be shameless to this kind of realm? Especially those who already paid spirit medicines and essence crystals. They felt that they were already noble and righteous, and had the qualifications to cuss others out. Yi Yuan did not think that he did not find trouble with this fake goods. But this guy provoked him. He did not wish to stir trouble, but he naturally did not fear trouble either. Yi Yuan did not do anything when White Light flared up first. "Reckless and blind thing, showing off your literacy eloquence here. Do you really take yourself to be something? Do you believe that this young lord will smack you to death with one slap?" White Light said with a cold sneer. One sentence made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied. Where did this lunatic come from, to dare speak this way to the heaven surmounting divine king? But when that Yi Yuan heard it, he still had the demeanor of an expert and said coolly, "Hoo-hoo, such shameless people like you all. Is really this young master's first time seeing how many brothers of our mystic gate are currently killing the enemy at the front lines while the few of you hide here unwilling to put up even a bit of resources? If not looking on account of the human race's crisis, how could this young master be so long-winded with you? Idi have directly annihilated you guys." Lure was upset long ago at one side. Seeing the situation, she put her hands on her waist and stepped forward. She was normally innocent and cute, but if someone dared to insult young master, she would be the first to not let it go. All right, this young lady will stand right here. Come and annihilate me if you have the capabilities. This young lady wants to take a look today at how powerful you, this heaven-surmounting divine king, are. Luer said with a cold smile. How could Yi Yuan attach any importance to Luer? He said disdainfully. The moment this young master makes a move, you won't have the chance to stand here and speak anymore. Luer said with a scornful look. With just your middling skills, it can only scare these simpletons. Do you think that you can frighten this young lady? Luer's one sentence was like a firecracker, lighting everyone up. Your Excellency, teach this little lass a good lesson, truly bullying others. Too far. Yeah. This lass's words are too infuriating. Yi Yuan also had the intention of establishing his prestige and power, opening his mouth and said, Little girl, you're courting death yourself. Don't blame this young master for ruthlessly crushing a flower. But Luer said with a contemptuous look, Come, bring it on. You think this young lady scared of you? This Yi Yuan was also incensed by Luer's disparaging attitude. Snorting coldly, he said, Make a move then. This young master will allow you 3 moves. Otherwise, other people would think that this young master is bullying you. Luer pursed her mouth and said, Why not this young lady allows you 3 moves? I'm afraid that others will say that this young lady is bullying you. Hiss. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. They were struck dumb with amazement by
Luer's Arroganz.
In this world, there was actually still someone who dared to speak to the heaven-surmounting divine king like this. Was she tired of living? Biffed. The Yi Yuan trio behind Luer all could not hold back their laughter, being
thoroughly tickled by Luer.
The 4 people's attitude finally made Yi Yuan turn angry from embarrassment. It was only to see him formed his fingers into a sword form, piercing cold. Sword intent came out with a howl. One had to admit that his aura was very shocking. When the surrounding audience saw this streak of sword energy, their faces all turned fearful. Indeed worthy of being the heaven-surmounting divine king. His attack was extraordinary. However, Luer similarly formed her fingers into a sword and pointed at the void. An ice arrow similarly came out with a blast. Clank. A crisp collision sound transmitted out. Evenly matched. It was actually evenly matched. Everyone was stunned. They thought that the final result of this blow would definitely be Luer winding up with serious injuries. But it was actually evenly matched. Yi Yuan's expression changed, but he reacted extremely quickly and switched to a disdainful look and said, Humph! I didn't think that you, this little lass, actually concealed your strength. However, this young master couldn't bear to hurt you and didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. Otherwise, you'd already have perished at this instant. With him saying these words, those martial artists immediately felt relieved. Yeah, just a little girl with the heaven-surmounting divine king status. How could he possibly ruthlessly crush a flower? Just now was merely scaring the other party. But Luer still refused to back down and relent, saying with a cold smile, Don't. There are still 2 moves. Feel free to unleash moves, be sure not to hold back. You lass. So ignorant and not knowing how to appreciate favors. Big brother isn't haggling over it with you, you even went from bad to worse. This isn't a joking matter. If he were to really attack, you would lose your life. At this time, that fake white light stepped forward to ease the predicament. With him saying this, there were immediately quite a number of people who gave vocal support. This little girl's strength is indeed not weak. But why is she so ungrateful? And not know what's good for me? Yeah. His Excellency is already not haggling over it with you. Why are you still relentless? These people were prejudiced by first impressions and had long already determined that Yi Yuan was the real heaven-surmounting divine king. There was no doubt at all. Actually, Yi Yuan had long seen through that fake Yi Yuan strength. It was merely initial stage void mystic. Those dazzling domains and martial techniques previously were merely him, having cultivated some spells which made a massive hoo-ha. Actually, there was no power at all. With Luer's current strength, it was sufficient to handle. This young lady says that your skills are middling, and you're still not convinced. Do you think that by having these fools squeeze me I'd drop the matter at that? Let me tell you, no way. You aren't coming, right? Then this young lady is going to take action. Luer gave a cold laugh and was going to attack. The fake Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "You, punk, are you a man or not? To actually make a girl take the lead while you yourself hide behind. If you're a man, step forward." The fake Yi Yuan already had no choice. If they continued fighting, he would be exposed. That blow just now, he already discovered that Luer's strength was almost on par with him. It was even that tiny hint stronger than him. His strength was plenty flashy, but it was lacking in power. These means could only be used to scare people. Hence, he could only bet it all on a single throw and stake it on Yi Yuan. Right now, he only hoped that Yi Yuan was some major family clan's young master, bringing along Luer, this expert, by his side to guard him. He hoped that Yi Yuan did not conceal his strength and was really just 7th level Dao profound. After all, Yi Yuan's age was not old. Wanting to cultivate to the realm of void mystic was something virtually impossible. As for Luer, one freak was already very rare. It was unlikely for two to appear at the same time, right? Hence, he used words to corner Yi Yuan, making him come out and take the move. The moment these words were uttered, Yi Yuan and his group all laughed. This guy really did not know how the character Death was written. The fake goods encountering the real goods. If this guy knew the truth, wonder what kind of an expression it would be. The fake Yi Yuan felt a chill all over his body from the four peoples laughing. He suddenly felt that he should not blabber away and made that one extra comment. If he had known earlier, wouldn't it be over by letting the few of them go? All right then, since you said so, then I'll be a bit manlier. I'll stand here and let you hit. As long as you're able to breach my defenses, I'll give you 100 stalks of Tier 9 spirit medicines. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Is this punk crazy? Standing there and letting the heaven-surmounting divine king hit you. This is truly tired of living. Even if the heaven-stabilizing divine king is here, he also wouldn't dare say such arrogant words. Yi Yuan's words aroused a wave of hubbub. The heaven-surmounting divine king Yi Yuan had an awe-inspiring reputation. Presently, in the entire divine realm, someone who dared to say so probably could not be found. Yet they ran into one. People who say these words, there was only one kind of possibility, that was, their heads were missing a screw. Don't talk about whatever people with strength dared to say such words, because in the entire divine realm, one absolutely could not find someone like that. The heaven-stabilizing divine king would not cut it either. But these words had a completely different feeling to the fake Yi Yuan. Luer's strength, he already experienced it. For Yi Yuan to dare make this boast, could it be that his strength was even stronger than that little girl? It was not an impossibility. The fake Yi Yuan's heart raced, but on his face, it was still the air of an expert as he said indifferently, "Ho-ho, really been very long since anyone dared to provoke this young master like this. Even if that Zhuge Qingxian came, he wouldn't dare utter such big talk in front of this young master too." Actually, fake Yi Yuan was already backing out. He deliberately talked drivel, but actually he was already long racking his head on a plan to get away. Either way, those spirit medicines and essence crystals were already in his possession. If not running at this time, wait until when? However, Yi Yuan nonchalantly said another sentence. Don't blame this young master for not giving you a chance. This young master won't utilize any essence energy. If it still won't do, then the three of you attack together. Also works. Everyone collapsed until they were speechless. This guy was absolutely a lunatic. not using essence energy, there was only relying on the power of the fleshy body to defend. Even a Tier 9 grand completion fleshy body could not withstand the all-out attack of a void mystic powerhouse too. Fake Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, but his thoughts stirred. It was just that he still concealed it on the surface and said coolly, "Heh. This young master is still the heaven-surmounting divine king in the end. How can I allow you to belittle me like so? Since you're courting death, then this young master will fulfill your wish." What he was afraid of was that Yi Yuan's power of domain was very strong. But Yi Yuan not utilizing essence energy, he had full assurance to kill the other party. This brat was a rich person at one glance. The good stuff on him must be considerable. This sum was a big profit. Just feel free and come. See this? As long as you kill me, this storage ring is yours? Yi Yuan held a storage ring in his hand and said coolly. How could the fake Yi Yuan still hesitate? A long sword suddenly attacked. This sword was incomparably shocking. Fake Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest, his figure charging towards Yi Yuan like lightning. This young man's head is definitely damaged. He's actually really not using essence energy. Dead. Dead for sure. There must be many good stuff inside that storage ring. What a shame. This idiot can also be considered to have done a good thing before dying, donating the spirit medicines on him to the warriors at the front. Looks like Lord Yi Yuan's genuinely enraged too. This blow is too terrifying. That brat is dead. For sure. Clank. That person was currently speaking when a crisp colliding sound was heard. A layer of earth-yellow light halo surfaced on Yi Yuan's body.
Fakje Yi Yuan.
Abruptly stopped when his sword struck onto the earth-yellow light halo. With a slash, the fake Yi Yuan mustered up essence energy fully, resulting in the remaining momentum not reducing, pressing until this transcendent grade.
Holy artifact bent.
Fake Yi Yuan's eyes became wide circles, staring at this scene before his eyes, in disbelief, because Yi Yuan really did not use essence energy. This earth-yellow light halo was totally and extremely profound body refinement. The other party blocked his blow with purely the power of the fleshy body. How could he know the terror of the black tortoise treasure body divine art? This cultivation method? Back then, Sky Distant was just heaven glimpse deity realm, but the origin. Deity realm's Wuzong was actually unable to kill him and could only suppress him. It could be seen from this how terrifying this cultivation method was when cultivated to the limits. If not for so, how could Yi Yuan dare forcefully resist three great fiend gods? Besiegement head-on? His reliance was not just the domain of sword. Clank. Under everyone's dumbfounded stares, this transcendent grade holy artifact directly snapped into two. Yi Yuan's body shook slightly, sending the fake Yi Yuan flying out. Deathly silence. Just by relying on the power of the fleshy body, he broke a transcendent grade artifact in half. How terrifying the power did this require? For a moment, everyone's brains were short-circuited. Stop joking around. If the heaven-surmounting divine king only had your bit of strength, he'd have long been annihilated by the 6 great fiend gods who knows how many times over. Yi Yuan smiled and said to everyone again, "That middle-aged man is clearly acting out a two-men show. How can this fellow have much power? It's completely for scaring people. If you don't believe, you guys go and give it a try yourselves." Everyone was startled and could not help quickly waking up to reality. Yeah, if he was really the heaven-surmounting divine king, how could he possibly be unable to break through such a youngster's defense? This guy must be a fake Motherf asterisk cur to actually dare bluff us. Return your father's Tier 9 spirit medicines. A curly-bearded burly man finally could not refrain from erupting. Stepping forward, it was one foot directly kicking the fake Yi Yuan over. Fake White Light and fake Lier, as well as that middle-aged man, wanted to come forward and help, but their bodies suddenly tensed up, already being locked down by a biting cold killing intent. They did not doubt in the slightest that as long as they moved, what awaited them would be a lightning-like blow. The curly-bearded burly man kicked the fake Yi Yuan flying without any effort at all. How could he still doubt Yi Yuan's words? This guy was totally a counterfeit. But with this, it aroused public wrath, public sentiment stirring into activity. For a moment, those martial artists all turned into common townsfolk. They did not use any cultivation method or martial techniques, simply directly pummeling onto fake Yi Yuan's body. Who asked you to cheat people? Who asked you to cheat people? It's fine if you cheat people, but to actually even dare to impersonate your father's most respected heaven-surmounting divine king. Your father will kick you to death. Return my Tier 9 spirit medicines. Return my heavenly essence crystals. Fake Yi Yuan was immediately beaten up brutally but did not have any strength to retaliate at all. Actually, with his strength, he did not fear these people at all. But Yi Yuan's impact earlier scattered his essence energy, making him unable to muster essence energy for a short while, resulting in him being totally unable to withstand these people's fury now. He would not die, but the pain coming from his body, as well as the sense of humiliation in the depths of his heart, was extremely intense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed. A strand of divine sense probed over without any scruples, sweeping over the bodies of Yi Yuan and the rest. However, this strand of divine sense withdrew very quickly. Clearly, it did not discover anything. In the sky, several figures flew past. Merely a few small fries. The heaven-stabilizing divine king is a bit too sensitive, said an aged and hoary voice with a laugh. Yi Yuan's eyesight was extremely good and recognized this old man at a glance. It was precisely Cloudmarsh City's city lord, Old Man Han. Humph! Yi Yuan, that brat is full of cunning tricks. Maybe he blended into these people. Better to be a little careful. Zhuge Qingxian beside Old Man Han said. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, not expecting that these two people actually walked together. Old Man Han's strength was unfathomable. Although not ranked among the 10 great divine kings, no one dared to underestimate his strength either. Kanhua said that Yi Yuan might have entered the Godsfall mountain range. But right now, there are so many people at the Godsfall mountain range, so where to begin searching? Zhuge Qingxian furrowed his brows and said, Hoo-hoo, heaven-stabilizing divine king, please be calm. Lord Kanhua can pry into heaven's secrets, so within this Godsfall mountain range, there's bound to be something major happening. In my view, the place that punk wants to go, it definitely isn't an ordinary place. Old Man Han's gaze looked toward Zhuge Qingxian heatedly. Zhuge Qingxian frowned and said, You're talking about God forbidden region. Inside this Godsfall mountain range, it was divided into several regions, which were respectively Safe Region, Tao Forbidden Region, Void Forbidden Region, as well as the most terrifying God Forbidden Region. These regions were fumbled out by martial artists using fresh blood. Over countless tens of thousands of years. These people here actually already entered the Godsfall mountain range, but they were currently in the Safe Region. Of course, the Safe Region was not absolutely safe as well. When approaching the Tao Forbidden Region, the danger would increase tremendously too. Upon entering the Tao Forbidden Region, these people would probably not be as cozy as now. The so-called Tao Forbidden Region was referring to that Tao profound realm. Martial artists were forbidden to enter inside. Even peak divine king powerhouses, once they went too deep in, it would be a slim chance of survival too. The same argument Void Forbidden Region was referring to void mystic powerhouses. Among them also included the 10 great divine kings, this kind of powerhouses, who comprehended divine Tao laws. Zhuge Qingxian had also penetrated deep into the Godsfall mountain range previously, but even for him, the region that he set foot in was also merely the Void Forbidden Region. As for the legendary God Forbidden Region, that was a region that even genuine deity realm powerhouses did not dare to easily set foot in as well. The places where deity realm powerhouses perished the most was the God Forbidden Region. Zhuge Qingxian also shuddered with fear when he guessed this result. Yi Yuan's heart was really big. The heaven-stabilizing divine king don't need to have this expression. Yi Yuan, that brat, is very clever. He definitely guessed that Lord Kanhua is currently recovering to his peak strength. Once accomplished, no one in the divine realm can stop him anymore. Want to stop Lord Kanhua, he could only be the first person to break the shackles in these 100,000 years and reach deity realm. And in the entire divine realm, the only place where it's possible to break through to the deity realm is probably the God's Fall mountain ranges, God-forbidden region. Old man Han saw through it clearly, guessing not far off the mark from Yi Yuan's thoughts. At present, this was also the only solution. It was just that compared to Kanhua recovering to peak strength, Yi Yuan's path was clearly 10,000-fold harder. After all, without the permission of heavenly Tao laws, there was already no way to step into the deity realm in this world. Even if he's really able to enter the God-forbidden region, it's also impossible to come out alive, Zhuge Qingxian said with a cold smile. Come out or not, this old man doesn't know. But this old man knows that we must stop him from entering, although the chances of becoming a deity don't even reach 1 in a million. He's the son of heaven's mandate after all. Not strange for whatever miracles to happen to him, Old Man Han said. Humph! There's no way he'll succeed. This seat will definitely tear him to pieces this time. Otherwise, it's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression was livid. His hatred toward Yi Yuan billowed to the skies. The last time, at the Dragon Clan, he almost died at Yi Yuan's hands. This was a shame that he had never encountered for thousands of years. Only by killing Yi Yuan could he wash away this shame of his. On this side, fake Yi Yuan was pummeled into a pig's head by the righteously indignant crowd. Fake white light returned all of the things and compensated a large sum of heavenly essence crystals before everyone let it go at that. With this, it was suffering a double loss. Sniff, sniff. My heavenly essence crystals. Return my heavenly essence crystals. Sniff, sniff. Fake Yi Yuan cried his heart out. While at this time, Yi Yuan, they all were long gone already. Big brother, what should we do now? Why not we wait until we enter the Tao Forbidden region, then we find a chance to scam them? With our degree of familiarity towards the Tao Forbidden region, I believe that they definitely can't beat us, Fake White Light said.
Fake Ye Yuan Sveilin Chris abruptly said.
Using a strange gaze and giving him a look, he lowered his voice and said, Are you a pig? If you want to die, don't drag me in. This time, for us to be able to live, it's already very lucky. You actually still want to go and provoke them? Fake Yi Yuan scolded vigorously and completely did not realize that he was the pig at this moment. Big brother, what's wrong? Are those few really so formidable? Fake White Light said blankly. Fake Yi Yuan lowered his voice again and said, More than just formidable. I, your father, must have stepped on dog shit when I went out today. King. Hell, to actually run into the real one. Big brother. You're saying. Fake White Light's 2 eyes went wide, and he was even stammering when speaking. Shoo, do you want to die? Good that, shout so loud for what? He deliberately disguised himself and suppressed his realm. It's in order to not let people know. If we give him away, we'll die without a doubt.
Fake Ye Yuan
hurriedly stopped him. After Fake Yi Yuan's little interlude, Yi Yuan's party marched straight in and entered the Tao Forbidden region. Along the way, they naturally ran into some minor dangers too. But with Yi Yuan's party's strength, it was naturally a cinch. Big brother, why are the people in front not walking anymore? White Light suddenly said. Ahead, quite a few martial artists crowded at the foot of the mountain. But not a single one went up the mountain, which unwittingly made Yi Yuan and the rest feel rather peculiar. Come, go over and take a look, Yi Yuan said. The few people arrived at the foot of the mountain only after a bout of inquiring did they know that quite a number of strange incidents happened. Halfway up the mountain, there were already over 10 people who lost their lives. Among them, there were even peak divine king powerhouses. Everyone was afraid and did not advance. That was why they stopped at the foot of the mountain, and this mountain ridge seemed to be the only path that led to the depths. Yi Yuan was just about to advance when several figures descended from the sky. It was precisely Zhuge Qingxian and party. Zhuge Qingxian swept a glance around, randomly designated a martial artist, and said with an overbearing air, "You, come over." That martial artist was startled, but did not dare to disobey, and could only step forward. "Speak. What's the deal with this broken soul ridge?" Zhuge Qingxuan's words exuded a flavor that brooked no dispute. That martial artist naturally did not dare to defy and could only recount the events that happened here. That martial artist thought that he was fine when he finished talking. Who knew that Zhuge Qingxian mused for a moment and said to him, "You go in. Also you. All go up the mountain for me." He selected over 10 people in a row. Those people's bodies trembled all over, their gazes revealing a look of despair. The people that he chose were basically all divine king realm powerhouses. Clearly, he was preparing to have these people scout the path. "Zhuge Qingxian, don't you bully people too much. On what basis to make us be scapegoats?" A divine king powerhouse was unwilling and roared angrily. Zhuge Qingxian smiled disdainfully and said, "Based on what? Just based on this seat being the heaven-stabilizing divine king." Done talking, he casually pointed his finger. A streak of terrifying force tapped towards that person. Boom! That person directly exploded into countless chunks. "Now, is there still anyone with objections?" Zhuge Qingxian swept a glance over everyone and said coolly. Zhuge Qingxuan's overbearingness made everyone silent like cicadas in winter. His strength was too powerful. It was on a completely different level from these people. Feeling helpless, those dozen over people could only go up the mountain. There was still a feeble ray of hope going up the mountain at any rate. But if they went against Zhuge Qingxian, then it was only a one-way ticket to hell. Quite a few martial artists' gazes that looked towards Zhuge Qingxian were filled with resentment. They did not expect that the human race's number one person was actually this sort of person who bullies the weak, being arrogant and high-handed and viewed human life like grass. For some time, these people dared to feel indignant but did not dare to speak. Regarding these people's gazes, Zhuge Qingxian directly chose to ignore it. He did not care about these people's thoughts at all. In his eyes, these people were all ant-like existences. After those dozen over martial artists left, some people could not endure this kind of atmosphere and left this place one after another. But the vast majority of the people still chose to endure silently. However vast the world was, there was already no place to shelter them anymore. Zhuge Qingxian getting together with Old Man Han made Yi Yuan very surprised. This made him involuntarily heighten his vigilance more. The last time, Zhuge Qingxian left together with Kanhua. It was hard to guarantee that there would be no relationship between these two people. The holy city kept the troops ready but made no movements until now, but did not lock the city with the Grand Array either. This in itself indicated many problems. Looked like Zhuge Qingxian might have very likely colluded together with the fiend race. But Yi Yuan could not figure out why Old Man Han showed up here. Could it be that he also had ties with the fiend race? Recalling the incident that happened in the immemorial medicine garden back then, Yi Yuan felt that it really was possible. Thinking this through, Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart to no end. This Kanhua was truly playing a massive game of chess. In a twinkle an hour passed. According to those dozen over people's foot strength, they should have long returned. But there was no word from anyone. At this time, Zhuge Qingxian stood up once more and randomly selected over 10 people again. "The few of you, go up the mountain." Zhuge Qingxuan's voice did not carry the slightest trace of emotion. Ever since almost dying under Yi Yuan's hands the last time, the foul and Evil foreboding air on Zhuge Qingxuan's body became even heavier. These people's lives, he did not take it to heart at all. A look of despair appeared on those dozen over people's faces. They knew that this departure would likely have little chance of coming out alive. And among these people, as luck would have it, there was that fake Yi Yuan's company of 4. Why, Your Excellency, I beg you, save this lowly one. I know that in this place, only you can save us, said the fake Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This guy actually still dared to come and find him. That's the heaven-stabilizing divine king. I can't help you, Yi Yuan said, coolly. Fake Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and transmitted to Yi Yuan, Your Excellency, I know that impersonating you, it's my fault. I'm not begging you to save me. I'm only begging you to save my 3 siblings. If you don't agree, I'll tell the heaven-stabilizing divine king your true identity. Yi Yuan slightly revealed an odd look. This guy actually guessed his identity. However, he immediately laughed in spite of himself. This guy actually even threatened him. Hoo-hoo. It's also not impossible to save them. But you have to go in. Yeah, Yuan said coolly. Fake Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Rest assured, Your Excellency, as long as you're willing to save them, Yi Sheng is willing to die. Yi Yuan gave him a deep look. Only now did he know that his real name was called Yi Sheng. I'll give you all 3 breaths of time. Still don't move. Bear the consequences yourselves. That cold voice of Zhuge Qingxuan's coincidentally sounded out at this time. Yi Yuan suddenly got up and said to Zhuge Qingxian with cupped fists, Your Excellency, the 4 of us siblings are willing to substitute the 3 of them to go up the mountain and scout the path. While talking, Yi Yuan pointed at Yi Sheng's 3 siblings. This action of Yi Yuan's made Zhuge Qingxian very surprised. This going up the mountain was clearly a dead end. There was actually still someone who took the initiative to volunteer. When Yi Sheng heard Yi Yuan's words, he was immediately wildly elated in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually used this kind of method to save his brothers. With Yi Yuan around, his chances of survival would greatly increase. Zhuge Qingxian sized Yi Yuan up, feeling that this boy was somewhat peculiar. But no matter how he looked, he could not see through Yi Yuan's disguise. His disguising art was a complementing technique in the Black Tortoise treasure body divine art. It could let people change to a different appearance by altering the entire body's muscles. He imparted this cultivation method to white light the 3 of them. The 3 of them looked rather similar right now, just like brothers and sisters. In addition to Yi Yuan's essence-sealing pill, even if he was the heaven-stabilizing divine king, he absolutely could not see through as well. He looked left and right and also could not see through any flaws. Straight away, he waved his hand impatiently and said, Go on, go! Yi Yuan was just about to move when Old Man Han suddenly opened his mouth and said, Young man, going up the mountain here is 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. Why did you take the initiative to go up the mountain? Finished talking, Old Man Han's gaze stared at Yi Yuan heatedly, wanting to see how he would answer. But Yi Yuan did not fear in the slightest. Bowing his body and greeting, he said, The heaven-stabilizing divine king is fully deserving of being the divine realm's number 1. This lowly one has always admired greatly. To be able to serve the heaven-stabilizing divine king is this lowly one's honor. Furthermore, this lowly one has no other strong points but a body of tough flesh. If talking about the possibility of survival, this lowly one still has that tiny hint of assurance. Disregarding others, Zhuge Qingxian was a sucker for this. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, that iceberg-like face of his actually had some additional smugness. All right, don't talk rubbish anymore. Go up the mountain, Zhuge Qingxian said impatiently. Yi Sheng bid farewell with his siblings and made them not enter deep inside, and to wait for him outside. Then, he went up the mountain together with Yi Yuan's company of 4. When the few silhouettes disappeared, Yi Sheng gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan and said, Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for taking action and saving. This lowly one will definitely repay with death even by gladly dashing my brains against the ground. Also, this lowly one offended Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please punish. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It was you who saved them, not me." Yi Shang could not help freezing when he heard that and said, "Your Excellency's meaning is, although you carried out unscrupulous deeds, making people despise you, your feelings toward your brothers and sister are not fake. If you threaten me to save only you alone, even risking a great battle with Zhuge Qingxian, I won't save them. Moreover, it's still unknown who would die at whose hands if I have a battle with him." Yi Yuan's words exuded powerful confidence. His sword intent breaking through the evil extermination sword formula also broke through to the second level already and was able to unleash 50% of the evil extermination divine sword's power. If he was to really battle with Zhuge Qingxian again, Yi Yuan definitely did not fear him. It was just that old man Han concealed his abilities too deeply, making him somewhat apprehensive. Before entering deep into the God's Fall mountain range, he was unwilling to complicate matters. That was all. Yi Shang sucked in a deep breath, not expecting that the reason Yi Yuan agreed was actually this. No matter what, Yi Shang's life is my lord. Yi Shang bowed deeply again. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm very curious though. How did you know my identity?" "Actually, I'm my lord's fan. Ever since seeing Your Excellency's powerful strength at the Dragon Clan, this lowly one was deeply convinced by Your Excellency," Yi Shang said. Turned out, when the Heaven's Secret Tower published the 10 Great Divine Kings, Yi Shang was also one of the challengers. Of course, after he reached the Dragon Clan, he discovered that he was batting above his grade. But when he witnessed Yi Yuan's strength, he completely became Yi Yuan's firm supporter. For this, he spent a huge price and bought a lot of data on Yi Yuan from the Heaven's Secret Tower, and understood Yi Yuan very well. He knew that not only was Yi Yuan's concept comprehension abnormally high, his body refinement aspect did not pale in comparison to the essence energy realm in the least bit. Furthermore, apart from Yu Mengli by Yi Yuan's side, there was even a little girl whose strength was not weak. This little girl did not appear much by Yi Yuan's side, but Yi Yuan seemed to regard her with great importance. All in all, this unfamiliar young man before his eyes, there was at least 50 to 60% certainty that it was Yi Yuan. Of course, he did not dare to be completely sure either. But just now, under that kind of situation, he had no choice but to take a risk. As a result, he succeeded. "Your Excellency, what should we do now?" Yi Shang said rather hesitantly. There were more than a dozen people who came along with them. But from Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, there were still around 10. They saw Yi Shang's attitude and also guessed that Yi Yuan was a remarkable, great figure, all revealing hopeful looks. "What else can we do? Of course it's going up the mountain to take a look." Zhuge Qingxian said that this place is called Broken Soul Ridge. "It looks like the place is really as its name suggests," Yi Yuan said with a vicissitude of emotion. But to the current Yi Yuan, things in this divine realm that could make him wary were really not many. The group of people followed along the steep mountain road and climbed up, but they did not discover anything strange. However, it was precisely this calmness that gave everyone goosebumps. "Your Excellency, why do I feel amiss?" Yi Shang swallowed his saliva and said, "Of course it's not right. If it was right, Zhuge Qingxian would not let us come up either," Yi Yuan said without a care. That calmness and composure of Yi Yuan's also affected everyone, making their hearts calm down. Traveling not for long, densely packed white cloth suddenly appeared ahead. Looking over closely, it was actually countless soul-beckoning streamers. On that rugged mountain path, over a dozen figures collapsed on the ground. There was no sound. "It's them. It's that batch of people who came previously," someone suddenly cried out. This place is too terrifying. We'd best return first." Another person's face turned pale as he suggested. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said coolly, "It's already too late." Seeing that person's puzzled expression, Yi Yuan added, "You turn around and look." That person turned his head and looked, his face becoming even paler. What's going on? The path when they came actually completely disappeared. On both sides of the path were similarly densely crowds of soul-beckoning streamers. How was there still a hint of the look of a mountain path? Unknowingly, they actually fell into the encirclement of the soul-beckoning streamers. Looks like we fell into an overlapping space. Unknowingly, we barged into an incredible place, Yi Yuan said indifferently. He knew that this place was not some illusionary realm, but actual space. If it were an illusionary realm, Yi Yuan would have long seen through it with a glance and would not wait until now. Actually, Yi Yuan himself was very surprised too. He got caught in this space, and was actually totally clueless. Furthermore, it looks like this space was easy to enter, but wanting to go out was probably not easy. "Why, Your Excellency, what to do here?" asked another divine king. Powerhouse and was even stammering when talking. Those few people ahead did not have any movements at all. In all probability, they encountered a mishap. When they saw such a situation, how could they not be afraid? After all, those dozen over people who entered before, their strengths were not weaker than them. Looks like this space is easy to enter, hard to leave. Since there's no way to turn around, then there's only moving forward, Yi Yuan said coolly. But they. Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, "If you have other methods, this young master naturally won't stop you either." One sentence made him wither. This place was clearly very strange. Yi Yuan was already their only reliance. Done talking, Yi Yuan did not care about him either and slowly walked in the direction of the previous group of people. The other people had no choice and could only keep up. Yi Yuan stretched his hand out and flicked. Over a dozen strands of thin threads made up of essence energy flew towards those dozen over people. When everyone saw this scene, their gazes all turned intent, being surprised by Yi Yuan's exquisite essence energy control. There was no lack of divine king powerhouses among them, but nobody could do it to Yi Yuan's level. After several breaths, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "All dead. Their bodies are completely unscathed, but it's already an empty shell. Their divine souls were all taken away by someone. There are no signs of fighting here. Looks like they didn't have the strength to retaliate at all." The moment these words came out, everyone's expression turned fearful. This place was indeed sinister. "Your Excellency, I remember that there were 17 people in the first group that came, but there are only 15 people here. Seems like there are 2 missing," Yi Sheng said. Yi Sheng knew Yi Yuan's background and was not flustered like the others. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Those 2 people were the strongest in the first group of people. Barring no accidents, we should be able to see their dead bodies ahead." At this time, a strange breeze blew past, stirring up those soul-beckoning streamers. "Woo! Woo!" Immediately, a ghostly sobbing voice sounded out all around. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said solemnly, "Close off your 6 senses. Don't listen to this voice." Everyone's expression turned fearful, and they hurriedly shut their 6th sense tightly, not daring to listen to this ghostly weeping sound. This ghostly sobbing voice had the effect of absorbing the soul.
Ye Yuan
Virtually detected it straight away. Hence, that was why he voiced out to warn. He himself did not care in the least bit though. In this world, it was probably very hard to find something that was able to absorb his divine soul. "Away. Go!" Yi Yuan said solemnly. The group of people continued walking forward. But, along with going in deeper and deeper, that ferocious, ghostly, sobbing voice became increasingly terrifying. In the end, it actually became a fierce cry. That scream was incomparably ear-piercing. Countless soul-beckoning streamers emitted a faint purple light, turning the entire stretch of space even more bizarre. "Help! A divine king powerhouse seemed to have his throat clutched and shouted vigorously. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and discovered that even though these people shut their sixth senses tightly, their divine souls were still gradually dragged out of the body. Even though he was desperately struggling, it was still in vain. Not just him, the rest were similarly like so. Apart from Yu Mengli, even White Light and Luer actually showed signs of being unable to hold on. Yu Mengli was of the innate battle soul physique. Half of her divine soul had already long fused into one entity. Her vitality was extremely strong to begin with. Such means were actually unshakable. It was just that Luer could not hang on anymore. The expression on her face was very painful. Clearly, she already could not quite endure any longer. "Why, young master?" Luer said weakly. "Lin." Yi Yuan formed a hand seal, his voice like a great bell. At the same time, Yi Yuan's powerful vitality surged toward the sky, and he forcefully quelled those ghostly wailing voices. With the Lin character coming out of the mouth, a grand aura instantly spread out. Those wailing voices seemed to have seen their jinx and immediately did not dare to approach Yi Yuan and the rest anymore. Those divine souls that were originally being dragged out also immediately returned into their bodies. Even so, each one of them was deathly pale, as if they had a serious illness. However, their faces all revealed a look of lingering fear. Their gazes, when they looked at Yi Yuan, were filled with gratitude. If not for Yi Yuan, they would already be like the first batch of people at this time, becoming corpses without a divine soul. Luer's complexion was very bad as well.
Yi Yuan asked concernedly, "Luer,
"Are you all right?"
I'm all right.
"Thank you, young master." Luer shook her head and said, but Yi Yuan's face turned cold, and he said, "If a tiger doesn't demonstrate its might, do you really take this young master to be a sickly cat?" These ghosts were so arrogant to actually hurt Luer. It made Yi Yuan become genuinely angry, fiery. "Burn all of these damn things for me. This young master wants to see just what kind of ghost or monster there are playing tricks over here."
Yeah.
Yuan said with a cold shout. Hearing that icy tone of Yi Yuan, the others could not help shuddering. These soul-beckoning streamers were incomparably bizarre. It was already not bad for them to be able to escape with their lives. But this lord actually wanted to burn them all. Fiery's figure appeared, his hands kneading seals. At once, a surge of terrifying power of flames spread out. Boom! Everyone immediately felt like their entire bodies were about to burn up. They hurriedly revolved essence energy to resist. But under this surge of terrifying heatwave, they actually had a feeling of being scorched. Too frightening. This power of the flame is too strong. The spirit bristle divine king's 9 suns burning heaven is known as the divine realm's #1 fire attribute martial technique. In my view, this power of the flames isn't the slightest bit inferior. Just who in the world is this lord? This strength is also a little too horrifying, right? Back then, the spirit bristle divine king's one move, 9 suns burning heaven, slaughtered hundreds of divine king powerhouses, causing a sensation. For some time, there was no shortage of divine king powerhouses among these dozen over people. They questioned themselves if Fiery's move was unleashed against them. They would only have the share of being one-shot. However, even if more people came, it was the same too. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, they could not resist speculating about Yi Yuan's identity one after another. Previously hearing Yi Yuan say that he did not fear the heaven-stabilizing divine king, they were more or less still a little disdainful in their hearts. But now, they knew that Yi Yuan was not kidding. To have strength comparable to the spirit bristle divine king, why would he be scared of the heaven-stabilizing divine king? That pale flame instantly ignited the soul-beckoning streamers within a radius of 10,000 feet. Shrill ghostly wails came over. They seemed to be thrown into an oil pot, miserable screams lingering on incessantly. After 10 breaths, Fiery withdrew the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Originally, within this 10,000-foot radius was overwhelmed with weed. Countless soul-beckoning streamers stood in great numbers. But now it became a stretch of wilderness. The cleansing sandal sacred flame's current power was indeed already not much. Inferior to the spirit-bristle divine king. This level of flame power directly refined those soul-beckoning streamers into nothingness. However, Yi Yuan's expression changed. On this 10,000 square feet of wilderness there were actually still several poles of soul-beckoning streamers that were not refined. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and discovered that there were still 9. These 9 soul-beckoning streamers were clearly different from the rest. 9 poles of soul-beckoning streamers inserted on the solitary barren graves, appearing deserted and strange, giving people an extremely ominous feeling. In the wilderness there was even a massive tomb. There was a piece of stone monument in front of the tomb. On it wrote 5 blood-colored large words, Tomb of Soul Refining Sect. Looks like this broken soul ridge's bizarreness is because this tomb came into being. Soul Refining Sect, this is probably an ancient era sect. Furthermore, it's a divine Tao sect, Yi Yuan said. This tomb coming into being superimposed this space onto the broken soul ridge. Hence, the moment martial artists came up, they had their souls sucked by those soul-beckoning streamers. As for this soul-refining sect, Yi Yuan had never heard before. 10-1, it was an ancient era sect. Ancient era sects, there would more or less be some mentions in some of the present divine realms materials. The ancient era was too far away from present times. Even the Heaven One sect, this kind of large sect, no one remembered it, let alone some slightly smaller divine Tao sects. These 9 poles of soul-beckoning streamers were able to resist fiery's refinement. They were definitely not ordinary items. Hence, Yi Yuan determined that this so-called soul-refining sect was bound to be a divine Tao sect. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a crazed voice sounded out. Everyone was startled in their hearts. Looking over, they saw that a divine King Powerhouse's hand was actually holding one of the 9 poles of soul beckoning streamers. Wei Cheng, what are you doing? Quickly put it down. The expression of another martial artist who was on friendly terms with Wei Cheng could not help changing greatly when he saw the situation and shouted at Wei Cheng. But how could the current Wei Cheng still hear it at this time? He let out a burst of wild laughter and said, Ha ha ha! From this day forth, this seat is the ancient soul-refining sect's successor. I want this world to obey me. Wei Cheng's 2 eyes were scarlet. His expression crazed, looking very sinister. Wei Cheng, quickly wake up. Hurry up and put down that soul-beckoning streamer. Liao shouted again. Yi Yuan heaved and sighed and said, He's already being controlled by that soul-beckoning streamer. No matter how you shout, it's already useless too. Li Yao's expression turned pale as a sheet, and he muttered, This? What to do here? Not good. Seize that soul-beckoning streamer first, then talk. If it doesn't work, we can only kill. Yi Yuan said. Ha ha ha. Kill, kill, kill. Wei Cheng was already completely insane, carrying a soul-beckoning streamer, and charging over, his aura billowing into the sky. White light, you go and deal with him first. I'll cast a spell to protect them. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone is lured over by that soul beckoning streamer again, Yi Yuan said. White light did not say a word and stepped forward, matching up against Wei Cheng. White light's current strength was already not inferior to the 10 great divine kings, but forcefully clashing a blow with Wei Cheng, he actually did not gain the slightest bit of advantage. For some time, the 2 people were locked in a struggle. When everyone saw this scene, their faces all changed greatly. An unassuming divine king powerhouse obtaining the soul-beckoning streamer. His strength actually became so powerful. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly too, secretly, thinking to himself that this ancient soul-refining sect was indeed incomparably evil. However, his hands did not slow down, pulling out the origin magnetism spirit. Would Yi Yuan's essence energy surged. Immediately, the sound of thunder rang out, bolts of lightning discharging out. Yi Yuan's head, the origin magnetism spirit, wood in his hand and drew a large circle around everyone. Finished. Yi Yuan lightly cried out the Lin character. After that, he directly inserted the origin magnetism spirit wood into the soil. Straight away, an enormous lightning shield protected everyone in the middle. Above the shield, there was faintly the undulation of the power of laws. The might of the Lin character actually condensed and did not dissipate. Alright, no matter what happens outside, all are not to walk out of the radius of this shield. Otherwise, even gods can't save you, Yi Yuan said to everyone coldly. It's been so long, and they are still not back yet. They wouldn't have been completely wiped out, right? Seeing Yi Yuan and the rest not returning, Zhuge Qingxian involuntarily furrowed his brows. Old Man Han said, "This Broken Soul Ridge is extremely fishy. In the past, it was merely an unimportant and ordinary mountain ridge. Now even you and I are actually unable to fly over. There are definitely things concerning divine Tao that happened. These scapegoats are really useless. Not a single one could actually return." Zhuge Qingxian said unhappily. Old Man Han gave him a glance and said, "Did you feel that kid earlier was rather odd?" But Zhuge Qingxian did not feel that there was anything amiss. He was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. He had never placed ants in his sights. Even the 10 great divine kings, those able to enter his arcane sights, were also merely that 1 or 2 people. Hence, that was why he loathed the Yi Yuan who offended him back then so much. In his view, it was impossible for even powerhouses of the same boundary to disguise anything in front of him too. Little did he imagine that Yi Yuan had long already gone past from under his eyelids. "A bunch of ants? What's fishy about it?" Zhuge Qingxian said. Actually, Old Man Han did not see through anything either. Otherwise, he would not have let Yi Yuan gone up either. It was just that his thoughts were much more experienced than Zhuge Qingxian, and he kept feeling that something was off. Hence, he thought a little more. Logically speaking, we're stopped by this Broken Soul Ridge. It's impossible for Yi Yuan to fly over too, if he hasn't already entered the Broken Soul Ridge. Then it's that he hasn't arrived yet. It's just that, judging from the time, even if he was any slower, he should have arrived too. Old Man Han voiced out his doubts. Zhuge Qingxian just had an arrogant character. It did not mean that he was a fool. With Old Man Han saying so, he also felt that something was not quite, and he said with a frown, "You're saying that brat was Yi Yuan? That's impossible." Zhuge Qingxian naturally would not admit that he had eyes but could not see, and was also unwilling to admit it. That brat he saw through with one glance. How could he possibly be Yi Yuan? Old Man Han smiled bitterly and said, "I just feel that there's this possibility. This boy can't be measured with common sense at all." Zhuge Qingxuan's expression flickered incessantly. Old Man Han's words made him extremely irritated. He had a feeling that it seems like he was really played by Yi Yuan again. A bout of depressed air filled his chest, making him feel like he was about to explode. "Looks like this bunch of good-for-nothings can't be counted on. We'll go in ourselves," Zhuge Qingxian said. But Old Man Han smiled evilly and said, "Who says they can't be counted on? So many people entering to be cannon fodders is good too." Old Man Han did not conceal his voice. Everyone's faces changed because of it. Zhuge Qingxian also chuckled when he heard that and said in a clear voice, "Either you all die or go up the mountain." Boom! In midair, white light and Wei Cheng clashed hard again. As a result, Wei Cheng actually sent white light flying this time. This guy was clearly possessed by the god of war. There was actually a feeling of getting stronger the more they fought. Wei Cheng did not give white light any time to catch his breath at all, immediately pouncing, wanting to directly strike white light dead. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared and cut right between the two people. Bang! A dragon roar sounded out, directly blasting Wei Cheng out 10,000 feet. Away. Big brother. This guy is so strange. There's clearly only one person, why do? I feel like there are many experts besieging me. White light set in.
Surprise.
It's that soul-beckoning streamer causing mischief, if my conjectures are right. Inside that soul-beckoning streamer likely fostered a very powerful ghost. You go down and rest a bit. Leave it to me, Yi Yuan said. Be careful, big brother. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Relax. Being sent flying by Yi Yuan with a palm, Wei Cheng actually did not come up. For a while, seemingly very wary of Yi Yuan. Just now, didn't you say that this world has to obey you? Why did you get scared? Yi Yuan looked at Wei Cheng and said with a faint smile. Wei Cheng opened his mouth and said, Brat, don't be arrogant. An ant like you, this seat can slaughter tens of millions with a wave of a hand back. Then, but Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Shameless boasting, since you don't dare to come, then this young master is coming. Wei Cheng did not see Yi Yuan take any action either. His figure instantly vanished. When Wei Cheng saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and he said in terror, Greater teleportation. Clearly, he was astounded by Yi Yuan's skill. Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit were clearly not perfected yet, but his heart realm was actually perfected already. Even in the Divine Tao era, there were also not many who had such talent. However, he already could not afford to think too much. Yi Yuan's sword already reached him. Clank. Wei Cheng brandished the soul-beckoning streamer and directly had a frontal exchange with Yi Yuan. However, it was different from how he overpowered White Light earlier. This time, he was completely pummeled by Yi Yuan. His figure was directly sent flying by Yi Yuan's powerful sword intent. Your sword Tao laws already comprehended to the middle stage first. Layer heaven? How is this possible? Astonishment was written all over Wei Cheng's face as he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He felt that this world was too crazy. How could a Tao profound realm brat possibly comprehend divine Tao laws to the second layer heaven one? Was this fellow before his eyes really an ant-like Tao profound realm martial artist from a million years ago? Wei Cheng was instantly flustered. Ha! It's just that you're out of touch with the outside world. With a look of disdain, Yi Yuan pounced once more, battling together with Wei Cheng. Yi Yuan brandished the sword until it was impenetrable, sword intent roaming. Unobstructed, the evil extermination sword contained a grand righteous aura in the first place. It was this kind of evil thing's jinx. Wei Cheng was pushed by Yi Yuan until he was teetering on his feet and could not even accomplish retaliating. Damn it! What are you all still waiting for? Wei Cheng shouted sternly. Yi Yuan naturally knew that he was shouting about, but he did not care at all. Want to walk out of this space? This fellow was the key figure. Below, energy fluctuated. The other 8 poles of soul beckoning streamers finally had activities. Those martial artists clearly sensed that the surroundings were somewhat not right. Each and every one had deathly pale faces. They did not know whether or not this enchantment that Yi Yuan laid down was useful or not. Everybody don't need to worry. Those evil things can't get in. Yu Mengli said coolly. When those dozen over people heard, their hearts calmed down slightly. But the nervous emotions still pervade the air. The Yin energy grew increasingly heavier. Even separated by an enchantment, they could also feel it distinctly. Suddenly, the enchantment emitted grating sounds. For some time, shrill screams emitted outside the enchantment, making people's hair stand on end. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's enchantment took effect. Seeing this scene, Wei Cheng's expression changed even more drastically. Damn it, boy! Don't push people too far. Wei Chen snapped. But Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, What a joke, since you guys touched lure earlier. You'll need to have the readiness of being annihilated. Wei Cheng clenched his jaws and shouted, 9 in heavenly evil formation. A surge of eviline energy spread out. The other 8 soul beckoning streamers actually rose up from the ground and attacked over towards Yi Yuan. At the same time, 9 soul-beckoning streamers closing in together. The power was indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The domain of sword instantly condensed to form a 10-foot radius. At the same time, the black tortoise treasure body divine art revolved at full power, while the evil extermination sword was unleashed in full force. Boom! This time, Wei Cheng finally shook Yi Yuan's figure back 100 over feet. But he received the recoil force and carried along the 9 poles of soul, beckoning streamers, and tunneled right into the tomb. With this escape, wanting to capture him again would not be so easy anymore. How could Yi Yuan give him the chance? Voice of the Dragon God activated. Flagrantly, Wei Cheng's figure was originally already more than half merged into the tomb. But at this time it was akin to having an immobilizing spell cast forcefully, freezing there. Even Zhuge Qingxian could not withstand Yi Yuan's voice of the Dragon God. How? Could a mere Wei Cheng be Yi Yuan's match? He only withstood less than a breath of time, and then Wei Cheng was forcefully shocked out by Yi Yuan. So powerful. What martial technique is this? That roar earlier, I felt that my divine soul was about to leave the body. I've never seen before a type of sound wave martial technique that can have such terrifying might. That was a dragon roar just now, right? Could it be that this was a dragon race martial technique? This? Who in the world is this lord? I feel that my head is almost not enough to use anymore. These divine king powerhouses were normally all tyrants of a region. Any one among them going out could establish a sect and form a rank 1 holy land. But now, when they saw Yi Yuan, they immediately felt like they were peasants. Totally not enough to look at. This was true. There was always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. Yi Yuan came to Wei Cheng's side and discovered that his 2 eyes rolled back, and was long rattled silly by the voice of the Dragon God. For the voice of the Dragon God to be able to become one of the dragon races. Supreme martial techniques, that was not anyhow said. The damages were not just targeted at the physical body, even the divine soul was similarly able to be shocked until it dissipated. Wei Cheng was just like a dead dog at this time, without any strength to fight back at all. Keep pretending to be dead. I'll make your soul disintegrate. Yi Yuan's cold voice sounded out. A sinister ghostly figure slowly floated up from Wei Cheng's body, wanting to secretly tunnel into the soul-beckoning streamer. While that Wei Cheng was already deader than dead. You can try going in. Do you really think that this young master can't do anything to the soul-beckoning streamer? Yi Yuan continued. That ghostly silhouette trembled and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said, You can see me? What a joke! If I can't see you, could it be that this young master is talking to the air? Also, the few of you, if you still won't come out, bear the consequences yourselves. Yi Yuan's words revealed killing intent. Only then the ghostly silhouette was certain that Yi Yuan was really able to see him. But how did he do it? The few of them were all invisible things. Unless it was a deity realm powerhouse who was here, otherwise no one could see them at all. Who knew that this young man was actually able to see? The ghostly silhouette suddenly discovered that he was really struck by lightning when he went out one. The soul-refining sect slumbered for 1,000,000 years. The few of them were prepared to race against time and go all out. Did not expect that not long after coming into being, they ran into such a freak. No matter how they did things, they were all restrained firmly by Yi Yuan and did not have the least bit of strength left to resist at all. Inside the other few soul-beckoning streamers, several figures floated up too. Yi Yuan swept a glance over them and finally landed on that Wei Cheng's ghost again and said, Now I ask you answer. As long as you let me discover that you're lying, this young master will make you regret being a ghost. Remember, you don't have a second chance. That piercing cold killing intent of Yi Yuan's made them shudder once more. Wei Cheng hurriedly said, Why, Your Excellency? Feel free to ask. Gui Fu absolutely dare not conceal. Seeing that he had thoroughly awed these few ghosts, Yi Yuan also calmed down slightly in his heart. Yi Yuan's research into the divine soul was extremely deep and had once seen before in some records. Some heretic path cultivators would use special techniques to refine divine souls into evil ghosts. These evil ghosts under the order of martial artists were able to kill enemies. Furthermore, their power potentials were limitless. The powerful ones could even reach deity realm. This soul refining sect was named Soul Refining. It was likely an illustrious heretic path sect in the ancient era too. He knew that these few ghosts were all refined with extremely powerful methods. Want to erase away, there was only using the voice of the dragon god. But the voice of the dragon god, he already used one breath of time. He was no longer able to use it within a short time. Yi Yuan shot Gui Fu a glance nonchalantly and asked, "What is this place?" Gui Fu said cautiously, "Replying Your Excellency, this place is the Soul Refining Sect's divine development space." Back then, the Soul Refining Sect was pursued by Taoist absolute heaven until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth, and could only escape into the Godsfall mountain range. But when they escaped here, they were already a spent force. At that time, the Soul Refining Sect's sect master, Li Gui, opened up this divine development space with a great divine ability. He destroyed his fleshy body and laid down the immemorial soul refining grand array, hoping to borrow this Godsfall mountain range's eviline energy and refine himself into an undying evil ghost and then dominate the divine realm. At that time, even absolute heaven could not do anything to him either. Yi Yuan could not help shuddering with fear when he heard the means of ancient era powerhouses were simply inconceivable. The name of the undying evil ghost, Yi Yuan had once heard before too. Legends had it that refining into an undying evil ghost, one could be undying and imperishable. Even deity realm powerhouses were hard-pressed to destroy. Too. Did not expect that there was actually someone who set up a million years old grand plan to refine himself into this kind of neither human nor ghost creature. "You're saying that Li Gui is inside this tomb?" Yi Yuan said with a frown. Although heavenly Tao was missing presently, even if Li Gui really refined himself into an undying evil ghost, it was also impossible to reach the heights of a million years. But this undying evil ghost was absolutely not easy to deal with. Even the current him was most likely not a match either. Gui Fu nodded his head and said, "Yes." Yi Yuan glanced at him and asked again, "The few of you, what kind of existences are you?" Gui Fu's expression was ugly and said, "The few of us aren't anything, we are this myriad soul flag's artifact spirits." The myriad soul flag is a profound divine artifact. It can divide into 9 and can also combine into 1. It's just that our strengths haven't recovered to our peak state yet. So, Gui Fu secretly peeked at Yi Yuan but did not dare to carry on saying. Clearly, losing to Yi Yuan, Gui Fu was still unconvinced in his heart. If he could recover to his peak state, he definitely would not fear Yi Yuan. From sky distant there, Yi Yuan knew that divine artifacts were also classified into grades. Divided according to the grade, divine artifacts were categorized into spirit, divine artifact, profound divine artifact, heavenly divine artifact, which corresponds respectively to grotto profound, heaven glimpse, and origin deity. 3 great deity realms. Since the myriad soul flag was a profound divine artifact, its grade was already not low. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and pulled the evil extermination sword out again, with a swish, and said, "Since the soul refining sect was pursued by senior absolute heaven, then do you guys recognize this sword?" The gazes of Gui Fu and the evil ghosts turned intent. Only now did they size up the sword in Yi Yuan's hand carefully. Firstly, they had just regained consciousness not long. Many memories that had already long been covered by dust had not recovered yet. Secondly, they were constantly in the heat of battle just now. They did not have time to size up the sword in Yi Yuan's hand and just felt that it looked familiar. Taking a look now, they involuntarily shuddered in fear. The evil extermination divine sword. This is the evil extermination divine sword. Your absolute heaven's successor. Guifu was just like a mouse that saw a cat, immediately screaming shrilly. The other evil ghosts were similarly immensely alarmed too. It was as if they had seen a terrifying thing. Clearly, absolute heaven's deterrent power toward them was too strong. Yi Yuan looked at Guifu and said with a faint smile, "Now this young master gives you two choices. One is to acknowledge me as your master, the other is to turn to dust." Previously, when he exchanged blows with Guifu, Yi Yuan was actually secretly alarmed. With the evil extermination sword's sharpness, it actually could not chop off a soul-beckoning streamer. This clearly did not quite make sense. Even Yi Yuan did not think that this myriad soul flag was actually a profound divine artifact. One had to know that the evil extermination sword was also merely a profound divine artifact. It was just that it was in existence with an extremely high grade even among profound divine artifacts. Paired with absolute heaven strength that overpowered all life, that was why it appeared extraordinary. He did not expect that these few poles of lousy streamers were actually a profound divine artifact. Yi Yuan had a heavenly divine artifact in his hands though. It was the sacred dragon token. It was just that until now, Yi Yuan was unable to unleash its true power. Therefore, he used it lesser now instead. Although these myriad soul flags were somewhat extraordinary, they did not have the undulations of a divine artifact at all, resulting in Yi Yuan not perceiving it. It seemed like this myriad soul flag indeed had some ability to actually be able to divide into 9. Furthermore, the power of the myriad soul flag was clearly related to the condition of these evil ghosts. If these evil ghosts were able to recover strength, the myriad soul flag's power should be rather considerable. Hearing Guifu said so, Yi Yuan had the thought of subduing these ghost creatures aroused. If it were somebody else, forget about subduing these ghost creatures. Not being subdued by these ghost creatures was already pretty good. But Yi Yuan had the soul-suppressing pearl. These ghosts could not affect him at all. Yi Yuan did not have aversive thoughts toward this kind of evil things, since this profound divine artifact was already an established fact. Destroying it would be a pity. As long as one used it positively, it could save many people instead. Furthermore, Yi Yuan subduing these evil ghosts still had other considerations involved. The 9 evil ghosts exchanged glances. Their faces all revealed unwilling expressions. Placed at 1,000,000 years ago, they did not even place deity realm powerhouses in their sights. But now they had yet to take the first step out and was subdued by Yi Yuan. How could they be reconciled to it? Heh! Looks like you all have just woken up and are really very muddled. In this present divine realm, how can one still be able to corroborate their Tao and become a deity? No matter how many divine souls you all devour, you'd also be unable to recover to your peak anymore. Yi Yuan discovered that these ghosts seemed to really have quite a slow reaction. Until now, they still had not detected heavenly Tao's change. His words filled the evil ghosts with alarm. Is what you said true? Guifu said in astonishment. Yi Yuan briefly narrated heavenly Tao's change and continued, even if you all recover your strength, you'd forever not be this young master's match. Now, have you given up? Finally, Yi Yuan's words utterly shattered Guifu's psychological defense. Your Excellency, Guifu is willing to acknowledge you as master, Guifu said, with extreme unwillingness. If it were another person, he absolutely would not submit. Even if the heaven-stabilizing divine king was here, he would not be able to subdue these evil ghosts too, because he could not kill these guys at all. But Yi Yuan was different. His voice of the dragon god was too terrifying. Already experiencing the power of the voice of the dragon god, Guifu believed that Yi Yuan absolutely had the ability to kill them. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Say the spell to control the myriad soul flag, and I'll spare you all from death. Don't think about tampering with it." Still that sentence, you guys don't have a second chance. Gui Fu had long seen through those immensely powerful means of theirs all. Could not work in front of Yi Yuan. Playing tricks was tantamount to seeking death. Gui Fu's expression turned fearful and he said, Your Excellency, the usage, method of the myriad soul flag is different from other profound divine artifacts. It doesn't require divine inscriptions to activate. But on this myriad soul flag, there is Li Gui's divine soul imprint. If Your Excellency wishes to control us, you just have to remove his imprint, then have it acknowledge you as its master with blood essence and a divine soul imprint. Will do. It's just that wanting to remove Li Gui's imprint, the risk isn't small. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that, not expecting that the myriad soul flag was actually so convenient. As for Gui Fu's words, he did not take them to heart at all. Yi Yuan picked up Gui Fu's myriad soul streamer. His divine sense sunk directly inside. A tempest-like divine sense undulation was about to wipe away Yi Yuan's consciousness indiscriminately. Right at this time, the soul-suppressing bead suddenly gave off a red light, shining toward Li Gui's divine sense imprint. He did not even get to scream, tragically, and directly turned to dust. Seeing this scene, Gui Fu and the other evil ghosts were shocked until their mouths were gaping. Li Gui was a heaven-glimpse deity realm powerhouse back then and also cultivated the divine soul path. His divine soul imprint, even origin deity. Realm powerhouses did not dare to easily erase either. He did not expect that this young man before his eyes eradicated it without any effort. That red light, Gui Fu could not figure out what that was at all. But without a doubt, if it were him, he would likewise turn to dust. The eyes Gui Fu looked toward Yi Yuan with were filled with terror. The secrets on this young man were simply abundant until he could not bear to look straight. Yi Yuan's methods to exterminate him were far more than he imagined. Actually, this was Gui Fu thinking too much. The soul-suppressing pearl was completely automatically protecting its master. Here, Yi Yuan completely could not deploy it. Following that, Yi Yuan completely wiped away the Li Gui imprint on the 9 myriad soul flags like what he had done. After that, he dripped blood for it. To acknowledge a master according to the method Gui Fu said. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of evil in energy poured in, rushing straight at the top of Yi Yuan's head. But the soul-suppressing pearl emitted a holy red light and completely suppressed the evil in energy. It did not even stir up a single wave. Immediately after that, Yi Yuan discovered that a trace of faintly discernible connection was established between his divine soul and the 9 evil ghosts. Sure enough, he was already able to spur these evil ghosts. Paying respect to Master, Gui Fu and the rest were already unable to resist Yi Yuan's thoughts and submitted. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Gui Fu, now, I want to search your memories. You're not to resist. Gui Fu bowed his body and said, Yes, Master. Yi Yuan's divine soul probed out and started reading Gui Fu's memories. Very soon, Yi Yuan's face revealed a faint understanding smile. Your Excellency, what in the world happened at your side just now? When Yi Shang saw Yi Yuan, he could not resist asking. He could not see Gui Fu and the others, so he thought that Yi Yuan was muttering to himself alone there. Not just him, the others similarly looked toward Yi Yuan with curious expressions. Among them also included White Light and Lure. Rather, for Yu Mengli, because she also had the moonlight heavenly eye. Although it was not as clear as Yi Yuan, she could also see some things. After all, Yi Yuan's actions earlier were too weird. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Nothing, just subdued a few little ghosts. Come. Let's enter the tomb. With him saying so, the other people's faces all revealed incomparably astonished expressions. After all, outside was already so dangerous. Inside probably still had even more dangers. Even if there was Yi Yuan, this kind of powerful existence, Wei Cheng still died. This involuntarily made each and every one of their faces deathly pale. Seeing that mysterious smile on Yi Yuan's face, Yu Mengli could not help saying curiously, Could it be that there are still some good places inside this tomb? Yi Yuan chuckled with laughter and said, "Come, let's go in first and dig a pit for Zhuge Qingxian, that fellow, to jump inside. This time this young master is going to toy him to death." When Zhuge Qingxian saw this stretch of wilderness, his face immediately fell. This stretch of scorched earth still had residual heat. The land was burned to a charcoal black color. People who were capable of accomplishing this were not many. This way it affirmed their guesses previously even more. That person who came forward of his own accord to go up the mountain was very likely Yi Yuan. At the thought of this, Zhuge Qingxian was as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. Yi Yuan's essence fire is the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Furthermore, it already gave birth to a primordial spirit. Its power is extraordinary. This place, every single thing here was probably done by him. Old man Han shot Zhuge Qingxian a very meaningful glance and said, "This seat naturally knows, so no need you to shoot your mouth off. Wait until this seat catches up to him, and I'll definitely tear him limb from limb." Zhuge Qingxian gave a cold snort and shot Old Man Han an ill-intent glance. Old Man Han just smiled slightly and did not care about Zhuge Qingxian's attitude and said again, "This region formed a space of its own. It was probably hewed open by a deity realm powerhouse with a great divine ability. This place likely has quite a few good stuff." Zhuge Qingxian's face fell, furious until he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan sneaked inside from under his eyelids. Now he already took the preemptive in every aspect. Humph! An ancient divine Tao sect isn't what he can mess with as he likes. Does he think that by coming in first he can have the advantage? When the time comes, he won't even know how he dies. Zhuge Qingxian said. You know this sect?" Old Man Han said curiously. The ancient soul refining sect was a powerful sect in the same era as the Heaven One sect. It was said that their sect master was also a reclusive pinnacle genius, his heretic path skills cultivated to the extreme, and was a peak heaven glimpse realm powerhouse. It's just a shame that he ran into absolute heaven. The holy city was the faction with the most ancient inheritance at present. Seeing the soul refining sect's name, he remembered the history very quickly. It was just that, in the sect's records, this sect was already wiped out by absolute heaven. He did not expect that there were still traces that showed up at the Godsfall mountain range. But one thing was certain, this sect was not to be provoked. This way, Yi Yuan might really not gain any advantage when he enters. Single mishap and he might really throw himself in. Lord Kanua said that Yi Yuan entered the Godsfall mountain range, and heaven's secret is being screened. Killing him here is the best place. Or he might play himself to death, who knows? Old Man Han's eyes lit up as he said. Talking up to here, Zhuge Qingxian's complexion finally eased up a little, his face revealing some mockery as he said, "We'll go in. I hope that Yi Yuan doesn't get toyed to death." Slightly earlier, Yi Yuan and the rest entered inside the tomb under Gue Fu's lead. Inside the tomb formed its own space, just like an enormous emperor mausoleum. The passageways inside the mausoleum were extremely abundant. There were also countless traps. A moment of carelessness and it was the outcome, perishing in Tao, dissipating. But Yi Yuan searched Gue Fu's memories and already knew this place like the back of his hand. With his lead, the party naturally proceeded unimpeded without obstacles. After this door, is the place where the spatial crystal is at? Yi Yuan asked. Ahead was a large door. According to Gue Fu's memories, there was a piece of spatial crystal after the large door. That spatial crystal was the cornerstone of this space. Controlling the spatial crystal, Yi Yuan would be able to control this tomb as he pleased. Of course, the prerequisite was that Li Gue did not awaken. Yes, master. It's just that there's an extremely powerful restriction on this door. It was personally laid down by sect master Li Gue back then, specifically targeting divine souls. Even if an origin deity realm powerhouse was here, it would likely be difficult for him to withstand as well. Gue Fu warned him. The soul-refining sect established the sect with souls and liked to refine.
Divine Soul.
It was also exceedingly formidable in the path of divine souls. Li Gui was the person who walked the furthest on this path in the soul refining sect. His cultivation even reached peak heaven glimpse deity realm. The restriction that he personally laid down, the power could be seen at a glance. Even if 1,000,000 years had gone by, it was also absolutely not what a Tao, profound realm martial artist could withstand. Along the way, everyone had long become used to Gui Fu's existence already. According to Yi Yuan's request, Gui Fu cast a secret art and showed his form. Gui Fu was already being controlled by Yi Yuan now. He was naturally worried about Yi Yuan's safety. Restrictions targeting the divine soul? The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he revealed a very disdainful expression, and actually directly reached his hand out to push that door. Gui Fu was taken aback when he saw the situation, and he hurriedly said, "Be careful, master." When Yi Yuan's hand touched that large door, a restriction power that made everyone's hearts palpitate instantly invaded Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. "Your Excellency, watch out! Milord!" All of them exclaimed in shock, warning Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan was their only hope right now. Without Yi Yuan, they were bound to die here, no other possibilities. However, Yi Yuan was perfectly fine, his hand pressing right onto the door, and then pushed the door open. Everyone's eyeballs popped out, an expression of seeing ghosts. Only Yu Mengli and the others who knew Yi Yuan well had it to be expected. Expression. They all knew that Yi Yuan was basically immune to divine soul type attacks. If it were some powerful essence energy restrictions, Yi Yuan might need to expend some effort. But restrictions targeted at the divine soul was seriously too dull and lacking excitement. Gui Fu felt that this new master of his was the real ghost. "Master's means are truly inconceivable," Gui Fu said with an emotional sigh. Creak. The stone door was easily pushed open by Yi Yuan. A dreamlike scene appeared in front of everyone. This was a void. It took on a multicolored appearance inside, magnificent and gorgeous. In the middle of the void, a chunk of white crystal suspended in the air, emitting powerful undulations. What a powerful spatial power! Didn't expect that the divine realm actually still had such a wondrous thing. When Yi Yuan saw the spatial crystal, he was incredibly amazed too. Ever since divine Tao dwindled to zero, the strength that originally transcended the ordinary also gradually disappeared in the long river of history. It was even hard to find any traces at all. This spatial crystal was clearly one of them. To be able to support this space for 1,000,000 years indestructively, this spatial crystal's energy could be imagined. Of course, to be able to use the spatial crystal to cleave open this space, Li Gui's strength was also unimaginable. The God's Fall mountain range's space is exceedingly unstable. Li Gui made use of the spatial crystal back then and opened up this soul-refining sex space. On this spatial node, avoided absolute heaven's eyes and ears. But 1,000,000 years later, the spatial crystal's spatial power is already much weaker and is no longer able to stand independently outside of the void. That's why it would appear in the God's Fall mountain range, Gui Fu said. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally and said, "Looks like the means of deity realm. Powerhouses are truly what we can't imagine. Even if it's not for the sake of dealing with Kanua, the allure of deity realm is also not what my generation is able to resist." Not far from the spatial crystal, there was a miniature array formation. Yi Yuan's essence energy urged, sending out the 9 poles of myriad soul flags in 9 directions. After that, he slowly walked into the array formation. Everything inside the soul-refining sex space lay within Yi Yuan's control. "All of you, all enter for this seat." Zhuge Qingxian displayed his despotic power grandly and chased everyone inside the tomb like herding ducks. Everyone was helpless and could only toughen their scalps despite being aware of the danger and entered the tomb. Zhuge Qingxian had a scornful look as he said, a bunch of ant-like existences, also have delusions of grandeur about achieving Tao, truly toads lusting after swan meat. Hoo-hoo. There are millions upon millions of ants in the world. Who doesn't wish to achieve Tao and be eternal? One can always think about it, Old Man Han said with a smile. Only after seeing everyone disappear in their line of sight one by one did Zhuge Qingxian and party enter inside. But the moment Zhuge Qingxian entered the enchantment, alarm bells went off. In front of him was a blood-red world. Countless resentful spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws, clawing over towards Zhuge Qingxian. These resentful spirits were not very powerful, but they heavily outnumbered him. These resentful spirits in front of them seemingly stretched to infinity, totally unable to kill finish. Zhuge Qingxian snorted coldly. The profound calamity finger suddenly attacked. Boom! Thousands of resentful spirits were directly blotted out by this finger. However, these thousands of resentful spirits were merely a drop in the ocean. This hole was filled by the other resentful spirits very soon. Give me back my life. I want you to die.
Kill, kill, kill.
These resentful spirits seemed to have deep hatred with Zhuge Qingxian, all screaming as they arrived with a howl. Humph! A bunch of reckless things. Mere resentful spirits wish to trap this seat as well. Zhuge Qingxian snorted coldly. A terrifying aura surged to the sky. True martial Brahma. With Zhuge Qingxian as the center, a pale blue light screen formed within a radius of 100 feet. The moment these resentful spirits entered this 100 feet radius, they were immediately ground up and turned to ashes. However, they still rushed over toward Zhuge Qingxian like moths fluttering towards the fire. Inside the spatial crystal array formation, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said to himself, I didn't expect that this guy actually comprehended a divine Don Domain too. Looks like these past few days his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Kanhua is indeed well deserving of being a former heavenly fiend god. To actually have such means. In front of Zhuge Qingxian's eyes turned blurry, his figure appearing in a long passageway. Old Man Han seemed to have entered long ago. He shot Zhuge Qingxian a strange glance and said, Why have you only just come? Zhuge Qingxian also gave him a glance weirdly and said, You entered after me, why did you reach first instead? Could it be that you didn't run into those resentful spirits? Resentful spirits? What resentful spirits? We came straight in and didn't encounter anything, Old Man Han said in confusion. Right at this time there was another Divine King Realm martial artist who came in. Zhuge Qingxian's brows furrowed, and he grabbed him and asked, You came in, through the enchantment, did you encounter anything? Being pressed by Zhuge Qingxian, that person's expression was somewhat ugly, but he still shook his head and said, No, I came straight in and didn't encounter anything. Zhuge Qingxian was depressed now and asked a few more who came in first and discovered that none of them ran into resentful spirits. Why was it just him who encountered? Could it be because he was unlucky? Even though those resentful spirits did not pose much threat to him, just him alone encountering it, that was rather depressing too. Old Man Han noticed something wrong and asked, What place did you go to earlier? Zhuge Qingxian said, I don't know what place it was either. Seemed to be a certain space in the enchantment where it raised countless resentful spirits. Even if the average void mystic martial artist was inside, it would probably be hard to come out as well, if not for this seat having a great advancement in strength recently. I probably wouldn't have come out so fast yet. Old Man Han was also slightly surprised when he heard that and secretly thought that Zhuge Qingxian was truly a bit too unlucky. All of them did not encounter it. It was only Zhuge Qingxian alone that ran into it. As for someone deliberately manipulating it, they did not think in this area at all. This was an ancient divine Tao sect, so who could manipulate things to such an extent as they wished? After making noise for a long time, Zhuge Qingxian did not figure anything out. either, and he could only continue deeper in. The corridors crisscrossed here, extending in all directions just like a maze. Although their numbers were many, they were like headless flies, unable to find the direction. However, along the way they did not run into any danger. This made the martial artists who came in rather surprised. They even thought that this divine Tao sex ruins would definitely have many restrictions and traps, but did not expect that nothing actually happened at all. Zhuge Qingxian was naturally very surprised too. He and Old Man Han exchanged a glance and opened his mouth. Could it be that this place is just an empty shell? This isn't too likely, right? Old Man Han said with uncertainty. If it's not an empty shell, why isn't there any danger at all? The moment Zhuge Qingxuan's words came out of his mouth, his face immediately changed. True martial Brahma. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhuge Qingxian instantly opened up his divine Tao domain. Countless blood light flashed, swarming over from all directions, enveloping Zhuge Qingxuan's party inside fully. Arg! A series of shrill and miserable screams came over. Apart from Old Man Han and Zhuge Qingxian, their party was one-shot instantly. Bang! 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 These blood lights were incomparably scary from beginning to end. Even though the two people's strength stood head and shoulders above all others, they did not dare to slack off in the slightest. This restriction power was laid down by a deity realm powerhouse 1 million years ago. The power was unimaginable. The two people used all of their abilities and finally charged out from inside the restriction. Following the two people coming out, that restriction slowly died down. The two people exchanged a glance, still having some lingering fear in their hearts. Just now, there was someone who just went past in front and didn't set off the restriction. Why does when it comes to us it will trigger such a terrifying restriction? Zhuge Qingxian said with an ugly look. Zhuge Qingxian hearing those martial artists inside. The objective was in order to be scapegoats. But those people were fine while he was nearly turned to dregs by the restriction. This made him incomparably frustrated. Old Man Han's expression was also incomparably ugly. The people that he brought over actually all died. Even their divine souls did not escape as well, directly obliterated by the restriction. That's right. There were quite a few people who walked past just now, and they were all fine. No idea why, when it came to us walking past, it triggered the restriction. Old Man Han said gloomily. Zhuge Qingxian gave him a glance and said suspiciously, "It wouldn't be your subordinates who were blind and triggered the restriction, right?" Old Man Han's expression flickered incessantly and could only heave a sigh, finally, and said, "I'm afraid that's only this possibility as well." Apart from this explanation, he seriously could only think of other possibilities. Damn it! Bring this kind of good-for-nothings out for what? Apart from causing trouble, they were utterly useless, Zhuge Qingxian said with a black face. He was extremely pent up with anger right now. Seemed like ever since he entered this tomb, nothing went well for him. It seemed like this divine Tao sex ruins was specifically targeting him alone. Old Man Han was also greatly angered and said unhappily, "Zhuge Qingxian, don't you sit on your high horse. You don't think that this Han is scared of you, do you?" Old Man Han was aware of Zhuge Qingxuan's character. Having his eyes at the top of his head, coupled with Kanua's warnings, he did not argue over things with Zhuge Qingxian along the way. But now the people that he brought were all dead. How could he still have such a good temper? Zhuge Qingxian snorted coldly and said, "Kanua sent trash over, what use can you be of? Don't think that with just Kanua backing you up, this seat won't dare to kill you." Old Man Han was furious until he was huffing and puffing. He discovered that this guy was simply unreasonable. If not for Lord Kanua, you'd have long been killed by Yi Yuan, that brat. Would it still be your turn to show off your power here? Pooh! At this time, quite a number of martial artists were drawn by the sound of the two of their arguing. They stopped to watch the show by the side. Hearing Old Man Han's words, everyone turned pale with fright. That battle did not spread out. Only now did they know that the heaven-stabilizing Divine King actually nearly died under Yi Yuan's hands. Didn't this mean that the heaven-surmounting Divine King already surpassed the heaven-stabilizing Divine King? I didn't hear wrongly, right? The heaven-surmounting Divine King actually almost killed this guy. The heaven-surmounting Divine King's growth is simply too terrifying. Just how long has it been? His strength actually soared again. If this is true, doesn't that mean that the 10 great Divine Kings ranking is going to change again? This news was seriously too shocking. The unbeatable existence in their hearts was actually dragged down from the altar, just like that. But at this time, virtually everyone was very delighted in their hearts. After all, the heaven-stabilizing Divine King already drove them into a dead. And furthermore, this guy's personality seriously made people dare not sing praises. The heaven-surmounting Divine King replacing the heaven-stabilizing Divine King, they did not have much sense of a loss. They felt very liberated. Instead, what kind of hearing strength did Zhuge Qingxian have? Hearing these toned down discussions, his anger flared up even more. Since you're seeking death, then this seat will grant your wish. How could Zhuge Qingxian still endure it? He erupted immediately, tapping a finger over toward Old Man Han. Old Man Han was also not someone who was easy to deal with. The two people clashed together. This degree of battle, in addition to the fact that it was inside a narrow corridor, how could the others still dare to surround and watch? Each end, every one of them ran far away. Inside the corridor, waves of terrifying undulations transmitted over. But the group of martial artists had excited looks. Heh! This heaven-stabilizing Divine King tyrannically abuses his power. Didn't expect that they actually broke out in internecine fighting. Truly, venting one's anger. Best if the two of them suffer mutual destruction. This kind of guy is simply not worthy of the name of the 10 great Divine Kings. Seize this chance. Let's hurry up and run. Carrying on like this, we'd have to die in their hands sooner or later. Yeah, previously it was our luck that was good. But keep on being cannon fodder for him. It will be death eventually. Everyone's discussion stopped and did not care about the two people currently in a tangled fight. All of them were heading over toward the depths. However, they discovered that this place seemed to really not have any danger. Along the way, so many of them actually did not encounter any bit of danger. This kind of feeling made them feel blissful to the extreme. For these martial artists to be able to cultivate to their present realm, who knew how many mystic realms they had braved before, which time wasn't a narrow escape from death before they could have today's accomplishment. However, the situation this time they had never encountered before. Moreover, this was the ruins of a divine Tao sect. Logically speaking, it was impossible for this kind of situation to appear. However, it just happened. It was not that nobody suspected Yi Yuan, but it was just that, in their opinion, this was simply something impossible. This was the ruins of a divine Tao sect. Who were you to trigger when you say trigger, not trigger when you said not trigger? This was a little too preposterous. In contrast, they were more willing to believe that their luck was good. Encountering an empty shell. The great battle ceasing, Zhuge Qingxian looked coldly at the Old Man Han, covered in wounds all over next to him, and he said with a cold snort, "This bit of capabilities also dare to be arrogant in front of this seat. Today, on the account of Kanua's face, I'll spare your life. If you offend again, I'll definitely cut you down without mercy." The current Old Man Han looked very miserable, looking like a rotten watermelon from head to toe, being beaten by Zhuge Qingxian into a sieve. He looked at Zhuge Qingxian rather apprehensively, very surprised by his might. Old Man Han was naturally aware of Zhuge Qingxian's strength, but he was also rather confident in his own strength. It was just that he did not expect, no idea what kind of means Lord Kanua used to actually let Zhuge Qingxian's strength improve to such a level within such a short time. One had to know that Zhuge Qingxian did not become Lord Kanua's fiend slave, and also did not cultivate the fiend path cultivation methods. What he used was still the Holy City's most orthodox Brahma Heart Sutra. Yes, Old Man Han voiced out, wholeheartedly convinced. He did not have Lord Kanua's means. With Zhuge Qingxuan's current strength, he was absolutely capable of completely annihilating him. But he also became more confident in this trip's mission. With Zhuge Qingxuan's current strength, it should be sufficient to cut Yi Yuan down. After subduing Old Man Han, Zhuge Qingxian, the two of them continued heading towards the depths again. Except they were as unlucky as before. Along the way, they practically set off all of the restrictions that could be set off. It was the ruins of a divine Tao sect after all. Some restrictions, even if it was Zhuge Qingxian, it was also a narrow shave with death before he could get. As for Old Man Han, if not for the fiend race's vitality being tenacious, he would have long died many times over. Your Excellency, this is definitely not right. Most likely it's someone controlling these restrictions, waiting for us to go trigger. If I didn't guess wrongly, it's definitely Yi Yuan, Old Man Han said with a black face. Zhuge Qingxuan's face was livid. Along the way, his injuries were not light either. Hearing Old Man Han mention it, he snorted coldly and said, "Still need you to say? Do you really take this seat to be a fool? Damn it! How in the world did this brat do it?" That ancient soul-refining sect, even Lord Zhuozong was very fearful too. This guy is actually able to control the restrictions here. Only now did Zhuge Qingxian know that it was truly with one misstep every step turned wrong. In the beginning, letting Yi Yuan in, it was truly lifting a rock to crush his own feet. No idea what methods Yi Yuan used either to actually dig such a large pit for them. This kind of thing should not happen at all. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he muttered to himself. Looks like they finally realized it. Big brother, it's already been so long. Could it be that the restrictions here still can't kill them? White Light said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan's gaze was profound as he said, "Looks like that Zhuge Qingxian obtained considerable benefits from Kanua there, his strength soaring by leaps and bounds. For ordinary restrictions to want to kill him, it's likely not easy. Even if the current me faces off with him, I might not gain any advantage as well." Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change. To be able to make Yi Yuan say this sort of words, it seemed like Zhuge Qingxuan's strength really improved a lot. "Your Excellency, this, what to do here?" Yisheng asked hesitantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo, no big deal. The soul-refining sect is a divine Tao sect at any rate. How can it be that easy for them to want to come out without a scratch? This young master already prepared a big feast for them. I hope that they savor it happily. Where is this? This place seems to be the God's Fall mountain range. We actually came back. Ha ha ha. It's really the God's Fall mountain range. We returned. We're saved. Damn heaven stabilizing divine king. Let him go and see ghosts. Truly heaven has eyes. Ha ha ha. Let that damn heaven stabilizing divine king die inside that tomb then." The group of martial artists randomly walked around inside the tomb, but unknowingly exited the soul-refining sect space and returned to the God's Fall mountain range. After they discovered this fact, each and every one of them was abnormally excited. Being chased into the tomb by Zhuge Qingxian, each and every one of them already lost all hope. How could a divine Tao sect's tomb be that easy to venture into? But they did not even lose a single hair and came out just like that. How could they not be excited? After the excitement, their displeasure towards Zhuge Qingxian also thoroughly erupted out, cursing Zhuge Qingxian to die into one after another. "Hey, each and every one of you all, do you really think your fate is so good?" Suddenly, a man stepped forward and said in a clear voice. Very soon, someone recognized who this person was. "It's you. You're that guy who impersonated the heaven-surmounting divine king." and was beaten to a pig's head by us. You're actually not dead, someone cried out in surprise. This person was precisely Yi Sheng, who already came out from inside the soul refining sect space. Everyone all knew that Yi Sheng followed Yi Yuan into the soul refining sect space. Along the way they did not see him either, and they even thought that he had already long died. They did not think that he actually exited the soul refining sect space, together with everyone bafflingly. Hearing this roar, Yi Sheng's face also instantly fell. These guys were really rubbing it in. Not far away, Lier and Luer also covered their mouths and laughed, being tickled by this scene. They also did not expect that this Yi Sheng suddenly ran out to tell the truth. They wanted to stop but was already too late. You say that it's not that our fate was good, why is that? I'm also curious. Entering this tomb we actually didn't even see a ghost. The person just now asked curiously. Seeing him questioned Yi Sheng, everyone perked their ears up and listened. Only then did they know that there was indeed more than met the eye. Otherwise, a divine Tao sect's ruins. How could there possibly be no danger at all? But Yi Sheng had a proud look at this time as if he was the savior. For you guys to be able to come out, it's all because the heaven surmounting Divine King controlled the entire soul refining sect space, guiding you all, one by one, to walk out of the safe region. Otherwise, with just your bit of strength, absolutely not a single one can come out. Yi Sheng said proudly. Heaven surmounting Divine King. The heaven surmounting Divine King is actually here. That means that person who offered to go up the mountain was really the heaven surmounting Divine King? Exclaimed the person. That is, of course. Otherwise, what do you think? How can an exalted divine Tao sect's ruins not had any dangers at all? Yi Sheng said, controlling a region of space. How is this possible? This is the ruins of a divine Tao space. It's actually the heaven surmounting Divine King. The heaven surmounting Divine King actually took pity on existences like us. He's the divine realm's true leader. Heaven stabilizing Divine King. Heaven surmounting Divine King. The two people's titles both carry a heaven character. But this moral character, the disparity is truly too great. Yi Sheng's words immediately blew up in the crowd. At present, the divine realm's strongest two mighty heavens chosen. One ordered them about to be cannon fodders, but the other saved all of them. By contrast, this difference was seriously too great. Yi Yuan controlled the entire space and could entirely let them run their own course. Letting so many people come out safe and sound, this definitely expended considerable effort. If it were them, they probably could not be bothered to do this sort of thing as well. After all, saving these people had no benefits to Yi Yuan at all. But Yi Yuan still did it. In an instant, Yi Yuan's image in their hearts became incomparably huge. This was the demeanor that a man of great talent and virtue had. But even you came out, so where's Lord Yi Yuan? Someone asked. Carefully, the corners of Yi Sheng's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, His Excellency is still inside the soul refining sect space, preparing a feast for Zhuge Qingxian, that punk. After today, the heaven-stabilizing Divine King will probably have his name removed from the books of the divine realm. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the satisfaction, Yi Sheng could not resist roaring with laughter. He also detested Zhuge Qingxuan's countenance greatly. Zhuge Qingxian dying. He was naturally happy. The other people's faces turned fearful when they heard that, but they also felt very thrilled in their hearts. This kind of person, it's best if he died. Inside the soul-refining sect space, Zhuge Qingxian and Old Man Han proceeded carefully along the way. Seems like we haven't run into restrictions for very long, Old Man Han said. Zhuge Qingxuan's brows knitted tightly, and he said, This isn't some good thing. That boy might be up to something. Currently, the two of them were meat on someone else's chopping board. Even if they knew it was Yi Yuan controlling everything, there was nothing they could do either. Right now, they could only rely on their own powerful strength and try to break through forcefully. The others are all gone already. 10-1 they were brought away by Yi Yuan. I really can't figure out how in the world did this boy do it? This is the ruins of an ancient divine Tao sect. Old Man Han said gloomily. How he did it is already not important anymore. What's important is how do we go out? Zhuge Qingxian was just speaking when suddenly it lit up in front of the two people arriving in a great hall. Array formations revolved around inside the great hall. An enormous coffin was placed in the center. Red light flickered inside the coffin, emitting undulations that made people's hearts palpitate. Suddenly, a phantom flashed and appeared, making Zhuge Qingxian, the two people's faces change.
Ye Yuan.
Seeing this phantom, the two people gnashed their teeth in hatred. It was just that they knew that this was merely a projection. Hoo-hoo! How are the two of you? Congratulations to you guys, entering the core of the soul refining sect. Inside this great hall there exists the greatest essence of the soul refining sect. Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. The more Yi Yuan talked, the uglier the two people's faces. Zhuge Qingxian said in a low voice, Boy, make sure not to let this seat run into you. Otherwise, this seat will make you regret being born in this world. But Yi Yuan was indifferently and said coolly, Hoo-hoo, that will also have to wait until you guys have the life to go out and talk. This grand banquet, this young master has already prepared for you guys. Enjoy it well. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Boom! The two people had yet to react to what was happening when a loud noise came over. The entire space started trembling. The rubble above the great hall fell down in succession. Not good. This boy wants to destroy this space. Your Excellency, let's hurry and go.
Old Man Han shouted.
However, Zhuge Qingxian took no notice of him at all. Old Man Han was very puzzled. Following his gaze and looking over, he discovered that a blood-red figure floated out above the coffin. Old Man Han's gaze turned intent. Feeling like his entire person was about to suffocate, this figure was too dangerous. What the hell is this? When Old Man Han saw that ghostly figure, he felt like goosebumps were going to break out all over his body. Too dangerous. Undying evil ghost. I didn't expect that there's actually really this kind of damn thing. Damn this Yi Yuan. If you land in this seat's hands, this seat definitely won't let you die easily. Zhuge Qingxian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Zhuge Qingxuan's expression was ugly to the max. He did not expect that there was really someone who could cultivate to become an undying evil ghost. This thing was too horrifying, unable to kill at all. Looking at the other party's aura, even though his strength currently improved greatly, he actually had an impulse to turn tail and run too. He wished that he could swallow Yi Yuan's flesh raw right now. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could escape from the hands of this existence in front of him. This seat was buried deep here for 1,000,000 years. Just a little more and I can achieve an undying evil ghost body. You guys to actually dare make this seat's efforts fail short of success at the last step. Prepare to receive this seat's wrath. Li Gui's voice seemingly came from the underworld. He who had just woken up instinctively thought that it was these two people before his eyes that destroyed this space, making his efforts fail at the last stage. This former peak heaven glimpse realm powerhouse was the grand banquet that Yi Yuan left for Zhuge Qingxian. The soul refining sect coming into being, Li Gui's undying evil ghost body was about to achieve grand completion.
Ye Yuan inherited absolute avancement.
It was naturally impossible to let this sort of thing to happen. As for Zhuge Qingxian, he sought refuge with the fiend race. Yi Yuan was naturally happy that he was killed. Therefore, he immediately directed this dog-eat-dog fine show, but he himself stepped out, leaving suavely. Old Man Han felt like his divine soul was about to leave his body. He was stared at by Li Gui like being stared at by a poisonous snake. You're Mr. Dash. Old Man Han had just thought of explaining when Li Gui's figure already vanished from sight. Boom! Zhuge Qingxian had a frontal exchange with Li Gui. The air billow that spread out immediately sent Old Man Han flying out. Zhuge Qingxian cracked himself up to be an expert, but this blow also made his entire body almost fall apart. Space was still collapsing, but Li Gui did not seem to be aware of it at all, rushing over towards Zhuge Qingxian crazily. A million years of bitter effort reduced to naught. How could he not be furious? The two people started an unparalleled great battle inside this soul-refining sex space that was about to be destroyed. There was a ripple in space. Yi Yuan walked out from within the void. Many thanks for heaven surmounting Divine King's life-saving grace. There were probably thousands of martial artists before his eyes, standing, until it covered the hills and dales. These people chorused in unison, kneeling down toward Yi Yuan. It was as if they had gone through a rehearsal before. The voice emitted by several thousand martial artists reverberated throughout the entire Godsfall mountain range, majestic and grand. This scene also made Yi Yuan involuntarily freeze. He completely did not expect that these people were actually waiting here and knelt down towards him collectively. Powerhouses capable of cultivating to the Tao profound realm, each and every one of them was a person arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Making them kneel was even harder than ascending to heaven. But these several thousand martial artists before his eyes actually knelt down towards him without prior agreement. This made him greatly surprised. He could feel that these people were all grateful to him from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, Yu Mengli came forward to greet and said with a faint smile, Yi Shang, that blabbermouth, told them the matters of the soul-refining sect. Space. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a sudden realization and said in a clear voice, all get up. You all don't have to be like this. Me saving you all is in the hope that you guys put forth a portion more of effort for the human race if you all can have some gains in the Godsfall mountain range. I hope that you don't be stingy with your strength. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs be intact? If this young master fails on the verge of success, I hope that there's someone among you all who can support the human race's foundation. I won't talk any more about general principles. You all take care. Lier, let's go. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Lier and the others away on their own, without caring about the crowd with dumbfounded faces. Those martial artists all exchanged glances, all somewhat at a loss. In Yi Yuan's words earlier, they actually carried a trace of melancholy. Didn't he slay a fiend god? How could those fiends be his match? Yi Yuan's strength was already terrifying to this sort of degree. Could it be that there was still someone capable of threatening him? Also, why did the heaven-surmounting Divine King wanted to enter the Godsfall mountain range? A series of questions echoed inside everyone's head. Prior to this, these people's thoughts were all, if the sky fell down, there would be tall people supporting it. The heaven-surmounting Divine King led the mystic gate to resist the fiend race. How could there be a need for them to worry about this sort of thing? Without a doubt, the heaven-surmounting Divine King's strength currently already had no way of measuring. He might even be more powerful than Zhuge Qingxian, if the fiend race still had a powerhouse that even he could not handle as well. Then, the human race was really in a precarious situation already. Could it be that the fiend race's strongest aren't the fiend gods? They were former deity realm powerhouses. Even stronger than them. What kind of existence does that have to be? No idea what kind of existence, but without a doubt the human race is not looking well. I feel that the heaven-surmounting Divine King did not burst out without reason just now. Seems like he really doesn't have much confidence. The heaven-surmounting Divine King truly has the air of someone with great talent and virtue. I've always thought that one has to live for themselves. But seeing the heaven-surmounting Divine King, I feel that my ripe old age was really utterly wasted on a dog. Truly ashamed. I've decided if I can get out of this Godsfall mountain range alive, I'll definitely join the Mystic Gate and fight to the bitter end with the Fiend race. Yi Yuan was aware of these divine realm martial artists' virtues, so he did not talk more nonsense with them either. But he did not expect that his conduct actually deeply infected these martial artists, making them join the great army resisting the Fiend race. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan's body already had a leadership disposition similar to absolute heaven. This kind of temperament was not because his martial strength was powerful. This was a disposition that came from the soul, could imperceptibly infect the people around, making many people gather around his side, forming a powerful group from there. A group formed like this had even greater combat power than a group formed by coercing with martial strength. Even more cohesive. Young master, you were so cool just now, Luer said excitedly by the side. The scene of several thousand people collectively giving thanks just now was truly too grand. Forget about Luer, even Yi Shang these old veterans never saw before too. Even Yi Shang was very surprised that these people would actually do this sort of thing. He did not discuss with those martial artists to deliberately display this kind of lineup. All of these were spontaneously done by those people. It was precisely because of so that it made Luer worship him even more. But Yi Yuan knew that the reason why those people would do such a thing was probably not just because he saved them. They were respecting his efforts for the human race and felt ashamed in their hearts. Plus, he saved them. Only like this could it make them give thanks in unison. In the end, it was just a debt in their hearts. Lier also smiled and said, "Big brother Yuan, I really didn't expect that. These selfish people would actually do such a thing." Inside the forest, a beautiful figure and a desolate beast were locked in a fierce battle. That was a hawk beast. Its movements were extremely nimble, its strength extremely powerful, thoroughly suppressing that beautiful figure. Not far away, several figures were currently watching the fight and did not have the intention of making a move. "Ice Soul Lotus!" the woman cried out sharply. An enormous ice lotus condensed above the sky, directly freezing that hawk beast. Her move succeeding, the girl's face revealed a happy expression. It was just that very quickly her expression became ugly. Crack, crack. On that ice lotus, a fissure actually cracked open. The rift became larger and larger. Finally, with a crack, it was utterly shattered by the hawk beast. Condensing this ice lotus, the girl expended enormous amounts of essence, energy. She did not expect that this still could not kill the hawk beast. At this time, she was already powerless to fight anymore. However, her face did not reveal much of a panicked expression. What there was just a face full of dissatisfaction. That hawk beast clearly suffered injuries too. It was just that its combat strength still had quite a bit remaining. Hence, it swept up a terrifying storm, tearing toward the girl. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared between the two. A domain opened up, and that storm was instantly scattered away. Immediately after, a sword slashed out. That hawk beast did not even get to escape and was directly annihilated. Luer pursed her lips and said with an unhappy look, "It's young master making a move to save me again." Yi Yuan chuckled with laughter and said, "This hawk beast's strength is absolutely not beneath peak void mystic powerhouses. You're only middle stage void mystic currently and can already fight neck to neck with him. Already very impressive." Yi Yuan was not consoling Luer. He was really astonished by Luer's talent. Along the way, the four people naturally encountered quite a few dangers while walking, but the majority of the time it was all Luer taking action. Only when she could not resolve it would Yi Yuan make a move to settle it. Coming out from the soul refining sect space, it was also merely a month's time. Luer already broke through from initial stage void mystic to middle stage void mystic. This comprehension ability was truly rare in this world. Right now, the four people already unknowingly entered the void forbidden region. The risk factor also increased greatly. That hawk beast earlier was merely an appetizer. But being together with young master, I'm forever a burden. Luer had a depressed look. Young master's talent was too terrifying. No matter how hard she worked, she could not catch up. Forget about young master, even Lear and White Light, her gap was huge too. So along the way she worked very hard to improve herself. The goal was just, in order to not be a burden. She did not wish to just be able to hide inside the vast heaven pagoda every time she ran into danger. How can Luer be a burden? If with you there wouldn't be the present big brother Yuan. Your role is what others are unable to replace. Times even.
I'm somewhat jealous.
Lear laughed as he came up to greet. Luer's face turned red, and she said, "Big sister Lear, you're teasing Luer again." Yi Yuan looked towards Lear rather gratefully. He then said to Luer with a smile, "Silly lass, what Lear said is right. You're the one and only and also irreplaceable. You're not some kind of a burden." Hearing everyone say so, only then did Luer's displeasure turn to joy. Pulling Lear's hand, she said, "Big sister Lear, you don't forget why young master almost fell into depravity. You really don't know, I've never seen young master like that for a person before." The two girls chimed in one after another. Yi Yuan immediately felt his head swell and he hurriedly changed the topic. "All right, it's not early anymore. We still have to continue hurrying on our way. That mountain in front seems to be somewhat unusual. Everyone be a little more careful." This was not Yi Yuan deliberately saying, but it really was the case. That mountain ahead was incomparably deep, faintly transmitting a very
dangereux aura.
Yi Yuan comprehended sudden impulse and was very sensitive towards danger. This mountain was probably not easy to cross. Entering into the large mountain, this feeling became even more unbelievably intense. Big brother, it really seems to be not quite right. Along the way there's actually not even a bird feather. White Light also perceived something amiss. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a solemn face, "Everybody, be a little more careful." Right at this time, Luer suddenly cried out in surprise and said, "Young master, you look, that boulder, isn't it like a person?" Everyone followed the direction that Luer pointed at and looked over and discovered that a rock on a cliff was indeed like a person sleeping. Yi Yuan's expression turned fearful, and he said, "Ignore it. Let's continue hurrying on our way." That stone statue gave him a very dangerous feeling. Yi Yuan was naturally unwilling to provoke. If they were able to leave safe and sound, it was naturally the best. However, things did not always turn out as one wished. When they walked by the vicinity of the stone statue, suddenly, the entire huge mountain started quaking as if it was an earthquake. Yi Yuan felt all the hairs on his body stand of its end. That stone statue actually slowly opened its eyes. "Quickly go!" Yi Yuan cried out fiercely, protecting the other three people so that they could withdraw first. Rumble. Debris flew everywhere. That stone statue actually walked out of the rock and turned into a stone giant. This giant was over 100 feet tall, its entire body made up of rocks. "Bold humans, to dare infringe upon my clan's territory. Courting death." The stoneman gave no chance to explain. A fist brandishing, it smashed toward Yi Yuan them all. Seeing this punch, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. The stoneman's fist actually carried the power of divine Tao laws. If this punch landed on the other three people's bodies, they would be severely injured if not dead. Yi Yuan's face fell. Divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Releasing brazenly. Boom! An enormous boom came over. With Yi Yuan's might, he was actually pushed back several hundred feet as well. However, that stoneman was even more miserable. Under Yi Yuan's palm, his figure fell back uncontrollably, sitting onto the ground with a plop, shaking the entire mountain until it trembled. "Ha! Young master is mighty. Big brother is formidable. This stoneman is so powerful and yet is actually not your match." Seeing Yi Yuan's display of invincible might, Luer and White Light both cheered loudly. However, Yi Yuan's expression did not have any hint of delight with himself. He knew the might of his palm earlier. But that stoneman was actually completely unharmed. This guy's defense was simply freakish to the max. This human is so strong. Everybody come on out. That stoneman did not launch an attack straight away but called out loudly. Rumble. The mountain body started trembling once more. Another stoneman walked out of the rock. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly. This stoneman's concept comprehension might not be as high as his, but the defense was freakishly powerful. One was still fine, several coming out at once, even he was not a match. Either. Go! Yi Yuan dragged Luer, his figure moved, displaying merging into heaven and earth straight away, and instantly arrived 10,000 feet away. Lier and White Light's face also changed drastically, following Yi Yuan, closely and retreating. Forget about leaving humans. Bang! 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 Each step that the stonemen took, it quaked the ground until the earth trembled. Yi Yuan turned his head and looked. His expression could not help turning incomparably ugly. There were actually no less than 10 stone men chasing after. Those stone men looked incredibly clumsy, but their speed was incomparably strange and actually not much slower than them. Flying rock! The stoneman in the lead position suddenly shouted. The group of stone men all stopped, but saw them seemingly perform conjuring tricks, plucking off a piece of stone from their bodies, lifting their hands, and throwing it over towards Yi Yuan. And the rest. A terrifying undulation came over from behind. Yi Yuan could only stop his footsteps and answer the challenge. Over a dozen rocks arrived with a howl, akin to arrows whistling through the air. Yi Yuan's face fell, the evil extermination sword suddenly striking. Fury sword fire lotus. Clank, clank, clank. A series of metal clashing sounds came over. The evil extermination sword crossed swords with those rock chunks, scraping out fierce sparks. Yi Yuan's figure received a tremendous impact and glided back several thousand feet before barely managing to stabilize his figure. Even if his fleshy body was powerful, the webbing between his thumb and index finger was also shocked until it went numb. Except, with this delay, the 4 people already had their retreat paths utterly blocked off by the 10 stone men. Luer, enter the vast heaven pagoda, Yi Yuan said. Although unwilling, Luer also knew that this battle was already not what she could take part in. Putting Luer away inside the vast heaven pagoda, Yi Yuan said to Lier and White Light, you guys 2 each. Leave the rest to me. Don't cling to the battle. Once there's a chance, immediately run. Ignorant human. Do you think that you guys still have the chance to escape? Said a stoneman. Yi Yuan's face turned dark, and he said to the stonemen, we were just passing through your honorable land and had no intentions of offending. Why does your esteemed self pursue so relentlessly? The stoneman gave a cold snort and said, humans, there's not a good one. Enough crap. Offer up your life. These stone men seemed to have an immense grudge toward humans. Without listening to any explanations at all, they made a move straight away. Those stone men punched out like the wind. Each and every move actually carried the power of divine Tao laws. Yi Yuan even suspected whether or not these guys were genuine deity realm powerhouses in the divine Tao era. However, these 10 stonemen's strength, it was clear that one in the front, whose strength was the greatest. The others, their strengths were a notch inferior to him. If every one of them were so powerful, it would probably be hard for Lier and White Light to have chances of winning. But even if there were just 2, it was also very taxing for the 2 people to cope with it. What was damnable was that these guys' defenses were seriously too perverse. Even receiving one of Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, it was also merely being knocked over onto the ground. Those guys prepared for a bit and plunged into the battle again like they were completely fine. Golden light flickered on Yi Yuan's body. Relying on the power of the fleshy body and getting into a fierce battle with 6 stone men, there was actually no distinction of superiority or inferiority for some time. Although those stone men were strong, they were unable to break through the limits of divine Tao too. Yi Yuan was already increasingly closer to grand completion at present. In the entire divine realm, it could be said that his strength was second only to Fang Tian. But at the rate of this declining trend, he was fine, but Lier and White Light were bound to find it hard to sustain for long. No way, got to think of a way to leave. At this time we'll be pummeled by them into meat paste sooner or later. Yi Yuan thought in his heart and suddenly arrived beside Lier with greater teleportation. Lier, wait for me ahead. While talking, Yi Yuan's both palms struck out. Two coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palms gushed out, directly striking two stone men flying out. Lier and Yi Yuan already did not need much communication long ago, understanding without many words, and leaped out with a bound. White Light! Yi Yuan shouted loudly. White Light similarly understood tacitly. It was only to see him suddenly roared out. A punch suddenly rumbled out. Fierce tiger, heavenly tyrant fist. A terrifying white tiger phantom appeared, forcefully repelling the two stone men back over a dozen steps. Borrowing the recoil strength, White Light's figure sped away hastily, chasing after Lier's footsteps and leaving the battlefield. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Those stone men had yet to catch up, but they already heard a dragon roar surged to the sky. Voice of the Dragon God. Yi Yuan used his ace in the hole. Within this area it attacked. Indiscriminately, the figures of the 10 stone men immediately stiffened there quiveringly. These stone men simply had no weaknesses to exploit. Regardless whether was it essence energy martial techniques or body refinement martial techniques, it virtually had no effect on them. Only this voice of the Dragon God that crushed everything had an effect on them. Bang! Boom! Boom! Those stonemen's bodies were completely piled up using rocks. But at this time, those rocks were actually falling apart. Boom! Finally, a stoneman could not withstand the voice of the Dragon God's power. His entire body collapsed with a loud bang, disintegrating directly. Rumble! Rumble! One stone man after another was dismantled by the voice of the Dragon God just like that. Even that strongest one was no exception either. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 10 stone men were all shocked by the voice of the dragon into piles of rock. Debris. Hif hif. Yi Yuan panted heavily for air, the feeling of his entire body aching. Immediately hit. Unless there was no other option, he was really unwilling to deploy this martial technique. Powerful was powerful, it was just that the sequela of using it was also rather agonizing. At this time, he only wished to find a place and have a good sleep. He took a look at those shattered rock pieces and was just about to leave. But, all of a sudden, his face changed. Those shattered rubble pieces actually started moving on its own. Swoosh! 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 Under Yi Yuan's dumbfounded gaze, those rocks actually pieced together once more. Could these guys be of undying bodies? His voice of the Dragon God was even able to shock Yu Ji to death. But it actually could not shock these stone men to death. At hashtag Yuan %%, Yi Yuan could not refrain from swearing. Dragging his exhausted body, he hurried away from here. When these guys finished piecing together, he would not even be able to run. Ahead, Lier and White Light were currently waiting for Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, they hurriedly went forward to support him. How is it, big brother? Even the void of the Dragon God was used. Those clunks should all be shattered already, right? White Light said with a smile. Speechlessly, Yi Yuan said, quickly leave. Still don't go, it will be too late. Yi Yuan's words made the two people's faces change drastically. With the way Yi Yuan was currently, how could they still be those 10 stonemen's match? At once, without the slightest hesitation, they brought Yi Yuan and fled. Speedily. Big brother, what in the world is going on? White Light set in. Bewilderment. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly, recounting the events that just transpired. The two people were both speechless. Those stone men were a bit too freakish, right? Big brother. There's a peach blossom forest ahead. White light suddenly said, "Go in." Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly instructing White Light to enter the peach blossom forest. However, the miraculous thing was that the stone men pursued relentlessly, but after they saw that they entered this forest, they actually did not chase inside anymore. Lord Stonebrave, this human is so strong. That roar could actually dismantle us, a stoneman said to the leader. Stonebrave said, "This human is rather extraordinary. That roar earlier seems like the voice of the dragon god of the legends. Strange, he's clearly a human. Why would he know the dragon race's paramount martial technique? Forget it. Since they entered this peach blossom forest, they definitely can't come out anymore. Don't need to care about them anymore. Let's go back." Recently, the abnormalities in the Godsfall mountain range are quite a few. Most likely, Patriarch is also going to wake up. Big brother, it seems like those stone men didn't chase over. We're saved. White Light said with a lingering fear in his heart. But Yi Yuan's expression was not too good. Most likely, we've just escaped the tiger's maws, but entered the wolf's den. Again, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. White Light froze, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this just a peach blossom forest in front of them? Seeing his puzzled look, Yi Yuan said, "We've already entered another space. This peach blossom forest secretly encompasses the Tao of array formations. Furthermore, it's incomparably profound. Even for me, it's hard to resolve it." 2. White Light shock was by no means insignificant. Only then did he carefully size up this peach blossom forest. It was just a pity that he was completely clueless about array formations and could not perceive anything at all. "Don't scare me, big brother," White Light said speechlessly. Yi Yuan said powerlessly, "Scare you for what?" With the peach trees as the formation base, laying down such a large formation, the person who set the formation was truly remarkable. If I didn't guess wrongly, this array formation was probably left behind by a deity realm powerhouse. White Light said in surprise, "No way, right? It's just some ordinary peach trees. Who cares what large formation? Just directly burn it and wouldn't it be done?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Can't be burned. A moment of carelessness, and it will manipulate the fire and immolate yourself." White Light expression turned fearful and finally knew the seriousness of the matter. He knew that Yi Yuan would not ramble nonsense. Even with Yi Yuan's formations, Tao, he could not break this array formation. Could be imagined how terrifying this array formation was. "Then what should we do now, big brother?" "Wait for me to recover strength first," Yi Yuan said. 2 days later, Yi Yuan's sequela faded away completely. Only then did he size this peach blossom forest up meticulously. The more he looked, the more alarmed he got. Before their eyes, there were 3 paths that could be taken. Yi Yuan looked for a long time but kept not daring to move. This peach blossom forest looked tranquil, but Yi Yuan knew that if he took one wrong step, it would arouse a fearsome killing trap. White Light looked at Yi Yuan nervously by the side and also did not dare speak up to interrupt. He discovered that on Yi Yuan's forehead, fine sweat beads actually faintly surfaced. Could be seen that Yi Yuan's deduction was not that smooth. This stop was 24 hours, an entire day's time. If it were before, White Light would not dare believe it at all that Yi Yuan had to spend such a long time to move one step inside the array formation. It seemed like this array formation was truly extraordinary. "Who?" Following Yi Yuan spitting out a long breath of air, White Light's nerves also eased up, while Lear lightly wiped away the sweat beads on Yi Yuan's forehead. Her eyes were full of sympathy. Previously, Yi Yuan gave his full attention to study the array formation. She did not dare to go and interrupt either. "How is it, big brother? Which path should we take?" White Light asked. Yi Yuan's expression was somewhat weary, but he still forcefully roused his spirits and said, "This one on the right, It should be safe. White light did not notice, but Lier looked at Yi Yuan with mild surprise. He actually used should, this term, and not definitely. Yi Yuan examined things for a full day's time, and what he gave was actually just an ambiguous answer. This array formation really incredible.
Elga first.
Lier spoke up without the slightest hesitation. Finished talking, she opened up her footsteps, wanting to step on this right path. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh, knowing that Lier's thoughts were meticulous and saw through the flaws in his words. This was going to test the formation with her body. Looking as Lier was about to step onto that path, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Yi Yuan's mind. Hold on! Yi Yuan shouted loudly. Lier's foot was already halfway stepped out already. Once it landed, she would have thoroughly stepped onto that path. Hearing Yi Yuan's yell, she involuntarily withdrew her footstep. What is it, big brother Yuan? Lier said puzzledly. In an instant, Yi Yuan's body was already drenched in sweat. That foot landing, Lier's life would be gone.
Sorry, Lier, almost armed you.
That road is similarly a dead end. This array formation has killing intent hidden everywhere. I had a flash of inspiration just now and suddenly discovered that this path is actually a flaw. That the array formation deliberately revealed. Yi Yuan had a look of lingering fear in his heart. The seemingly magnificent and gorgeous peach blossom forest actually surged with undercurrents. One misstep and it would mean perishing and Tao dissipating. And just earlier, Yi Yuan discovered that the result he deduced for an entire day was actually a flaw deliberately made by the Grand Array. If Lier's step was taken, they would forever be separated by life and death. But Lier smiled without a care and said, Big brother Yuan is pitting skills. With a deity realm formation's Tao powerhouse here. Not being sure is also normal. Why is there a need to apologize to me? Moreover, aren't I perfectly fine? At least this first round. It's big brother Yuan who won. Yi Yuan secretly sighed. Lier was always so composed and magnanimous and did not even bat an eyelid when braving fire and flood for him. Having such a wife, what else did a husband need? He already had a decision in his mind. If he could pacify the fiend Calamity, he would definitely give Lier a glorious wedding. White Light also secretly lamented at the narrow shave and asked, Big brother, this path isn't right. Then which path should we take? None of the paths are correct, Yi Yuan said solemnly. White Light and Lier were both stunned, somewhat uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan extended his finger and pointed in a direction, saying, Go from here. The two people were stunned again because the direction that Yi Yuan pointed had no path at all. Big brother, this? White Light said at a loss. Yi Yuan did not explain, immediately moving forward. Right at this time, a scene that made White Light and Lier astonished happened. Yi Yuan's figure disappeared right in front of them just like this. The two people exchanged a glance and also caught up with Yi Yuan's footsteps, walking over in that direction. The two people only felt a blur before their eyes. Indeed, they passed through from inside a space. But what made them astounded was that the scene before their eyes was exactly the same as what they saw previously. This made them have an illusion as if they returned to where they were again. Big brother Yuan, what's going on here? Could it be that these peach blossoms are all illusions? Lier asked with a surprised look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, When the real is treated as an illusion, the illusion is even more real than the truth. When what doesn't exist is treated as something that exists, that fabricated truth is even more real than the truth that exists. It's just that the level of the person who laid down the formation is too high, with peach blossoms as the medium, dividing this space into countless fragments. What we need to do is to walk out through the only one survival path from among these countless fragments. Just like walking through a maze. The two people were shocked when they heard it. To be able to use ordinary peach blossoms and lay down such an exquisite grand array, the means of the person who set the formation was truly inconceivable. The means of deity realm powerhouses were totally not what they were able to surmise. Receiving the stimulation of Liur's seen earlier, Yi Yuan swept away the decadence from before. That powerful self-confidence returned to him once again. Yi Yuan could sense that the person who set the formation was absolutely someone with extraordinary formations Tao strength. He deduced step by step but still almost fell into that deity realm powerhouse's trap in the end. Facing this grand array, he felt like he was crossing swords with that array. Deity powerhouse. Receiving Liur's stimulus, Yi Yuan was currently surging with fighting intent and was bent on breaking this array formation. So what if deity realm powerhouse? Today I, Yi Yuan, am going to extinguish the domineering influence of a deity realm powerhouse. Big brother, where should we go this time? Seeing Yi Yuan come out of comprehending the array formation white light, could not resist going up to ask. While at this time, 3 days had already passed since they entered this second space. This second step, Yi Yuan actually used 3 times the time of the first step. Actually, the way white light and Yu Mengli saw it, the scenery before their eyes was exactly the same as the first step. There was no difference at all. But it was precisely because so that the difficulty of studying the array formation was even greater. Center. Done talking, Yi Yuan walked in from that path in the middle without the least bit of hesitation. White light and Yu Mengli did not dare to dawdle, following closely behind. For the third step space, Yi Yuan used 6 days' time before comprehending fully. But fourth step space, Yi Yuan used a full half a month's time. White light did not dare to interrupt Yi Yuan's comprehension and could not resist grumbling to Liur softly, "My God! At the rate of this speed, when we get out, the fiend race would probably have long unified the divine realm. Already." Actually, Liur was also weighed down with worry. It was just that she did not express it out like white light. A month's time had already gone by now. They had not even walked out of the fourth step space. This kind of speed was not much faster than a tortoise crawling either. At this rate, it was really as White Light said, even if they went out, it would also be too late already. But she also knew that the formation's Tao profundities that this divine rank grand array contained was too complicated and disorderly. Wanting to thoroughly comprehend was not so easily achieved. One could tell from the first step space, who knew how many traps were hidden inside this grand array. Yi Yuan needed to identify carefully before he could ensure the safety of the next step. Suddenly, Yi Yuan, who was currently meditating with his eyes closed, opened both eyes and walked over towards a cluster of peach blossoms. Fifth step space, Yu Mengli Duo thought that Yi Yuan needed to spend even more time to ascertain the next step's action. However, they did not expect that Yi Yuan only used 2 hours and took action. "Big brother Yuan, what's happening here? Could it be that you've already cracked the array formation?" Yu Mengli said in astonishment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How can cracking the array formation be easy? But wanting to pass through this peach blossom forest shouldn't pose a problem anymore. This 1 month plus of comprehension could be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds for Yi Yuan's formation's Tao attainments. Divine Tao array formations were hard to understand. If somebody else was here, they probably could not even accomplish learning the rudiments. But Yi Yuan's formation's Tao level had long already reached the threshold of divine Tao. Lu Linfeng's formation's Path 9 script's 9th level was a true divine Tao array formation. That was why Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng's formation's Tao great battle that day. When Lu Linfeng was prepared to use the 9th level, Yi Yuan took the initiative to admit defeat. This time, Liur was almost killed by the grand array. But it thoroughly stimulated Yi Yuan, maximizing his potential to the greatest limits. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan devoted his entirety to comprehending and finally took that last step, comprehending divine Tao array formation laws. Although extremely shallow, it opened up a brand new world to Yi Yuan. This way, the speed of Yi Yuan cracking this peach blossom array formation was countless times faster than before. 10 days later, the three people only felt a blur before their eyes. The scenery before their eyes finally changed for the first time. This 1 month plus time it was peach blossoms as far as their eyes could see. No matter how beautiful the scenery, aesthetic fatigue appeared too. Moreover, even though the peach blossoms were beautiful, it concealed killing intent. Especially white light, he was almost about to puke from looking at the peach blossoms. This damn peach blossom forest, this little lord, I am never entering inside again. In the future, as long as I see a peach blossom forest, this little lord will definitely burn it. White light said with a gloomy look. This 1 month plus time he was really almost going insane. Because the scenery of every space was all completely identical. No matter which space he walked to, it was all those 3 paths in front of him. This guy who laid down the formation was simply a pervert. What's this place? It's so beautiful. Simply like a paradise. Yu Mengli suddenly said in surprise. Poowork. White light finally could not resist and vomited large mouthfuls. Yi Yuan and Lear exchanged a glance, and both could not resist laughing out loud. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for white light, this kind of powerhouse, to vomit. But the psychological impact this 1 month plus had on him was seriously too great. White light rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You guys are still laughing. I'm warning you, you're absolutely not allowed to say peach blossom. These 2 words in front of me in the future." Blurg. After a bout of joking around, the 3 people finally sized up this area in front of them. This place was indeed like a paradise. Green hills and clear waters, beautiful scenery. Most importantly, this place was full of essence energy. It was not inferior to the divine realm's super holy lands. Big Brother Yuan, this place doesn't look like the God's Fall mountain range. Could it be that we returned to the divine realm? Lear said curiously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Doesn't look like it. I feel that this place is another independent space, just like the soul refining sex space. Independent outside of the divine realm. Is it possible that this place is also a certain divine Tao sex ruins? Looking at this appearance, it's not that kind of heretic path sect. Shouldn't be dangerous, right?" White light finally stopped puking and came up to interject. "That's not necessarily. The more beautiful the place, the more dangerous it may be. This 1 month plus, haven't you experienced it as well?" Yi Yuan said. White light's expression changed. The optimism from before swept clean. Immediately. "Yeah, inside this God's Fall mountain range, would there be a not dangerous place? Big brother, how about we go back?" White light said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If we could go back, why would I spend 1 month plus to barge through the formation? This array formation is one-directional. Being able to walk out is already a miracle. Want to turn back, not unless the person who laid down the formation personally lead the way. What to do here?" White light said depressedly. "Since we came, might as well stay and make the best of it. Why not go in and take a look? Maybe there are some unexpected harvests," Yi Yuan said. The party moved carefully between the mountains and rivers, but they did not encounter any dangers. This made the 3 people's hearts relax slightly. Moving past a mountain, what surprised them was that there were actually several figures that intruded into their sights. "Big brother, there are people. Seems to be demon race. Odd, why would there be demons here?" White light said wonderingly. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was similarly incomparably bewildered. Far away, several demons were currently sparring with each other, fighting in full swing. This independent space actually still had the demon race that existed. Those few people clearly also discovered Yi Yuan and company on top of the mountain, their figures moving, speeding over here. Yi Yuan and the rest were just thinking of going up to say hello. But they did not expect that those few demons' faces changed. They said fiercely, "It's humans. How can humans appear? Kill." Those few people gave them no chance to explain and actually directly chose to attack. White light and Lear were just about to make a move but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Let them hit. Not being aware of this place's depths. Better not to make a move. You guys move aside. Let me deal with this, Yi Yuan said coolly. What kind of a freak is this guy? He exhausting me to death. I can't anymore. I can't muster up a trace of essence energy. Anymore. These few people wailed their lungs out. They unleashed all of their abilities, but was still unable to shake Yi Yuan in the slightest. The looks that they currently looked at Yi Yuan with at this time were full of fear and shock. This person was too strong. He stood there unmoved and did not even attack, and they were already tired. This way of fighting was simply too despairing. Yi Yuan approached with a smile, looking at them. Those few demons almost jumped up like they had their tails stepped on.
YYU.
What are you doing? I'm warning you, our young patriarch is very formidable. When he comes over, you're dead for sure. Yi Yuan was smiling, but in their eyes, it was like a weasel greeting the chicken Happy New Year. Your young patriarch? You have the dragon race, tiger race, phoenix race. Among you all, I'm very curious about what kind of existence your young patriarch is. Yi Yuan had long seen through that these few demons were actually almost pooling together the four symbols family clans. Could it be that inside this space, there was still another four symbols? Family clans? These people's strength were not strong, just initial stage tier 9. But their age was not considered old either. In the demon race they could absolutely count as geniuses, but their overall strength was more than a magnitude stronger than the demon race outside. If you have the guts, let us go. When our young patriarch comes, you'll definitely get it, said one of them. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, okay, I'll let you guys go and wait right here for your young patriarch to come. Those few people were akin to being granted amnesty when they heard and fled. Helter-skelter. Big brother. This place is so strange, White Light said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, this place seems to be rather interesting. Before long, those few demons who fled previously returned again. But this time, there were a lot more that came together with them. A group of people surrounded a young man. That young man had a haughty look, but his strength was not weak. Already peak tier 9. But this bit of strength, Yi Yuan naturally did not place it in his sights. You're the human who barged into the divine beast realm and even injured my clan members? Now, are you prepared for a reckoning? That young man thought nothing of Yi Yuan at all. With his strength dealing with a human initial stage divine king, wasn't it capturing with ease? Yi Yuan did not reply the other party's question, but he said with great interest, so, this place is called the Divine Beast Realm. No wonder there are so many four symbols family clans demons. It's just, I wonder what relationship is there between you guys and the Divine Realm's four symbols. Family clans. Insolence. Young patriarch is asking you a question, what's with your attitude? Someone immediately berated by the side. Young patriarch's face also darkened. He was arrogant, but that one opposite was even more arrogant than him. He discovered that Yi Yuan did not take him, this young patriarch, seriously at all. While at this time, there was someone in the crowd with shifty eyes swiveling around, currently sizing Yi Yuan up carefully. It's you.
YYU.
Why are you here? Exclaimed that person. Suddenly, the young patriarch frowned, with his face revealing displeasure as he said, solemnly, you know him? At this time, everyone all revealed curious looks. That clan member was called Longjun. Among them, he was not considered very outstanding. Back then, going out to have a trial, he was even pummeled black and blue and came back. This matter was the Divine Beast Realm's laughingstock for a very long time. It was just that time passed, his talent also gradually exhibited, and he also hugged young patriarch's thigh. That was why everyone did not dare to make fun of him. Long Zhun seemed to be somewhat afraid of Yi Yuan and said with an ugly expression, he's that punk who impersonated the Dragon Lord back then. In the endless world, the moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. and immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Long Zhen, you wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? You're saying that this is the person who bashed you into a pig's head back. Then, how can a lower realm's aboriginal possibly show up in the divine beast realm? Long Zhen, looks like a considerable psychological shadow was left on you back then. Now, when you see a human, you take him to be that person. Yeah, just how many years had passed? How can a human possibly cultivate to initial stage divine king? Those clan members all made fun of Long Zhen. They totally did not believe that Yi Yuan was that guy who pummeled him into a pig's head back then. However, the astonishment in Yi Yuan's heart was not the slightest bit lesser than Long Zhen's. Just now, when Long Zhen cried out, he felt that he looked familiar. Later, hearing their conversation, he was even more shocked. The one who was similarly unbelievably shocked was also White Light. He also knew about the matter of Yi Yuan thrashing the Dragon Lord back then. He did not expect that they actually met here. The two people exchanged a glance, both revealing a look of incredulity. Could it be that this place was actually behind that dark forest? This was also a little too miraculous, right? You guys, why don't you guys believe me? He's really that punk. Long Zhen could not help saying vexedly and angrily. Young Patriarch gave a cold snort and said coolly, no matter who he is, for a human showing up here, there's only one outcome. That is death. Done talking, young Patriarch lifted his hand, and it was a palm move. The sound of a dragon roar came howling out. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Seeing this move, Yi Yuan smiled, even White Light smiled. Even Lear, who was quiet, also smiled. Showing off in the presence of an expert was talking about this, right? Yi Yuan unleashed a palm casually. Similarly, the coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palm. One palm unleashing, the clan members on the divine beast realm side all visibly changed countenance. How could this human know the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? However, they already could not afford to overthink anymore. Two azure dragons met on a narrow path, looking like the commotion would rend the air. But sadly, the young Patriarch's azure dragon was immediately crushed. Dealing with the young Patriarch, Yi Yuan did not even need to utilize the divine rank dragon wave. He possessed a 9 transformations golden body, casually displaying a martial technique. The power was also not what the average person could withstand. Clearly, the young Patriarch did not have this qualification yet. Boom! Young Patriarch was directly sent flying out. How do you know the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? Yi Yuan did not deal a killing blow. That young Patriarch just suffered some light injuries, but the astonishment in his heart could not be put into words. Just the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Is it very rare?
Ye Yuan
said nonchalantly. Everyone was speechless. Was it not rare? In this divine beast realm, those able to cultivate the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, this kind of divine technique, could be counted on one hand. The young Patriarch was one of them. This kind of divine Tao martial technique was not what ordinary people could cultivate. But Yi Yuan's attainments on this path was clearly more than a grade higher than young Patriarch. They thought that Yi Yuan was posturing. Actually, Yi Yuan was just stating a fact. Voice of the Dragon God, this martial technique was God knows how many times stronger than the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Furthermore, the dragon race divine Tao martial techniques that Yi Yuan grasped were far from just these. Now, can you answer this young master's question? Actually, I just want to know what kind of region this place is. Yi Yuan asked coolly as he looked at everyone whose shock were incapable of increasing further. Yi Yuan asked everyone very amiably, but the other party was fearful as if they were facing a tiger. They were actually collectively scared until they fell back several steps. You, don't come over. Long Zhen was pissing his pants in fear. Yi Yuan really had a psychological shadow on him. The matters back then caused an indelible impression on him. Originally, he thought that he could already get over it. He did not expect that this devil appeared once more. This person was simply his nightmare. Seeing these fellows' expressions, Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. He was really very curious about whether or not this place was really the space behind the dark forest. It was just that these guys were clearly frightened by his strength. But he really did not have ill intent. Hey, you're called Longzhen, right? Can you tell me whether or not this place is the dark forest? Can one pass through to the endless world from here? Yi Yuan asked with a radiant smile. He took a step forward. Those guys were like startled rabbits, finally could not bear the psychological pressure, and escaped with their tails tucked between their legs. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help feeling helpless. Come on. Am I so scary? This young master hasn't even made a move yet. All right? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. White light chortled with laughter and said, these guys are really cowards, throwing away our four symbols family clan's face. Lear smiled and said, Big brother Yuan, you didn't attack, but they got badly frightened by your strength. The peak tier 9 young patriarch could not even last past one move under your hands. How could they not be scared? Yi Yuan said helplessly, looks like I can only use force. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, vanishing from where he originally was. The young patriarch was currently fleeing speedily when suddenly, a surge of terrifying sword intent locked onto him. The young patriarch's hairs stood on its ends. He seemed to have seen the death god currently beckoning to him. But unexpectedly, he was even more like a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring wanting to escape. Keep running and die. Yi Yuan's words seemingly came out from the underworld, shattering his fantasies. The young patriarch's footsteps abruptly stopped. He discovered that a young man was currently looking at him coldly. As for the rest, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care at all, allowing them to leave freely. In Yi Yuan's view, the things that this young patriarch might know was a little more. Head elder, things are bad. When everyone returned to the clan, there was immediately hysteria, startling the entire clan, shouting and wrangling, where lies the sense of propriety? With this seat around, even the sky can't fall. Head elder Long Yen said with an unhappy look. Hearing head elder's steady as Mount Tai voice, everyone's hearts settled down a little. Head elder, it's really that things are bad. There's a human that broke into our divine beast realm. Furthermore, talking to the back, Long Jin became hesitant in speech. Long Yan's expression also changed. Humans breaking into the divine beast realm had not happened in God knows how many years. Furthermore, what? Speak. Long Yan said solemnly. Furthermore, he captured young patriarch. Long Jin said hesitantly. The young patriarch was Long Yan's grandson. Sure enough, the moment Long Yan heard, he could not help flying into a great rage. What an arrogant human trespassing my divine beast realm, and even dared to detain my grandson. This is seeking death. Who's the other party? Could it be that he barged in through the lower realm's spatial channel? Long Yan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Long Zhen shook his head and said, and no idea, but he came from the direction of the peach blossom forest. Long Yan's eyes glared and he said in disbelief, what? This is impossible. The peach blossom forest was an array formation that ancestor personally laid down. Unless it's a deity realm powerhouse who came personally, otherwise, there's absolutely no way to pass through. Long Zhen said with a bitter smile. Head elder, I don't know either. Maybe he barged in from the lower realms. It's just, I don't know how he walked to the peach blossom forest that side. It should be like this. After all, he had once entered the endless world's god-prohibited demon region before. Head elder was stunned and said, you know him? Long Zhen nodded his head and briefly recounted the grudge with Yi Yuan. Only then did head elder come to a realization. Humph! No matter who he is, to dare detain Chun-Er, it's a one-way ticket to hell. Go! Bring me to go see him, Long Yen said. The moment Long Yen went out, 3 other figures came up to welcome. "Why are the 3 of you here too?" Long Yen said. "In this divine beast realm, the 4 great clans lived together. But each clan was managed separately. These 3 people in front were precisely the other 3 major races' head. Elders. We heard that there's a human who broke into this place. Furthermore, his strength isn't weak and even detained Longchun, so we were planning to go. Take a look. We know that you want to go, so we came over together to find you," the Tiger Clan's head elder said. Long Yen did not hesitate either and said with a nod, "May as well, come on." Yi Yuan tried both hard and soft tactics and finally learned the information that he wanted from Long Chun's mouth. It turned out that this place was actually really behind the dark forest. Back then, he and White Light had once investigated the peripherals of the dark forest before, but the undulation coming from the dark forest made them unable to cross at all. Therefore, the idea of wanting to come in and take a look was also grounded. He did not expect that after a time interval of many years they actually used this sort of method and entered the dark forest. This place was actually another space. Furthermore, there even lived another group of 4 symbols family clans. What Yi Yuan did not expect even more was that not only was this place connected to the lower realms, it was even linked to the divine realms. God's Fall mountain range. This divine beast realm was simply too magical. Yi Yuan got to understand from Long Chun that the divine beast realm did not just link to the endless world, there were even quite a number of other small worlds. The demonic beasts inside the God-prohibited demon region were originally all living in the divine beast realm. But following the propagation of the various races, the divine beast realm could not accommodate so many clansmen anymore. Hence, the divine beast realm's demon race connected their space to the lower realm's space with a great divine ability. They then banished some impure demon species to the lower realm's God-prohibited demon region. Just like this, no idea how many years had passed, the outside world's God-prohibited demon region had already completely forgotten that they had once originated from the divine beast realm. Toward the trial takers that came out from inside the dark forest, they held them in awe and veneration. Hence, it developed into this current situation. From Long Chun's mouth, Yi Yuan even got to know that this divine beast realm still had an extremely mysterious ancestor. Yi Yuan was very curious about this mysterious ancestor. It was just a pity that this ancestor even Long Chun had not seen before either. So much so that he even doubted the ancestor's existence. However, Long Chun said that this peach blossom forest was personally set up by the ancestor in order to cut off from the God's Fall mountain range. For so many years, no one had entered the divine beast realm from the God's Fall mountain range before. Long Chun did not think that today Yi Yuan actually passed through the peach blossom forest and arrived here. As for this divine beast realm's origins, it was no longer possible to investigate. Even Long Chun, this young patriarch, had no way of knowing too. But Yi Yuan felt that the demon race of the divine beast realm and the divine realm were most probably closely related. Hearing these contents, Yi Yuan and White Light were both deeply shocked. Both of them did not expect that the divine realm actually still had such a mysterious land. Looks like this divine beast realm was also filled with secrets. "Hey, the person who's saving you is here." Yi Yuan looked at Long Chun and said with a smile that was not a smile. Long Chun's dead eyes finally had a hint of sheen. "Grandfather! Quickly save me, grandfather!" Long Chun saw Long Yen and practically used all the strength in his body to shout. Only when Long Yen saw that his grandson was safe and sound did his heart settle down slightly. But immediately, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with killing intent. This human brat actually dared provoke the majesty of the 4 symbols divine beasts. What was this if it wasn't seeking death? "Brat! Let Chunner go if you're sensible. I'll leave you an intact corpse," Long Yen said fiercely to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny when he heard. Could this old man have stayed inside this confined space for too long, to not even know about the ways of the world? Was this how you asked for someone? You even wanted to leave me with an intact corpse. I still have to let your grandson go? However, Yi Yuan really did that. Yi Yuan lifted his leg and kicked Long Chun's buttocks, immediately sending him flying out. Arg! Long Chun screamed miserably and flew straight for Long Yen. Long Yen was startled and hurriedly fired out a streak of essence energy, catching Long Chun. Everyone was shocked, especially Long Yen. He even thought that he had to expend a bout of effort before he could rescue Long Chun. What he was worried about was Yi Yuan using Long Chun as a hostage to threaten him. That way, he would really be somewhat cautious in taking action. He did not think that this human boy actually directly let him go. However, did he think that he would let him off like this? Grandpa! Long Chun had a look of shame. This young patriarch, had utterly thrown his face away today. Long Yen snorted coldly and reproached, "Shameful thing, scram back and reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. You're not to exit seclusion. Within 100 years. Long Chun did not dare to disobey and said respectfully, "Yes, grandfather." Long Yen no longer bothered with Long Chun, but looked at Yi Yuan with a grim look and said, "Human boy, you're very sensible. I'll keep my word and leave you with an intact corpse." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're the Dragon Clan's head elder, Long Yen, right? I think you're misunderstanding something. Long Chun is just a small fry to me. Letting go or not only takes a thought. Not killing him is just because this young master's ties with the dragon race isn't shallow. Otherwise, do you think that those people would have the chance to return and tip off you?" Long Yan's face fell, and he said, "Boy, how confident you are. Or is it, you're an egomaniac? You ask yourself, facing the four of us, can you still escape with your life?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Heh, not arrogant, but that I have the strength. The four of you attack together then. I want to take a look just how strong the four symbols family clans inside this divine beast realm are." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. The arrangement inside this divine beast realm, apart from the patriarch who's in close seclusion all year round, as well as that old ancestor who had never shown his face before, it was these four head elders as the head. The four head elders were all existences who had comprehended divine Tao laws. This human brat actually wanted to fight 1-on-4? Was he crazy? Ha ha ha. What an arrogant boy. Truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Killing you, this old man along is sufficient. Towards a just initial stage divine king human boy, he did not take his seriously at all. Done talking, he stepped forward and threw a palm out, toppling mountains and overturning the seas. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan smiled again. Grand completion spirit rank coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palm, and Long Yen wanted to deal with Yi Yuan using that move? With the exact same move, Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm came out with a howl. The same grand completion spirit rank. One palm unleashing. The winds and clouds immediately changed color. Boom! Long Yen flew out backward. He could not withstand the power of Yi Yuan's palm, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Comprehending divine rank laws and comprehending divine rank dragon wave was two completely different concepts. The four symbols family clans were the darlings of heaven and earth and had their own Tao belonging to them. The dragon race martial techniques were actually a different understanding of Tao. And dragon wave was the amplitude stimulated with dragon race bloodline power, the medium to unleash the martial technique. The dragon race martial techniques, inclusive of the voice of the dragon god inside, were released with dragon wave. If Yi Yuan's dragon wave was only spirit rank, his voice of the dragon god would not have such horrifying power either. In addition, Yi Yuan's comprehension of the dragon race's martial Tao had long reached an exceedingly high realm under Long Teng's guidance. His comprehension of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was far above Long Yan's. The juniors that came together were all dumbstruck. They rubbed their eyes. looking at this scene in front of them in disbelief. And no way, right? A human's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is actually even more formidable than head elders. Previously he used this move to defeat young patriarch. I even thought that was already his limits. Didn't expect that his coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is actually on the same level as head elder. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Turns out that he really had the capital to be arrogant. In the crowd, Longjin thought that head elder arriving could definitely help him purge away his former shame. He did not expect that the invincible head elder in his heart was actually defeated just like this. Recalling back then, the gap between him and Yi Yuan was also not that great. But now, Yi Yuan could poke him to death with a little pinky. He who had always cracked himself up to be a genius, finally knew what was called feeling ashamed of his own unseemliness. Long Yen looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished look and said in incredible shock, how do you know the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? This is my dragon clan's non-transmissible secret. This is the death penalty.
Death penalty?
Who's sentencing the death penalty? You. Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself as he said. The four clans' head elders were all stifled when they heard that. Yeah, these words that originally sounded all too normal, they sounded so laughable. Hearing it at this time. In this world, it had always been the strong sentencing the weak to death. Now Yi Yuan was clearly that strong one. Long Yan's face fell, and he said, "Still in a daze for what? Attack together. I want to see just how strong this brat is." The other three head elders' faces turned stern, and without being the slightest bit apprehensiveness, they attacked together. For great head elder attacking in unison, the commotion it caused was truly shocking. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was that these four people's martial techniques cooperating together, they actually produced a kind of resonance. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. For divine beasts phantoms emerged in unison and actually aroused heaven and
Earth's resonance.
Yi Yuan's expression turned stern and did not dare to slight it. The domain of sword instantly opened up, shrinking to a radius of 10 feet. At the same time, the black tortoise treasure body divine art revolved in full force, an earth-yellow light flooding his body. Boom! Under the four great head elders' dumbfounded gazes, Yi Yuan forcefully received this blow. Even though this attack's power was incomparably terrifying, compared to the three great fiend gods' starburst grand art, it was more than a magnitude inferior. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. How is this possible? The four head elders felt that this was too preposterous. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "I didn't expect that the four symbols divine beasts' martial techniques combining together can actually produce such power. It's just that your strength is too weak." Yi Yuan's words made the four head elders' expressions incredibly ugly. The four of them were the divine beast realm's apex existences already. Joint attack actually could not even break off a single hair of this brat in front of them. Suddenly, the Black Tortoise clan's head elder suddenly thought of something and cried out in shock. Just now, that was the Black Tortoise treasure body divine art. Earlier, he clearly saw a layer of earth-yellow light halo suffuse on Yi Yuan's body. That kind of characteristic was identical with the Black Tortoise clan's already lost Black Tortoise treasure body divine art, if without the foreshadowing of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Previously, the Black Tortoise head elder probably would not dare to think about this, but now he felt that it was extremely likely. But Long Yen was greatly surprised and said, "Kong Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't your clan's Black Tortoise treasure body divine art already lost for 1,000,000 years? How can this brat possibly learn it?" However, Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Your esteemed self is still somewhat knowledgeable. That's right, it's precisely the Black Tortoise treasure body divine art." The Black Tortoise head elder's face instantly became extremely fascinating. There was no need to talk anymore about the power of this cultivation method. Once cultivated to divine Tao 9th level, no one in this world could breach the defenses anymore. Even an origin deity realm powerhouse would not cut it as well. The Black Tortoise clan naturally regretted for a long time over the loss of this cultivation method, but did not expect that this cultivation method actually appeared on a human race's brat. Just what are the origins of this human boy? Not only does he know the dragon race's divine Tao martial technique, he even learned the Black Tortoise clan's paramount defensive cultivation method. If, let's say, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was secretly learned by him, then this Black Tortoise treasure body divine art that has already been lost for 1,000,000 years had no way of secretly learning at all. Just where did this guy learn so many divine Tao martial techniques from? Furthermore, he even surpasses his predecessors. The 4 head elders, even them joining hands, were actually not his match. The Black Tortoise head elders' exclamation pushed the 4 symbols family clan's shock to another level. Even a supreme martial technique lost for 1,000,000 years showed up on this human brat in front of them. This was too surreal. Right now, they felt like this world was too crazy. This time, Long Yen finally faced Yi Yuan's might squarely, and said with a solemn face, "Boy, just what are your intentions for breaking into the divine beast realm?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "This young master just accidentally entered the peach blossoms forest and unintentionally barged into the divine beast realm. You say what intentions I have? This young master really never thought before. However, this young master is really quite interested in this place now. This Yi and the dragon clan's ties are not shallow. This brother of mine is also the present divine realm's white tiger clan's common lord, in possession of a perfect white tiger physique. It's just, I wonder, what kind of relationship is there between you guys and the divine realms? For symbols family clans. Only with Yi Yuan's words did everyone notice the white light not far away from him. Yi Yuan's light was too dazzling, resulting in nobody paying attention to the white light behind. But now, hearing Yi Yuan say so, everyone's faces immediately became fascinating. Perfect white tiger physique. Did they still want people to live? This pair of brothers being born, was it to make people feel ashamed of their inadequacy? However, Long Yan's face fell and he said, "No relation at all. Alright, you guys can leave." Long Yan's attitude made Yi Yuan slightly surprised, and also had a lot more wild and fanciful thought. Even a blind man could tell that this divine beast realm and the divine realm's 4 symbols family clans were deeply connected. Long Yan was not blind, then he could only be lying through his teeth. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "This young master wants to leave as well, but that peach blossom forest can't be passed through." Long Yan said coldly, "That's your problem. What has it got to do with this? See, this place doesn't welcome you." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "This young master already showed leniency repeatedly on account of ties with the 4 symbols family clans. Could it be that you guys really take this young master to be easy to bully?" An overwhelming aura slowly released. That faintly discernible killing intent made everyone's hearts turn cold. It seemed like this little lord was really enraged. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Since you came, why not show yourself?" When everyone had blank faces, a figure slowly walked out from within the void. When the 4 head elders saw the arrival, their faces all changed, and they bowed in salute as they said, "We have seen Patriarch." Different from Yi Yuan's expectations, the Patriarch was a middle-aged man, with a ruddy complexion, brimming with vitality. It looked like he should be in his prime. The Patriarch sized Yi Yuan up, seemingly wanting to see through Yi Yuan. But he was disappointed. Yi Yuan was like a deep abyss, unable to see the bottom with one glance. Clearly a 30-over-years-old young man, but looked to have the level-headedness of a middle-aged person. Yi Yuan was also sizing the other party up. No idea why this person actually gave Yi Yuan a feeling of seemingly being acquainted. But this divine beast realm, it was clearly his first time coming. Aoli, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and said. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, and he said lightly, Yi Yuan, your esteemed self's request is truly making people do things beyond their power. That peach blossom forest, only ancestor alone can return to the divine realm. If you want to go out, this seat can send you away through the lower realms, Aoli said coolly. The words filled all of the clan members with shock. These words did not sound like much, but actually it already expressed the
patriarchesse attitude.
He was not willing to provoke Yi Yuan. With the patriarch's strength, he was actually so wary of Yi Yuan too. In their eyes, this was already the divine beast realm's greatest concession. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, This Yi is pressed for time, and can't afford to waste time. If only the ancestor alone can do it, can you invite him to come out of seclusion? With Yi Yuan's present strength, returning from the lower realms was indeed not too much of a trouble. In fact, he could even return to the endless world to meet his parents. It was just that this bout of time-wasting at the very least had to take the greater part of a year, even a year's time as well, before he could return to the God's Fall mountain range. He could not afford to waste it. Hearing these words, Aoli's face fell and said, Your esteemed self insisting on others to do what's impossible, do you really take this Ao to be scared of? You? Yi Yuan slightly heaved a sigh and said, It's not that this Yi is forcing people to do what they are unwilling to, but it's truly that I can't help it. Hope that Patriarch Ao can forgive. The aura on Aoli's body suddenly released. A terrifying dragon pressure instantly locked onto Yi Yuan. Looks like you want to force this Ao to take action. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious and said coolly, I'm not forcing you to take action. If really only the ancestor alone can do it, then this Yi can. Only force him out. Hiss. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. This was also truly too arrogant, right? This guy actually did not even place Patriarch Ao in his eyes. How strong that mysterious ancestor was, those clan members did not know at all. But Patriarch Aoli was an existence capable of suppressing the four-head elders. How could this boy dare to be any more arrogant? Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. This Ao has already not encountered an opponent in this divine beast realm for many years. Today this Ao wants to measure on what basis you dare to say this kind of big talk. If you really can defeat this seat, ancestor might really come out. Aoli let out a wild laugh and said, he was wary of Yi Yuan. It did not mean that he was scared of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was also helpless. He was not a troublemaker, but it was necessary in order to return to the God's Fall mountain range. There was no other choice. He had to stir up trouble this time. Fool! This boy definitely doesn't know how terrifying Patriarch's strength is. When Long Yen saw Yi Yuan courting death and provoking Aoli, he had a look of disdain. The other three head elders had looks of agreement. They were all aware of Aoli's strength. Yi Yuan's defense was indeed very powerful. But wanting to withstand Aoli's attack, it likely could not be done. Yi Yuan did an inviting hand gesture and said coolly, Please! Aoli's face turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, What an arrogant young boy. Do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens? Since you know the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, then I'll use this move to challenge you. A terrifying dragon pressure enveloped all present in an instant. Patriarch Ao is the most talented patriarch of my divine beast realm in 100,000 years. His bloodline already evolved to the sacred rank. I don't believe that this Yi Yuan can still overturn the heavens, Long Yen said with a look of disdain. But very soon, his expression became fascinating again. Under Aoli's dragon pressure, Yi Yuan was still leisurely and calm. A faint aura released from his body, including Aoli. All of the clan members were greatly astonished. Peak sacred rank bloodline. just missing one last step, and he could step into divine rank bloodline. A human, how was this possible? Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Aoli forcefully pressed down the astonishment in his heart. A coiling dragon. Heaven devastating palm attacking flagrantly. At once, heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. This Aoli actually comprehended divine rank dragon wave 2. Being shock was just shock. Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm still shot out without the slightest hesitation. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon roars surged to the sky. In 100,000 years, 2 mighty divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palms clashed head-on for the first time. This kind of spectacle originally could not be seen in the same era at all. But today it appeared. This was a clash between 2 great dragon race peerless geniuses. Is my eyesight failing? This human boy actually comprehended dragon rank. Dragon wave 2. Is this guy really a human? Could it have been a mistake? Why would the divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm appear on a human? I comprehended for several hundred years and only just reached the initial stage heaven rank. Yi Yuan's consecutive attacks refreshed the senses of the 4 Symbols clan members again and again. This human was simply here to kick down the dojo, crushing the pride in their hearts to smithereens. Even someone as stunning as Patriarch Ao was also overshadowed in front of Yi Yuan. Boom! The collision of divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palms could be described with startling the heavens and shaking the earth. That terrifying undulation made everyone's countenance change because of it. Yi Yuan suffered the impact of the recoil force, his innards churning. But Ao Li was even more miserable. He was directly blasted flying 10,000 feet away by Yi Yuan's blow. At this time, a trace of fresh blood even hung at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had already suffered considerable internal injuries. 9 transformations golden body. Ao Li's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked. The reason why he lost was that he was defeated by the 9 transformations. Golden body. Don't look at how Yi Yuan's 9 transformations golden body was just that tiny bit. The compounding on martial techniques could not be underestimated. After all, this was the fleshy body that only deity realm powerhouses could possess. Yi Yuan said coolly. This Yi just wants to return to the God's Fall mountain range. Everyone better not push people too far. With this Ye's strength, massacring all of you clean isn't impossible either. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change. He challenged the entire divine beast realm with his power alone here. But now, even Patriarch Aoli was not his match. He really had the strength to exterminate one's clan and was not joking around. Ao Li's expression flickered incessantly. Could it be that the entire divine beast realm had to lower their head to this human brat? Since that's the case, your esteemed self should stay here a bit for 2 days. This Ao will attempt to communicate with old ancestor. Finally, Ao Li still lowered his proud head. Yi Yuan nodded his head but did not say anything. This place seemed to not welcome them. Although Yi Yuan was curious, he could not deign his own status either and insist on figuring things out. The urgent matter on hand was still returning to the God's Fall mountain range and finding the Kunwu divine wood. The rest was all not important. It was just that the gaze that the 4 Symbols family clans looked toward Yi Yuan with were filled with fear, especially those juniors who yelled and wrangled at Yi Yuan before. Only then did they know how ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth they were. If Yi Yuan really wanted to kill them, they would have handed over their lives, no matter how many they had. Just like this, Yi Yuan temporarily stayed in the Dragon Clan. It was just that his residence was like a forbidden ground. Everyone all stayed far away, not daring to approach him. White Light, what do you think? Yi Yuan asked White Light after settling down. Previously, White Light did not speak all along, which was very different from his style. Yi Yuan knew that White Light definitely had some ideas. Big brother, I can't put my finger to it as well. I keep feeling that I have a very familiar feeling towards this place. White light had a rare deep contemplation. Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said, "It's not odd that you have this kind of feeling, but why do I have this kind of feeling too?" White light looked at Yi Yuan rather amazedly and said, "It would be the between bloodlines, right? I feel that the divine beast realm's demon races. Bloodlines are even purer than the outside worlds. The strength of the demon races here is more than a level stronger than the outside world on the whole." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "This statement may hold true for you, but it doesn't quite make sense for me. When I entered the divine realm's dragon clan, I never had this kind of feeling before either. But arriving here, there's a feeling that I can't explain clearly or understand." "How strange." White light thought about it and said, "Big brother, back then when I went to the dark forest, I kept feeling that there was something calling me. Now, entering here, this feeling is even stronger. I say, could I have come out from here?" Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "How is that possible? When I met you were just tier 1 and your mother was just tier 2. Unless that isn't your biological mother. Do you feel that a tier 2 demonic beast can walk out from here?" White light could not help being stifled when he heard that and also felt that he was thinking too much. Between this dark forest and endless forest, the two were still separated by the God-prohibited demon region. How could a tier 2 demonic beast possibly walk out? Moreover, White Light's mother was just an ordinary demonic beast. Perhaps there's that trace of divine beast bloodline, but it was already faint, to the point that it could be disregarded. At this time, the Leer who did not speak all along suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Big brother Yuan, seems to me that it isn't impossible either." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said, "What do you mean?" Leer said, "Big brother Yuan, isn't your atavism dragon soul also hard to come by in 1,000,000 years? Which is also to say that during these 1,000,000 years only you alone possess this kind of divine soul. Then isn't this a phenomenon of atavism?" Although White Light's mother's bloodline was thin, perhaps her ancestor came out of this place. Leer's words made Yi Yuan and White Light sink into deep thought. "Ancestor, the matter that happened in the day you're already aware, right?" Aoli stood outside a cave, hands by the side. Clearly, he was very respectful toward the old ancestor inside the cave. Only after a long time did a voice that sounded like having had experienced the many vicissitudes of life come out from inside the cave. "Are you blaming me for not taking action?" Aoli's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Aoli dare not. Hoo, even if I make a move, I might not be able to do anything to him either," that aged voice said. Aoli's trembled all over, his gaze revealing a look of shock as he said, How is this possible? If heavenly Tao was intact, it's naturally as easy as turning my hand to eradicate him, but right now this deity is also merely just a slightly stronger divine king powerhouse, that's all. In this world there might be no one capable of winning me." That aged voice called himself this deity. This divine beast realm's old ancestor was actually a genuine deity realm powerhouse. Probably, the entire divine realm's powerhouses could not imagine that inside this God's Fall mountain range, there actually hid a deity realm powerhouse. But heavenly Tao was missing. Even a deity realm powerhouse did not have the glory back then as well. Hence, when Aoli heard the ancestor's words, he was deeply shocked. The reason why he was able to comprehend divine Tao laws, comprehend divine rank dragon wave, was entirely because there was the ancestor's guidance. In Aoli's eyes, even if heavenly Tao was missing presently, he was also the most powerful being. But these words today made Aoli have a feeling of a hero past his prime. On what basis? Aoli said in disbelief. "In this world, there's a type of person called a true genius. No matter how hard you try, you're unable to surpass too. Right now, his essence, energy, and spirit haven't reached grand completion yet. When he truly reaches grand completion and attains half-deity realm, he'll probably have no opponent in this world anymore, the ancestor said rather despondently. In his words, they carried ineffable emotions. Aoli was deeply shocked by the ancestor's appraisal. What was called no matter how hard you try, you're also unable to surpass. Sigh. Go back. You tell him, this deity will send him off. The ancestor said with a long sigh. Aoli left in a despondent mood. He did not even know how he left. Someone as talented as him actually heard such an evaluation. This made him totally unable to accept it, but he was actually unable to refute. Yi Yuan's age was much younger than his, but his strength already steadily surpassed him. Could it be that there was still anything more persuasive than this? After Aoli left, a female voice sounded out inside the cave. Right now, do you regret your actions back then? Yes, I didn't expect that. This old man also have times where I make an error of judgment. The woman clearly did not expect that the old ancestor actually acknowledged it so shamelessly and could not help falling silent. After a moment, the old ancestor continued. He seized possession and reincarnated and most likely suffered a huge accident in the outside world. Could it be that you're not going out to take a look? No matter what unforeseen event, he already grew up now. Given time, even you might not be his match either. What can I still not let go of? The woman said. The ancestor heaved a sigh again and said, Sigh! An ill-fated destiny. An entire night's time, Yi Yuan's heart was in turmoil. If it were normally, he did not need to do anything at all and would be able to enter meditation. But today he could not do it no matter what. Only all the way until past midnight did Yi Yuan fall asleep. At this time, his divine soul actually turned into an azure dragon and emerged from his body. After the dragon soul left the body, meandering out, it actually flew over towards that cave. But arriving outside the cave, Yi Yuan discovered that inside the cave faintly exuded a powerful undulation. He circled at the entrance of the cave for a long time before finally returning to his body before dawn. Big Brother Yuan, Big Brother Yuan, are you all right? By his ear came Lier's shouting.
Ye Yuan abruptly started avake.
He was covered his sweat, his entire person seemingly hauled out of the water. I was dreaming? No, wait. This wasn't a dream. That cave is definitely peculiar. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Lier had a baffled look and said curiously, What cave? Big Brother Yuan, what are you talking about? Yi Yuan pulled Lier and went outside. As they walked, he said, Come, go with me to find a cave. The two people called White Light and were about to leave the clan but was stopped by Aoli. Where are you guys going? Aoli asked with a serious expression. Yi Yuan was not polite and said, None of your business, move aside. Aoli knew that Yi Yuan was not to be trifled with and controlled his temper, and said, Old ancestor already agreed to send you away. It doesn't seem very nice for you to be like this, right? This divine beast realm seems to have some connections with me. You move aside. I'm just going to find a cave and not harm you all.
Ye Yuan forcefully
Pressed down the anxiety in his heart and said. The moment Aoli heard Yi Yuan say cave, he knew that he seemed to have known something. A cave that was able to make Yi Yuan feel out of the ordinary. There was only the place where ancestor was in close seclusion. What a joke! What connections do my divine beast realms matters have to do with you? Isn't your esteemed self's worry a little too much? Aoli said, with a cold smile. What a joke! How could he possibly let Yi Yuan go and disturb the old ancestor's quiet cultivation? Yi Yuan felt irritation in his heart and said in a deep voice, If you still don't move aside, don't blame this young master for not being courteous. Aoli also lost his temper and said in a cold voice, If you want to go over, not unless you step over my dead body. Humph! Then I'll have to offend. Yi Yuan did not say another word. Lifting his hand, it was a coiling dragon. Heaven devastating palm. This palm Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest. The moment he attacked, it startled the heavens and shook the earth. Aoli's expression changed and could only respond with the coiling dragon. Heaven devastating palm. The result had not the least bit of surprise. Yi Yuan's one palm succeeding. He did not have the intention of staying, bringing Lier and white light and rushing over. This palm alarmed the clan members. People rushed out one after another but discovered that Yi Yuan was long gone already. Even Patriarch Aoli could not stop Yi Yuan. Who else could stop him? Yi Yuan followed the sensation of his divine soul leaving the body last night, and found that cave before long. Seeing this cave, Yi Yuan's feelings were actually somewhat agitated, somewhat flustered. It's this cave. Exactly the same as my dream, Yi Yuan said. Big brother Yuan. Just what secret is inside this cave? Lier said. Curiously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either, but we should be able to know when we go in. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought the two people and was able to enter inside, but his expression suddenly changed. A figure slowly walked out from inside the darkness, gradually becoming distinct. This was an old man whose hair and beard had turned all white, looking advanced in age. But the undulations faintly emitting from his body made Yi Yuan's heart palpitate endlessly too. This old man was not simple. Didn't this deity agree to send you away? What are you so impatient for? The old man said with slight displeasure. The old man's words filled Yi Yuan trio with shock. This deity. You're a deity realm powerhouse. White Light cried out, in shock. The old man gave a self-mocking laugh and said, Hoo-hoo, deity realm powerhouse? That's something a very long time ago already. Right now, at most, considered a half-deity. The moment this old man appeared, Yi Yuan felt a dangerous aura hit him head on. That kind of feeling was like facing Fang Tian. The first feeling that this old man gave Yi Yuan was that the former was strong, very strong. However, the closer he approached this cave, the faster Yi Yuan's heart beat. Now Yi Yuan felt like his heart was almost leaping out of his throat. This feeling of heartbeat was absolutely not given to him by this old man. Yi Yuan, don't be insolent. Right at this time Aoli as well as the four clans' head elders also rushed over. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with them at all. Right now he only wanted to enter that cave. Senior, Yi Yuan has no intention of disturbing. I just want to enter this cave to take a look. Is it allowed? Yi Yuan forcefully calmed his emotions and used a discussing tone to talk with this old man. This place is this old man's seclusion place. There are no other things. Moreover, requesting like this, don't you feel that it's rude? The old man said coolly. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, Junior knows that this action is rather brusque. But Junior has a reason that he must go in, if it trespasses on Senior's hospitality a little. Junior is willing to compensate afterward. Past life and this life over 500 years, Yi Yuan had never had such a strong impulse to enter a place before. He was certain that this cave absolutely had a huge connection with him. What a joke! How can the old ancestor's seclusion place be allowed for you to profane? Aoli said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said indifferently, None of your business here. It's not your turn to speak. You! Aoli was livid with rage. The old ancestor gestured at Aoli to stop talking and looked toward Yi Yuan. As he said coolly, Little friend, there are quite a number of my 4 symbols. Family clan's secrets inside the cave. You possess the Azure Dragon bloodline. Having a resonance is also normal. If you're of the dragon race, it's also not impossible for this old man to let you go in. But you're just a human. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This old ancestor's words sounded as if it left no room for criticism. Furthermore, the rejection was also very reasonable. But no idea why Yi Yuan just wanted to go in. That kind of strong psychological hint shattered the old ancestor's words to pieces. Yi Yuan's palm flipped. A fire rod appeared in his hand. The powerful dragon pressure coming off the fire rod made everyone's countenance change. At this moment, the old ancestor who was always calm finally lost composure. Sacred dragon token. Back then, the old patriarch took it away and it never appeared again. How could it appear in your hands? The old ancestor said in astonishment. Put aside how it's in my hands, since you say that there are the 4 symbols. Family clan's secrets inside this cave. I wonder if I have the qualifications. Or not to enter and check it out by relying on the sacred dragon token.
Yeah.
Yuan said coolly. The old ancestor's face flickered incessantly. He never thought that Yi Yuan actually still possessed such a sacred object. Seeing the sacred dragon token was akin to seeing the patriarch, even he was unable to defy the ancestral teachings too. Rather, the other 4 symbols clan members, inclusive of Aoli, all had blank looks. They knew that this sacred dragon token was definitely not an ordinary object. But they all grew up in the divine beast realm and did not understand the significance that the sacred dragon token represented. Ancestor, what is this item? Aoli could not refrain from asking. An item able to make old ancestor visibly moved was absolutely no ordinary object. This is the sacred dragon token, our dragon race's supreme divine artifact. The dragon race's ancestral teachings. The person who possesses this token is the dragon clan's lord, the old ancestor said in a solemn voice. The old ancestor's words made everyone's faces change. Aoli was stunned and looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise and said, a human, becoming the lord of the dragon clan? How can it convince people? Heh, just a human is it? My big brother's bloodline is purer than any of you. Based on what that he can't convince the masses. In the divine realm, my big brother is already the lord of the human race. You probably don't know this. Sacred dragon token doesn't simply choose its master. Even if my big brother gives it to you, it's impossible for it to acknowledge you as its master too. White Light said disdainfully. Aoli's expression changed, and he could not resist looking over toward the old ancestor for affirmation. The old ancestor slowly nodded his head, considered as tacitly approving of White Light's words. Aoli's face was ashen. He was seriously unable to accept this fact. Senior, do you still have any doubts now? Yi Yuan looked towards the old ancestor with a scorching gaze. The old ancestor mused for a moment and slowly said, since you obtained the sacred dragon token's acknowledgement, this old man naturally serves you as the Lord. It's just that this cave, you can't go in. The old ancestor's words made Yi Yuan's expression change. He did not think that this old man actually did not even give face to the sacred dragon token. But it was precisely because so that Yi Yuan was even more certain that there must be some secret inside. Yi Yuan put away the sacred dragon token and said coolly, all right, this Yi, got it. Since that's the case, this Yi will be offending. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished from where he was. Art of greater teleportation. But this time, there was someone faster than him. At virtually the same time, the old ancestor's figure also disappeared from where he was. Similarly, it was the art of greater teleportation. Boom! In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan forcefully exchanged a blow in the void with the old ancestor, but his figure was shocked. Out of the void, flying straight for 10,000 feet before forcefully stabilizing his figure. This old ancestor's strength was indeed terrifying powerful. However, the old ancestor was unable to stop Yi Yuan's determination to enter the cave. Lifting his hand, it was a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Being able to comprehend divine rank dragon wave at a young age, truly a genius. But using it to deal with this old man is inadequate. The old ancestor smiled faintly and similarly smacked a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm out. One palm unleashing, even Yi Yuan's countenance changed because of it as well. Boom! After a frontal clash, even if Yi Yuan's defense was exceedingly powerful, he was also battered by the other party until he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Is this the strength of a deity realm powerhouse? Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. It's just a pity that there's no longer divine Tao under this heaven. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, the evil extermination sword suddenly moving out. Fury sword fire lotus. Yi Yuan's sword intent advanced greatly. Fiery cleansing sandal sacred flame. Also could not be compared to before. This fury sword fire lotus was already not its former power. When Aoli saw this scene, his expression became incomparably ugly. It turned out that when Yi Yuan was dealing with him, he did not use his full strength yet. The fury sword fire lotus after evolving was more than a grade stronger than the divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Careful ancestor. Aoli Shote. He knew that the ancestor was formidable, but facing such a terrifying attack, whether or not the ancestor could block it, he had no assurance in his heart either. However, the old ancestor just smiled faintly. A coiling dragon heaven. Devastating palm pushed out once more. The might of this palm was actually even greater than the palm before. Boom! One come unleashed. Yi Yuan was sent flying once more. After 2 palms, Yi Yuan already suffered considerable injuries. Senior's deity realm laws are splendid. It's probably also not far from heaven glimpse deity realm, right? Yi Yuan said in a low voice. The ancestor smiled faintly and said, not long after this old man broke through to the deity realm, this world's laws already went missing. With nothing to do these few years, I could only comprehend some divine Tao laws as, well, how is it? Still wanna go in? Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said, final move. If Senior can block it, this Yi will retreat here. Hoo-hoo, Junior. You're very strong. But right now, you're still not this old. Man's match. Fall back. When your strength is there, coming to find this old man again isn't too late. The old ancestor shook his head and said with a smile. He clearly did not think that Yi Yuan could win him. Roar. An earth-shaking dragon roar sounded. The old ancestor's face abruptly changed. In virtually an instant, the old ancestor knew the source of Yi Yuan's martial technique. The astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. It was just that there was no time for him to be surprised right now. Allowing the voice of the dragon god to land on his body freely, his old bones would probably not even have residue remaining. What surprised Yi Yuan was that the old ancestor was not completely powerless to retaliate like the rest. After the astonishment, the old ancestor's reaction was also extremely quick. A terrifying undulation emitted from his body. This undulation actually isolated the voice of the dragon god outside. This is the voice of the dragon god. He actually knows the voice of the dragon god. How is this possible? Aoli cried out in alarm. To the dragon clan, the renown of the voice of the dragon god could be said to be an accomplishment that surpassed ancient and modern times. Although this martial technique was lost, practically every member of the dragon race knew its might. Wasn't the voice of the dragon god long lost? Why would a human know my dragon race's supreme martial technique? Too inconceivable. When he used the divine rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm before, it gave me a fright. Didn't expect that now he even used the voice of the dragon god. Is he really a human? I even suspect that he's a member of my dragon race. Who can tell me what the hell is going on here? The already lost martial technique suddenly showing up, the shock to the dragon clan could be imagined. Not just the dragon clan, the other 3 clans' elders were similarly shocked. To the core. Just like the 4 symbols family clans, they were naturally aware of the well-known voice of the dragon god. They did not expect that this martial technique actually appeared on a human. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Yi Yuan saw that he could not breach the old ancestor's defense. Gritting his teeth, he went for 3 breaths. Right at this time, a melancholic sigh came from inside the cave. Yi Yuan's heart suddenly trembled, his breath immediately being cut off. The voice of the dragon god abruptly ceased. Big brother Yuan. 2 breaths already passed. Yi Yuan's body already virtually reached the limits and was unable to support itself anymore. Lear hurriedly went up to support him. Pooh work. The old ancestor's face was deathly pale, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. He still could not completely resist the impact of the voice of the dragon god. In the end, "Ancestor, are you all right?" Seeing the ancestor vomit blood, Aoli and the rest exclaimed in shock. The old ancestor waved his hand and looked towards Yi Yuan profoundly and said, "This old man understands. Haha. This old man's two eyes were really blind. Junior, you still have to meet him in the end." The last sentence, the old ancestor directed it toward the inside of the cave. "Ancestor, let him come in." Inside the cave, a woman's voice transmitted out serenely. Aoli's expression turned austere. He had never known that apart from the old ancestor, there was still another person inside this cave. Hearing this voice, Yi Yuan's entire person was thunderstruck. Clearly a foreign to the extreme voice, but the way he heard it, it was so warm. "Forget it, you go in then. But only you alone can enter," the old ancestor said coolly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and struggled to his feet, and walked into the cave. Stumblingly, "Ancestor, inside is." Aoli could not resist asking, "Yun?" The old ancestor did not conceal it either, directly uttering a name. Aoli's expression changed and he said, "Dragon Lady Ao June. Wasn't she dead?" To say who was the most talented clan member in these 100,000 years in the divine beast realm, that was absolutely not him. It was Dragon Lady Ao June. Ao June only used 1,000 years' time and cultivated to the grand completion of Tier 9 and comprehended divine Tao laws. Her strength was much stronger even compared to him currently. It was just a shame that she was not willing to be confined by this divine beast realm. Over 800 years ago, she escaped out of the divine beast realm and entered inside the Godsfall mountain range. From then on, the clan members inside the divine beast realm never saw her again. It was also from then on that the old ancestor started devoting all his attention to guide Aoli, grooming him to this current realm. Aoli did not expect that she was actually inside the old ancestor's seclusion cave all along. The old ancestor heaved a sigh and said, "Hard to say finish in a single sentence. But she's probably very relieved to see her own son be so promising, right?" The clan members were in a state of disarray. "That's right. Yi Yuan is Ao Jun's son. Her son with a human," the old ancestor slowly said. Lear and White Light exchanged a glance, both seeing the deep astonishment from the other person's eyes. They did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had such a background. No wonder Yi Yuan became so peculiar after entering this place. At this time, the old ancestor looked toward White Light again and said, "Kindly, if I didn't guess wrongly, you should be White Feather's descendant, right? On your body there's her aura. Perfect white tiger physique. Not bad. Pretty good. Hoo-hoo." Back then, her and Junior's feint attack to create a diversion for the actual attack was done really beautifully. It even deceived this old man. It's just that this old man didn't think that their descendants actually broke the curse at the same time. How ironic. Talking to the back, the old ancestor laughed self-mockingly. White Light trembled. It was as if he was electrocuted. "Old ancestor, what's the meaning of your words?" White Light swallowed his saliva and said. The old ancestor simply sat down and started talking about the divine beast realm's secrets. When White Light heard the old ancestor's words, he could not help being deeply astounded. It turned out that this place was a land of exile. The demon races here were all exiled to this place because of committing a severe crime, never to return to the divine realm. This space was hewed open by the 4 great divine beasts' progenitors joining hands and set a curse on this place with a terrifying secret art. Any felon who was banished here, once they left this region, their life would flow away rapidly all the way till death. Furthermore, their descendants would likewise be unable to leave this space. This was a very terrifying curse, which was to say that once committing an unforgivable mistake and being banished here, their descendants would never, ever see daylight. Don't look at how this place had green mountains and clear waters, its scenery. Breathtaking. It was actually a giant prison. According to what the old ancestor said, since time immemorial, God knows how. Many clan members wanted to escape this cage in this place. But after they went out, they grew old very quickly and even died. Even deity realm powerhouses were not exception either. And the old ancestor was the last deity realm powerhouse in this place. Of course, the 4 great progenitors did not drive them to extermination but left behind a feeble ray of hope. If someone broke through to the origin deity realm inside the divine beast realm or gave birth to a perfect divine beast and above physique spirit, the curse would automatically release. Back then, Aojun and Whitefeather were the closest of sisters. The 2 of them joined hands and acted out a diversion in the east while really attacking the west. One escaped to the endless world past the god-prohibited demon region. The other escaped until the god-prohibited demon region. Back then, the old ancestor was greatly enraged. That was why he laid down that peach blossom forest. It was just that he did not expect that among Whitefeather's descendants, one actually gave birth to a perfect white tiger physique. While Aojun's son was even the atavism dragon soul of the legends. Passing through a section of the dimly lit cave, Yi Yuan virtually used up all of his strength. The more he walked toward the depths, the faster Yi Yuan's heart beat, the heavier the cold intent on his body as well. Following that intense psychological hint, Yi Yuan walked to the end of the cave. Before his eyes were a deep and serene pool, unable to see the bottom with a glance. The cold air emitting from the pool made Yi Yuan's divine soul almost freeze. That bone-piercing cold intent made Yi Yuan unable to refrain from shuddering. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he blurted out, "This is the aura of Eternity Frost." "That's right. It's precisely Eternity Frost. Looks like you completely inherited his mantle. Just based on this cold air, you pinpointed the Eternity Frost." A chilly female voice sounded out. It was precisely the voice that Yi Yuan heard outside. The voice was very indifferent, but that tiny hint of trembling exposed some of the fluster in the other party's heart. The Eternity Frost was produced in the extreme northern lands. It was one of the top-grade medicinal materials to refine some water-attribute medicinal pills. This thing was incomparably precious. Even a piece the size of a fingernail was worth several cities too. The reason why it was called Eternity Frost was that even if burned with blazing flames, it would not thaw either. Ordinary Dao profound realm martial artists would die upon contact. Such a degree of coldness, the Eternity Frost in the depths of this pool was likely not little. You are. Yi Yuan swallowed his saliva and said. The woman sighed despondently and said, "Yuner, you grew up." Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. Hearing this sigh, Yi Yuan even had an impulse to hug the other party. Could it be that you are? Yi Yuan's breathing became ragged. Actually, he had a hint of speculation in his heart long ago, but when it really came to the point of verification, he became flustered again. He was worried that the other party would deny, worried that his joy would come to naught. In his cognition, there had never been mother, this word. In over 500 years of his past life, Yi Yuan and his father had always mutually depended on each other through thick and thin. All the way until this life, when he opened his eyes and saw Ren Hongling, that was when Yi Yuan felt maternal love. It was just that Yi Yuan knew that that love was not his, but that Yi Yuan, who had long died already. He was just enjoying that motherly love on behalf of Yi Yuan. He was still Ji Qingyun in the end. "That's right. I'm your mother." Aojun's voice sounded out faintly. Hearing this answer, Yi Yuan's emotions became incomparably complicated. Joy, hesitation, doubt, anger, all sorts of emotions mixed together, making him feel like he was about to burst open. He did not understand why his mother had never shown up in his life before, and also did not understand why father never mentioned mother. Far too many questions buried deep in his heart finally exploded at this instant, but the agitated from before was swept away clean. Why? Thousands of words turned into this one word. Yi Yuan did not know that this was the land of exile and did not know about Ao Jun's past. So when he knew that there was a mother, there was more of resentment. Gurgle. Bubbles rose in the cold pool. With a whoosh, a dragon head rushed out of the pool, staring at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze. For eyes faced each other. One pair of eyes was filled with shock, while the other pair was tender love. Yi Yuan understood the dragon race quite well. This azure dragon before his eyes looked old and doddering. Clearly, it was almost nearing its end. Furthermore, the dragon race mostly maintained human form. Only when its demon essence was insufficient to maintain human form would it reveal its original form. This decrepit azure dragon before his eyes was his mother? Counting in the 500 years of his past life, he was born for less than 600 years too. 600 years' time. How could his mother be old to such a degree? Yuner, it's all mother's fault. Mother gave birth to you but didn't take care of you for a single day. But over these 500 years mother has been thinking about you every minute and second. Ao Jun's voice had always been like an old well without ripples. But at this time her voice trembled. On that pair of dragon eyes, tears actually faintly appeared. In virtually an instant, Ao Jun's aura withered considerably. Yi Yuan could clearly sense that what little left of Ao Jun's vitality actually faded away considerably all of a sudden. This discovery involuntarily made Yi Yuan alarmed. What's going on here? Yi Yuan said in great astonishment, although he could tell that the other party's life force did not have much remaining. Just a slight fluctuation in emotion made the vitality diminish so much at once. Even if Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was heaven-defying, he had never before seen such a situation. Dragon tears fell down. Ao Jun said in relief, "It's fine for mother to be able to see you again. Even if I die right away, I'll have no regrets too." "Is your father well?" He's very well." Yi Yuan almost blurted out the truth, but suddenly recalling that Ao Jun did not seem to be able to suffer an emotional stimulus, he changed his words in the end. At this time, Ao Jun's emotions recovered to that ripple-less old well state again and opened her mouth to say, "Could it be that your father encountered some trouble?" Clearly, Yi Yuan's pause just now made Ao Jun have a foreboding feeling. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Father dreamed too big. It's just that he ran into some trouble in pill refinement. With his strength, something that could cause trouble for him in the divine realm hasn't been born yet." Ao Jun thought about it and said, "That's true." Yi Yuan glanced at Ao Jun and asked, "Can you tell me just what on earth is going on?" Ao Jun sighed slightly and spoke about the curse of this land of exile. Yi Yuan was unbelievably shocked while listening by the side. Only then did he understand why mother would abandon him and father. He also finally understood why he would possess the atavism dragon soul. It turned out that his body was flowing with half of the dragon race's bloodline. Mother Esari. Understanding the sequence of events, Yi Yuan could not resist choking. Silly child. The one who should apologize is mother. Mother has never done her duty as a mother for a single day. These few years you and your father have suffered. Ao Jun comforted him. That isn't your fault. Mother, this cursed land, could it be that there's no way to resolve it? Ao Jun shook her head and said, "Unless the progenitor revives, otherwise, it's irresolvable. It's just that, after my dragon race's progenitor, nobody else was able to reach his heights anymore. Moreover, now that this divine realm is missing heavenly Tao, there's no way to step foot into the deity realm at all. Even ancestor is also suppressed at the half-deity realm." But when Yi Yuan heard these words, His eyes lit up and said, "This child possesses the atavism dragon soul. Isn't it said that as long as one possesses the atavism dragon soul, they will be able to attain the progenitor's heights? That as long as this child breaks through to deity realm, it will be possible to lift this curse." "What? You possess the atavism dragon soul?" Ao Jun's shock was also by no means insignificant. The atavism dragon soul only existed in the dragon race's memories. No one had never seen before, and it was also extremely hard to detect, because nobody had attained the Azure Dragon progenitor's heights before. Hence, even Ao Jun, who gave birth to Yi Yuan, also did not know about the matter of Yi Yuan being in possession of the atavism dragon soul. Of course, otherwise how would I know the voice of the dragon god, this kind of already lost martial technique? Yi Yuan said. Ao Jun strove to the utmost of her ability to make her emotions calm down, but she discovered that her mind was hard to calm down. She finally understood now what the old ancestors I understand earlier meant. For Yi Yuan to be able to break the curse, there was bound to be some extraordinary aspect. But Ao Jun never dreamed that it was actually the atavism dragon soul. But very soon, she sighed slightly again and said, "Even the atavism dragon soul is useless too. At present, divine Tao dwindled to zero. You're unable to break the shackles at all." A look of determination appeared on Yi Yuan's face, and he said, "This child came to this God's Fall mountain range in order to find the opportunity to break through to deity realm. I'll become a deity or die trying." Ao Jun said in surprise, "Yuner, why be like this?" Yi Yuan briefly recounted the situation of the outside world but concealed many things. Ao Jun was already an expiring lamp without oil now. She was probably unable to withstand the blow of Ji Xingyang's passing. If not for this eternity frost close to freezing her physiological functions, Ao Jun would have long passed away, her Tao vanishing already. This piece of eternity frost was precisely what Ji Xingyang retrieved only after expending tremendous effort when he entered deep into the lands of extreme north back then. But the God-forbidden region is too dangerous. Even if a deity realm powerhouse goes in, it's difficult to protect themselves too, let alone you. Ao Jun said worriedly. Finally, she managed to see her son, so she did not wish to lose him just like this. Yi Yuan said with a firm gaze, "This child has a reason that he must go. Now, there's another reason. Don't you wish to go out and reunite with father?" Hearing these words, a hopeful light appeared in Ao Jun's eyes. Yi Yuan weaved a beautiful lie. He did not hope for mother to wait for death. So quietly, he already lost father and did not wish to lose mother anymore. No matter how bleak the hope, Yi Yuan also wished to save his mother. Disregarding the result after the fiend race dominated the divine realm, just the enmity of killing father was already impossible for them to live under the same sky. If he could not exterminate Kanua, he would rather die. Of course, this sort of words he would not say them toward Ao Jun. He only said that it was for the human race's righteous cause. After all, he inherited absolute heaven's Tao teachings and became the son of heaven's mandate. This burden, he had to carry it. Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes, Ao Jun knew that she could not convince her son and could only heave a long sigh and said, "Your temper is exactly the same as your father's. Both of you are so stubborn." Yi Yuan smiled but did not say anything. At this point, Yi Yuan's heart knot was already gone, and he already completely accepted Ao Jun. Even if meeting for the first time, Yi Yuan did not have much psychological obstacles either. That feeling of being connected by blood could not fool people. Moreover, this was a connection that originated from the depths of the soul. If not for that sort of strong resonance, Yi Yuan would not insist on barging into this cave either. The two people talked for a long time. This conversation took 5 days and 5 nights. In these 5 days and 5 nights, Yi Yuan finally knew about the events that happened back then. Turns out that not long after Ao Jun escaped the land of exile back then, she ran into the Ji Xingyang and his party, who entered the Void Forbidden region. Wandering alone in the Godsfall mountain range was very dangerous. Hence, Ji Xingyang invited Ao Jun to join their team. Later on, Ji Xingyang moved Ao Jun with his character. The two people became united in wedlock from then. Ao Jun also followed Ji Xingyang back to the Medicine King Hall. It was just that Ao Jun dwelled in deep seclusion and seldom went out. Extremely few people knew about her existence. But before long a problem occurred. Ji Xingyang discovered that Ao Jun's aging speed was too fast. Just over 200 years, Ao Jun seemed to have aged 10,000 years. Under his repeated inquiry, Ao Jun told the entire story. And at that time, Ao Jun was already expecting. Ji Xingyang used all of his abilities and was also unable to stop Ao Jun's aging. He loved Ao Jun deeply and decided not to have this child. Because giving birth to the child, Ao Jun's aging speed would be even faster. Ao Jun chose to leave without bidding farewell in order to give birth to Yi Yuan. She returned to the land of exile. In this period of time, Ji Xingyang got the news of the Eternity Frost. Hence, he could only enter deep into the lands of extreme north first to search for the Eternity Frost. Later, he came to the land of exile bringing along the Eternity Frost, but discovered that this place already had the Peach Blossom Grand Array laid down. He threw caution to the winds and barged into the Peach Blossom Formation. But he was nearly killed by the Peach Blossom Formation. It was Ao Jun's pleading that made the old ancestor save Ji Xingyang. Ji Xingyang wanted to stay at the land of exile at that time, but the old ancestor refused no matter what. In the end, Ji Xingyang left behind the Eternity Frost and brought away Yi Yuan, who was in swaddling clothes. In this land of exile, the elapsing speed of Ao Jun's life was greatly reduced. Coupled with Ji Xingyang's Eternity Frost, that was how she was able to live until now. Except, Ao Jun was now a living dead person and was completely unable to leave this cold pool. Even a trace of mood swing would hasten the elapsing of her life. Hearing these past events, Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly. This was truly fate making a mockery of men. Only then did Yi Yuan knew why father would always enter deep into the Godsfall mountain range every few years. He only thought that father was searching for opportunities back then, but did not think that there was still this layer of reason present. Even separated by a peach blossom forest, it could also slightly relieve the pain of lovesickness. It was just too bad that they were already forever separated by life and death. Now, 5 days later, Yi Yuan came out from inside the cave. His gaze, when looking at the old ancestor, was filled with complexity. Ho-ho, if you want to take revenge, bring it on. The old ancestor smiled and said. Yi Yuan looked at him and suddenly sighed and said, "Forget it. Actually, I can understand you. Mother is already someone on the verge of death. You don't wish to have father and I be reared in this place like livestock in pens as, well, so you drove us out. This cave is a grave, but how is this divine beast realm not a large tomb? If my conjectures are right, outsiders will probably also be cursed if they stay here for a long time, right?" The old ancestor's smile withdrew, his gaze revealing a look of surprise. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan would say these words. "Ha-ha! Juner really gave birth to a fine son." The old ancestor suddenly burst out laughing. "It's just that I'm very confused. How did you know that I'll be fine if I go to the outside world? Presumably, you also didn't perceive that I was of the atavism dragon soul back then, right?" The old ancestor smiled and said, "Because you're a human. This land of exile's curse is merely targeted at demon races. As long as people of the outside world enters this place for over half a year, they will likewise be planted with the curse. It's just that this place never had outsiders enter before, so this sort of thing nobody knew either. That's all." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "So that's how it is. I still have one more thing. Old ancestor, please resolve the confusion." The old ancestor nodded and said, "You say When I previously saw the 4 great head elders use the 4 clans' martial techniques at the same time, it actually produced a certain kind of resonance. From there, the power increased tremendously. I wonder if this was coincidental, or the 4 of them specially trained before in the path of joint attacks. Yi Yuan said curiously. The old ancestor smiled and said, "This will have to start from the origin of the 4 symbols family clans." 4 clans' origin? Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, not expecting that what he got was actually such an answer. After Heavenly Tao went missing, the Divine Realm's demon region declined very quickly. After that war 50,000 years ago, the 4 symbols family clans even suffered a major loss in vitality. Right now, although there was Long Min, this kind of powerhouse, they were still much weaker than the human race on the whole. In the process, there were a lot of secrets buried in oblivion in history. Yi Yuan really did not know what the origin of the 4 symbols family clans was. Since the 4 symbols family clans each had their own progenitors, then where did these progenitors come from? The old ancestor slowly said, "Azure dragon of the east, white tiger of the west, vermilion bird of the south, black tortoise of the north, the 4 great divine beasts' progenitors were once the divine realm's guardian divine beasts. The 4 great progenitors' strengths were exceedingly formidable. Working together to suppress the 4 directions, no one dared to disobey. Even origin deity realm powerhouses will also turn to dust with a flick of a finger under the 4 symbols' grand array formed by them." Yi Yuan's mind was in upheaval from hearing it. What kind of existence origin deity realm was, Yi Yuan was completely unable to imagine. Could it be that the 4 great progenitors were beings even stronger than origin deity realm? Just what kind of existences were the 4 great progenitors? Yi Yuan could not resist asking, but the old ancestor shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I just know very, very strong. Their strength is not what the likes of us can surmise at all. As for the specifics of how strong, only they themselves knew." Yi Yuan drew a cold breath, instantly feeling somewhat perturbed. The 4 great progenitors, that was definitely existences more than 1,000,000 years ago. Then just what was the even more ancient divine realm like? Why did the present divine realm wither to this point? Yi Yuan discovered that the more he knew, the more uncertain he became. Instead, this divine realm was far from as simple as seen on the surface. All of the 4 symbols family clans' martial techniques were passed down by the 4 great progenitors, complementing each other, and secretly encompassed Heavenly Tao. Once performed at the same time, the resonance of Tao will appear, and from there the power will increase greatly, the old ancestor said. So, that's how it is. Only then did Yi Yuan come to a realization. The 4 great head elders' strength was merely the bottom of the 10 great divine kings, but their combined attack was even a notch above the darkness divine king, Xigongshang. The amplification involved was not just a tiny bit. The 4 of them, their strengths are too weak. They are completely unable to unleash the power of the combined attack. If it was the combined attack of grotto profound deity realms, they can even cross a major realm to battle, said the old ancestor. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, frightened by the old ancestor's words. Deity realm powerhouses crossing a major realm to battle, this was simply
something unimaginable.
Even for peak grotto profound deity realms, it was also impossible to be a heaven glimpse deity realms match. This kind of increase was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked again. The 4 symbols, family clans' 7 constellation grand array could even summon their respective guardian spirits. I wonder if they can produce a resonance by being together. Back then, Ji Kanglin restrained the spirit of the white tiger, but was thwarted by Yi Yuan. His goal at that time was just the spirit of the white tiger and not destroy the tiger clan. It seemed like the fiend race wanted to use the spirits of the 4 symbols to do something. Yi Yuan only had this query because he recalled this matter The old ancestor nodded and said, that 4-7 constellation grand arrays were originally one. Combined together it's called the 28 constellation grand array. It was laid down by the 4 great sacred ancestors and had a trace of ancestral spirit entrusted in it. Later on, the 4 clans members became more and more, and there was a powerhouse who split the grand array into 4, becoming each clan's clan protecting grand array. It's just that presently, heavenly Tao is missing. The power of the ancestral spirits are less than 1/10,000th as well, its power far worse than before. However, if the 4 spirits combined attacks, that power absolutely can't be underestimated. Yi Yuan's gaze dimmed slightly. He kept feeling that Kanua's goal was not merely unifying the divine realm. Also, Kanua had once said something Immortal Grove region before. It seemed like it was referring to the divine realm. Yi Yuan had always found this very odd. But this kind of thing probably even Fang Tian could not answer him either. But all these were not important. The most important thing right now was to eradicate Kanua. As long as he could break through to deity realm by relying on the voice of the dragon god, he was absolutely able to kill Kanua. Even if his strength recovered completely, as long as there was heavenly Tao suppressing, the outcome was also the same. "You're leaving?" asked the old ancestor. Yi Yuan came back to his senses from his rumination and said with a nod, "I'm going to enter the God-forbidden region and search for the opportunity to become a deity." The old ancestor's gaze turned sharp, and he said in surprise, "The God-forbidden region is a place that even deity realm powerhouses don't dare to set foot in." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "But that's also the only place where it's possible to become a deity. Old ancestor, perhaps you'll come a day where you can see the light of day again." The old ancestor's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a look of shock. Linking it to Yi Yuan possessing the atavism dragon soul, he understood what Yi Yuan wanted to do very soon. Now that heavenly Tao was missing, this kind of thinking was tantamount to a fool's talk. Except, why was he so excited? Sigh, for Junior to have a son like you, it's truly obtaining heaven's blessing. Junior, you possess the atavism dragon soul. I have nothing to teach you. But there's one thing that I believe can help you a little, the old ancestor said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he quietly waited for the old ancestor to carry on talking. The old ancestor said quietly, "The sacred dragon token, you probably still can't control it yet, right?" Yi Yuan said in surprise, "How did you know?" The old ancestor laughed and said, "Heavenly Tao is missing. Divine Tao dwindling to 0, there's naturally nobody in the outside world who can control the sacred dragon token. And the method to control the sacred dragon token, only the dragon clan's deity realm powerhouses know. This, I've attempted to produce a resonance with the sacred dragon token, using divine rank dragon wave before, and also attempted to activate with blood essence. But without exception, they all failed," Yi Yuan said helplessly. The sacred dragon token was a heavenly divine artifact. Its power was definitely a grade above the evil extermination sword. Concerning all these, Yi Yuan thought about all the methods that he could think of but had never succeeded before. Feeling helpless, Yi Yuan could only give up. He did not expect that there was actually an unexpected surprise today. The old ancestor actually knew the method to activate the sacred dragon token. "Hoo-hoo, the sacred dragon token is my dragon race's supreme treasure, and it was personally forged by Lord Sacred Ancestor, who used it as the token to be patriarch. If it could be activated by anyone who obtained it, then wouldn't my race have the possibility of being controlled by people at any time?" said old ancestor. "Makes sense," Yi Yuan said with a nod. The sacred dragon token was forged by the sacred ancestor with blood essence, and he used a great divine ability to integrate the method of activating the sacred dragon token into the inheritance memory. Only dragon race powerhouses that broke through to the deity realm can get to know the method of using the sacred dragon token. Of course, that's also just knowing. Only by obtaining the sacred dragon token's recognition can one become the Lord of the Dragon clan and be able to activate the sacred dragon token. Otherwise, even if origin deity realm powerhouses obtain it, they would also be unable to unleash its true power, said the old ancestor. So that's how it is. This way, there's only you alone in this world currently. Who knows the way to activate this sacred dragon token? He Yuan said in surprise. No wonder even he used everything up his sleeves, he was still unable to activate the sacred dragon token. If not for him mistakenly entering the land of exile, he could probably only activate it by breaking through to the deity realm. Inside a mountain ridge not far from the soul refining sex space, figures huddled together. Several martial artists were currently being hunted down by a desolate beast. Split up and run. This desolate beast's speed is too fast. Once it catches up, none of us can escape. Suddenly, one of them shouted. That desolate beast's aura was turbulent. Moreover, its speed was bizarre, looking like it was about to catch up to the few people. Right at this time, everyone just felt a blur before their eyes, as if a figure passed by them. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The few people turned deathly pale from fright and discovered that the desolate beast was already smashed into meat paste. A figure had his back facing them, standing with hands behind his back. The few martial artists could not help exchanging glances, shocked by the other party's skill. Many thanks for Senior taking action to help. The few people bowed their bodies to salute. That person slowly turned around. When everyone saw the other party's face, their faces all changed drastically. Heaven stabilizing divine king. You're actually not dead. The few people turned pale from fright. The one who saved them was actually Zhuge Qingxian, who they thought had already died inside the soul refining sex space. Jeej, you guys seem to hope for this seat to die very much? Zhuge Qingxian suddenly said with an eerie laugh. The current Zhuge Qingxuan's temperament was akin to a different person from before. Although the Zhuge Qingxian in the past was overbearing, he did not have any sinister feeling at all. But now, just this smile made a chill run down people's spines. Giving him a glance, there was a feeling like falling into an ice cellar. This lowly one doesn't mean that. We heard that Your Excellency encountered a huge problem in the soul refining sex space and even thought that person wanted to explain but was directly cut off by Zhuge Qingxian with a wave of his hand. This seat asks you, where's Yi Yuan now? Zhuge Qingxian said. The few people's expressions changed, virtually shaking their heads at the same time. The heaven-surmounting divine king was the savior of them brothers. How could they betray the heaven-surmounting divine king? Your Excellency, the heaven-surmounting divine king actually came as well? This lowly one never saw him. That person at the front of the few people said, Jeej, still dare to play this sort of little tricks in front of the seat? Looks like the few of you are good brothers, right? Since that's the case. While talking, Zhuge Qingxian casually pointed a finger out. Pierce. A martial artist's forehead directly had a large hole pierced through, toppling stiffly onto the ground without even having time to resist. Fourth brother. When that person in front saw the scene, his eyes turned bloodshot from rage. Give you 3 breaths of time, Zhuge Qingxian said coolly. The eyes of that person in the lead because bloodshot glaring at Zhuge Qingxian angrily. 3 breaths your ass. You despicable fellow, you aren't even fit to carry shoes for the heaven-surmounting divine king. Heaven is really blind to actually not make you, this mongrel, die inside. Brothers, even if we're exterminated today, we can't betray the heaven-surmounting divine king either. Attack together with me and kill this vermin. There was a total of 5 people in this party. They were originally itinerant cultivators who became sworn brothers because their temperaments were congenial. The older brother was already a void mystic powerhouse, and the other few people were also all divine king realm powerhouses. They originally did not have much feeling toward the struggle between the heaven-surmounting divine king and heaven-stabilizing divine king. But, entering the Godsfall mountain range this trip, they were first chased by Zhuge Qingxian to be cannon fodders, then moved by Yi Yuan later. Disregard thorough awakening, but to say betraying Yi Yuan they were not willing. In their hearts, Yi Yuan was the hero of the human race, and their only hope. Betray Yi Yuan was not much different from personally burying the human race. Zhuge Qingxian killed number 4 but did not make them brothers fearful. Instead, it stimulated the courage in their bones. Except, their strength was utterly not worth mentioning in Zhuge Qingxuan's eyes. Seeing the 4 people go crazy, Zhuge Qingxian gave a cold laugh and casually pointed a finger out like crushing dead leaves and branches, killing the 4 people. Jeej, that brat has such impressive skill to actually seem to have forced a bewitching potion down these people's throats. This feels like the absolute heaven back then. You're far inferior compared to him. Suddenly, the words that Zhuge Qingxian said dripped with sarcasm. The next instant, he recovered to his original tone and said with a cold snort, "None of your business. You were merely a dog that was driven out by absolute heaven to the heavenly Tao back then. That's all. Jeej, your shameless appearance very much has the style of Zhuozong back then. Right now, you and I are of one body, that punk is our common enemy. Don't scold yourself anymore. Without this deity, you can't kill him. Humph. Be more obedient for this seat. Otherwise, this seat wouldn't mind perishing together with you. Screw off. People like you, this deity understands too well. You won't perish. Together with me. Don't talk rubbish anymore, that punk is probably about to enter the God-forbidden region now already. You let this seat control the body and display the blood escape tracking grand art. I'll definitely find that brat's tracks. If you have a way to track, why didn't you say earlier? Jeej, you didn't ask either. How can this deity's means be what the likes of mortals like you can surmise? Even the Zhuozong back then also had to fear this deity somewhat. Turns out that on that day, Zhuge Qingxian and Li Gui had a great battle and directly collapsed the space. Originally, Li Gui's strength was a magnitude greater. But at the critical moment, because Li Gui's undying evil ghost was not completed, it resulted in his divine soul having a fatal flaw. Having the opportunity grasped by Zhuge Qingxian, it actually ended up as the outcome of both being defeated and wounded in the end. However, Li Gui's means were truly fantastical. He actually carried a wisp of remnant soul and charged straight into Zhuge Qingxuan's body, wanting to seize possession. The 2 people had another great battle inside Zhuge Qingxuan's body. In the end, no one could do anything to the other, who knew that the 2 people's divine souls actually tangled together in the and now the 2 people were sharing a body. The heaven-stabilizing divine king became neither human nor ghost appearance. Now, done. Divine beast realm, Yi Yuan was inexplicably surprised. A drop of fresh blood oozed out on his fingertip. Quick! Drip the sacred ancestor blood essence onto the sacred dragon token, the old ancestor hurriedly said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and dripped that drop of blood essence on the sacred dragon token. Boom! A terrifying dragon pressure billowed into the sky. The sound of a dragon roar reverberated throughout the vast expanse of open ground. Yi Yuan felt that his fleshy and blood finally produced a trace of resonance with the sacred dragon token. However, it was merely just a tiny trace. The might of a heavenly divine artifact with his current strength, he was unable to unleash it at all. Even in the divine Tao era, heavenly divine artifacts were extremely rare too. Wanting to activate the sacred dragon token, one must condense sacred ancestor blood essence with a divine Tao secret art, and then drip it on the sacred dragon token. This kind of divine Tao secret art was condensed with divine inscriptions. For ordinary people to want to comprehend it, it was absolutely not the work of a day. But this was nothing to Yi Yuan, this atavism dragon soul. He only used 3 days' time and thoroughly comprehended this set of divine Tao's secret art. Come, give the power a try, the old ancestor said with a faint smile. It was also his first time witnessing the power of the atavism dragon soul. These few days, when he saw Yi Yuan comprehending the divine inscriptions, his jaws really hit the ground in shock. Yi Yuan nodded his head. A rod swung out. Boom! An over 70,000 feet large mountain was leveled to the ground just like